In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law. To pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, everybody. Good morning and welcome. It is the Steel Toe. Why did I do that? I'm so stupid. There we go. Welcome to the show. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Keanu C. Thompson will be here momentarily. What a show. This is, I don't know if this is the one you've been waiting for this week, but this is the one I've been waiting for this week. I've been a good boy, man. I've had the equivalent of like staring at a Christmas gift all week. And my parents haven't been home. I could have opened the Christmas gift anytime I wanted. And I kept myself busy. I didn't worry about it. We had a great week of shows. Audience numbers still way, way up from where they were before all this craziness happened. I've been extremely happy about work. Tired. I've got the new summer schedule with the kids, and it's not going to wear me out all the time, but the first week is definitely fucking with me a little bit. It's fine. It'll be okay. But today has me rejuvenated. Yesterday, I was running on fumes by the end. Not that this is a difficult thing to do, but I'm a bitch. So yesterday I'm running on fumes. Today I feel great. I'm rejuvenated. This has been the show we've been waiting for. Keanu C. Thompson is here today. She's going to be coming in just a little bit. Her and Geno both like to make their fashionably late entrances. They like to look, Geno likes to make an entrance. And I think that rubs off on Keanu. And it works. I like it. They like it. If we're happy, you're happy. But she's got, I guess in this universe, you would say she's got Spaghettios to be spilling. Friday or Saturday night, I can't remember which one it was, but I'm going to bed early because weekends now we're going to bed early, running around all freaking day with the kids, doing all kinds of fun stuff. I'm an old, boring Menards dad now. Remember that. Old, boring Menards dad. So I'm laying in bed. I get a text from Geno and Keanu. We have a little group chat that we text in. Everybody's got one of those. She sends a text and lets me know, oh my God, Nick Rekieta has been lighting up my Instagram messages, just ranting at me. And apparently now what I found out is it was all just shitting on me. Like instead of, hi Keanu, this is Nick, you might have the wrong idea about me. And I hear you've been saying nasty things about me. And your friend April is okay. Don't worry about her. Just life is hard sometimes. And we've gone through some trials and tribulations, but we're getting help and blah, blah, blah. It's not that kind of message. If it would have been that kind of message, I mean, if I would have gotten that kind of message, probably wouldn't be talking shit. I like talking shit. I like talking about my life on my show. I always have, and my life happens to be interesting to some people now. And if there would have been a contrite message, if there would be some, I think that's what we've all been saying from the beginning. If there was some fucking contrition for what you've put people through, maybe you wouldn't be catching so much shit. Maybe if there was an ounce of humility and an ounce of my bad, an ounce of I fucked up. And I don't mean to put it this way, but if you would have been a little more like me, I'm not saying totally like me, because I'm dealing with a messy, terrible, horrible, awful, crazy situation, and I'm dealing with it very publicly. And anytime you do that very publicly, and you got two things. You got feelings and emotions, and you've got the feeling that you need to entertain people and keep them engrossed in this, keep them interested. Anytime you deal with something traumatic publicly, and you also feel like you need to entertain people, you are going to come off like a giant asshole. And I have come off like a giant asshole. I don't mean like asshole like mean or bad guy. I just mean like a guy who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And I do know what I'm doing. I know what I want to say. I know what I want to talk about. But at the same time, it's fucking scattershot, and it's crazy. And then you'll have people who hate you for it. And I've always responded to people hating me for something that I'm doing that I don't think is that I think is right. I've always responded to those people by just being dismissive. And that comes off as arrogant and dickish. Totally fine, totally fair. But like, that's the opinion of people who don't, that should be the opinion of people who don't like you. And then the people who love the show, they think the show's great, they're new fans of the show. We couldn't be nicer to them here. We absolutely love them. And the other thing is, when you like the show and you're a fan, here's the weird thing. We listen to you when you criticize the program. Like, if you're just an asshole and a dick every day, and you're like, I fucking hate this guy, he's a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. Why would I listen to your criticism? You're coming from a place of everything this guy does, I think he's an asshole. But if you love the show, or you just tolerate the show, and then you go, Aaron, I've noticed this. There's been so many things that I've changed about this show, because fans will go, you're doing this, dude. You can't see you're doing it, but you're doing this. And you go, oh, shit. You know what? I think I am. Good point. Now, when it comes to what we have coming up today, we have Keanu's perspective of things. We have another person coming forward and going, here's my dealings with Nick. And in listening to Keanu talk about her dealings with Nick, it's actually been very therapeutic for me, because I'm like, okay, so he doesn't just do that like when I'm around. Like, I'm not the only one who's seen that. He's doing this to other people now. Like, this is just, when you have a call, when you have a diagnosis of who someone is, and then you get third-party confirmation, you're like, I feel much better in the diagnosis that I've made. You know, like, it doesn't make you happy because it's a fucking guy doing drugs and drinking when he has 5 kids who have been taken away from him. It's bad enough to do drugs and drink and not take responsibility for what you've done when there's 5 kids in the house. Now the state has come and taken them away and given them to someone else, and you can't have them. And there's very little reason for any of us to believe that the behaviors have changed. That's fucking insane. And you haven't gone public and gone, I'm sorry, I fucked up, I apologize. Like, me going public and going, I fucked up, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm a complete fuck up, I'm trying to do better, my life is turning around, I'm feeling really good. That's one thing. But when you deny you've ever done anything wrong, and there's fucking evidence sitting right in people's faces that you fucked up and done something wrong, it gives off the vibe that you care about yourself more than you care about the people you claim to love. And when you've gone public acting like you're an angel and a man of God and a family man and aggressively monogamous, it makes you look like an even bigger shit weasel. Whereas a guy like me, I've always said I'm kind of a piece of shit. Like, I've done bad things in the past, and I'm trying to do better. You know, Ringo, I'm trying to be the shepherd. That's me. Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction. I'm the, what is it? I thought I was my brother's keeper, but I was the tyranny of evil men. But I'm trying to be the shepherd. You know, that's the journey. That's the goal, as it were. Goal today is 3:30. I like doing that. So with the show we have today, it's very interesting because it's obviously Gossip Girl Thursday. We're going to talk about all the hot gossip. We have many other gossip items, not just what Keanu's bringing us today, but also a little Liz Taylor, Bob Levy action. We've also got the Eric July. I'm excited to tell Keanu about the Eric July thing because this thing is getting really fascinating, and it's so gay, and it's so stupid. It's the perfect gossip item. It's a bunch of fucking comic book dorks fighting with each other on the internet. And I'm fascinated by it because I don't get it. Some people, they listen to gossip and they're like, I don't understand this gossip. I hate this. That's the gossip I love the most. When a group of people seem to be screaming and yelling about something and I go, what the fuck are you guys yelling about? That's interesting to me. But without further ado, let's bring her aboard because I hear her humming in my headphones. Okay. Keanu C. Thompson is here, humming a happy tune. How are you?
Hi, Aaron. Happy Gossip Girl Thursday.
Don't worry. I haven't been waiting for this one.
I know you're so excited. I feel that you may. Oh my gosh! Look, you scared me so much. I broke my microphone.
Oh, I thought it was a wild Bisconti.
It was a wild Bisconti. Oh my gosh! How could this?
What'd you do? Oh, what'd you do?
Oh my God! It'll be just fine. Hang on one second.
I've done the thing where I've got my mic stand. I didn't want to drill into my table, so I did the table clamp one, and I've moved the microphone and completely ripped the whole clamp off the table. And
look, you got me so excited. Now here, watch this. Hang on, I'll fix it. BRB.
What'd she do? You fucked up. You fucked up. You fucked up. See, I get people so excited to do shows that they break their shit. They just take their shit and they break it. That's so mean because I'm excited for today's show. We're not going to jump into the messages and I'm not even excited about the message. I don't care about the messages. I care about the nature of the messages, as it were. I'm more interested in Keanu's take and reaction. I always, when you have a favorite food or a favorite movie and it's kind of obscure and not many people have tried it, and then you see them try it and then you just kind of look at them and go, what do you think? I don't need you to totally tell me everything about the texture and everything else. I just want to know, I think this movie's really good. What do you think about this movie? And they're like, oh, this movie fucking rules. And there's a movie I've seen where I go, Keanu, this movie seems to me, in my experience, highly manipulative and perhaps almost a little Jim Jonesy. And then when they watch the movie, they go, oh my God, I've experienced this movie firsthand. I'm like, okay, thank you. We both feel the same way about this movie. I am interested in things like that. Mussolini Diff with $5 says, speaking of dork stuff, Disney released the worst Star Wars episode where lesbians get pregnant using the Force without needing a man. Oh, hell yeah. That's what we need. We need a world where women don't need no man to get pregnant. We just be having babies by finger fucking each other and shit. That's what you need. I'm good. I endorse that wholeheartedly. I endorse Disney destroying Star Wars. And for a very simple reason. Star Wars needs to die. It's enough.
Aaron.
Yes, Keanu?
Hi, Aaron. I'm back. I can tell you're excited because you did a weird, strange, hell yeah, black voice.
Oh, no. That was for the Star Wars. Right?
Yeah, that was for that.
I'm excited for black lesbians impregnating each other with finger blasting in Star Wars. I'm ready for Star Wars to die. I know that.
Listen, yes, I hear you. It's never been my favorite thing. I only liked, I didn't mind it. I have a gay brother that loves Star Wars to a certain extent. I saw them in the theater, but I only remember Natalie Portman as Padme with the lipstick, and basically that's it. And Jar Jar Binks. So
I remember back in the day that was like the shittiest Star Wars was ever gonna get. Star Wars fans, this is fucking terrible. This is the worst thing ever. Little did they know that they'd be seeing pregnant lesbians fingered into child bearing.
Is there more Star Warses now?
All they're doing is making Star Wars content. So Disney bought it 10 years ago or so, and they just Disneyfied the shit out of it and just keep cranking out Star Wars shit. They brought back Ewan McGregor to do a Obi-Wan Kenobi thing, and they've made 3 other movies, and they made 6 other movies.
Shirley Temple or Judy Garland, they worked their fingers to the bone.
Yeah,
until they died.
There's definitely I know now an era with you that you hold very sacred, because the Liz Taylor, Shirley Temple,
Elizabeth
Garland. You should have been a lesbian. Like,
I should have.
You're a couple Audrey Hepburn references away from being gay.
Do you think?
I think
I do sound like an old gay man when I speak sometimes.
Right.
Like an old gay man named Philip. It's like, you look there was an old gay man. You look just like Liz Taylor, he'd say. And I'm like, you're an alcoholic. And he would shake. I sound like him now.
Are we back to the Instagram messages, or are we talking about Philip?
Yes, it was actually him. I know you're excited. I will read them whenever you want. Also, I have decided I'm just going to read them exactly word for word. You can stop me at any point, and you can tell me your you can explain, and I'm going to absolutely read my responses. I wasn't going to do this, but
can I say this? If you don't feel comfortable doing that, I want to my whole take
I feel 100%.
Oh, okay. Because my take on it was you reading the messages and then me responding almost feels manipulative on my part.
Okay, so you want me to get through it all and then we can go
like,
back?
I was more.
Their page is long. This may take like an hour.
Yeah, I was more interested in your take on the general thing and just you bringing up his main points rather than because
I've decided
I know
though, I think it needs to be. I'm not going to show you on the screen. I'm going to read it to you because I read over it, and I really think you need you should really just hear it. Yeah.
Is it?
And so you just stop at any point and go like, okay, well, let me debunk that. I think that's the best way to go since you haven't seen them.
All right. I just don't.
You don't have to do it now.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have this. I talked about this yesterday on the show. It's just that like being around him and watching him has made me like see things I don't want to ever be. So like now I have, and I don't know if this is a version of PTSD or what.
And a 60-year-old gay man named Philip.
Yeah, I don't want to be a 60-year-old gay man named Philip. But like there's certain things that like I would have thought were totally fine before, but now I see them like taking an exit off the highway to like what could be Rekieta Road, and I'm like, I don't even want to go down that road because I don't want to ever be anything close to that thing, you know?
You're nothing when you hear any of this. I've read it over and over again, and it's basically I haven't heard from April, okay, in like her voice talking to me, Keanu, since March 3rd.
Wow.
Right? Since we were talking to you guys on your members only stream about the being groomsmen and bridesmaid in our wedding.
That
right?
wasn't the one. That wasn't the one where she was all geeked on in the.
Yeah, I know it's terrifying to watch back. Actually,
was it the Rekieta one where? Oh God, she was so bad in that.
If you go to it's March 3rd. It's your members only stream. That was the last time before that I think I had said a couple text messages like, everything all right? And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but you guys seem to be, I didn't say you guys. I was like, just checking on your girlfriend. I know you're a tough ass bitch. Get in contact with me, but we were sending you that stuff. And then she called me that day and she was like, can we say the good news on the stream? I'm like, well, yeah, of course. That was the last time I heard her like actual voice herself. Okay. Right.
Wow.
And then I sent her like the bridesmaids dresses. I'm like, you can pick from this one, this one, this one. I never heard from her again, basically. And then it's just a million text messages of me going like, it's okay. What's going on? Just call me. We don't have to talk about anything that's going on. Nothing. Let me just make you laugh. Let's not talk about anything heavy. Nothing. Then eventually when she did answer, I'm not even sure that's her.
You've made me paranoid about a couple of things. Like in your response to these messages, I'm like, boy, he must have really been a fucking mess in these messages. Cause like your takes that came out of it, I was like, I never even considered that. You know, like her messages are being ghost written or edited. And I'm like, that's legit Jim Jones shit. Like that's legit David Koresh stuff. Like I feel like now I'm the husband that left Waco And now I'm talking to the Netflix documentary people about like, I just wanted to get my family out of there, but I didn't get my whole family out of there, and it's too bad. But you got to move on and live your life and blah, blah, blah. So then you going, I feel like he's texting for her or editing her texts. I'm like the more I hear
right
from
now, okay, because she has not texted me in months. I got one text. Basically, it was, and I texted her on Kiki time, right?
Yeah.
It was the one time I got a response, and I've been calling and calling and calling. I know she never answers. And then it was not never answers. She would have in her normal brain.
Yeah.
But then I got one text back. Sorry, I've been distant. I've been distant from all of my friends and family. This is not the outcome I wanted. I'm like, what? I'm like, let's just talk. We don't have to talk about anything. Let me just make you laugh.
Now,
That's okay.
was this after that her and I had split up? Or before?
This is probably right when you told us. Actually, let me look. I think you had maybe, and we still, even when you called us and told us, like, looks like we're getting a divorce, she seems to be on hugs. We were gobsmacked. We were like, what?
Yeah.
Really? What, like, they're okay. All right. That's cool. So then, but you never told us to take any side or do anything. We'd call or do whatever. So then I got one text back from her. So this is I texted her at 6:27 in the morning.
Yeah.
Hey, girlfriend, haven't been calling or texting for any nefarious reason. Wholeheartedly just want to check on you and hear your voice because you're my friend. Give me a call or text back when you're ready. Before that, it was, calls and texts and da-da-da. Hey, you, I'm sorry I haven't been answered lately. I think this is actually her. Things have been hard. I'm going to sleep for a while longer. Can I call you a little later? I said, oh my God, I'm just happy you answered.
Yeah.
I'm not actually, I don't really want to read her text,
That's
but there
fine. Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
really
yeah.
much. There's
Right.
not much here. It's just mostly me.
When I got a text
I'm
from
sure
her,
it's been rough. Give me a call, get some rest. And then she did say something about you.
yeah.
I said, I hear you. But again, as she is my friend, I don't want to read her text messages.
I get that.
I'm free now. You can call me, you can call me anytime. I'll call you a bit later. She said she never did. That's the last time I even heard from her via text. That's in May.
Yeah.
Early May.
It's wild because I got a text from her once at like 5:30 in the morning, and it was a long text and it ended with good night. And that was a text where I was like, oh no. I was like, it was one of those texts where I'm like, I'm on the right path, but that's still rough to read.
You're supposed to be her. Yeah, right. And I mean, I don't know what timeline that was, if you guys were separated.
Yeah, that was
whatever.
It was done like here's how it went when we separated. Like, I would try to dip my toe back in the water and like try to have a conversation. And my plan was this nice conversation will maybe lead to some sort of, if not reconciliation, some sort of agreement on what's happening. Like, the lack of agreement on what reality was, and listening to Camelot made me actually feel really good on your show.
I have a note about him too. Yeah, in a good way. Yeah.
It's like listening to him say, look, when you're talking to an addict and you're not addicted, like, your realities aren't even the same. You're in two different worlds. And so like when I would like continuously hearing you're a monster, you're terrible, you're an awful person, you're blah, blah, blah. And you're sitting there and you start taking this rigorous personal inventory. You're like, God, what am I doing that's so monstrous? What have I done? Oh my God, what am I? I'm a monster. I do this. And like, I remember one time when she moved her clothes out, I made a list. Like, I literally wrote a letter where I made a list. I'm like, maybe these are the things she's taught. Like, maybe I did this and the way she saw this was terrible. And I wrote down like the worst possible things about myself I could think of, because I thought, okay, if I give her this, she will take the same.
You're like, I'm ugly. I make Spaghettios terribly.
It was worse than that. It was like, I've been too hard on you. When you ask me to stop being hard on you, I may not listen, and I may just feel like I have to make this point, and it's a terrible, monstrous thing to do. And I even used her words back to her. I go, monstrous, terrible, blah, 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 blah. thinking in my brain going, she will see this. She will go, oh, maybe I'm being heard. Here's my rigorous moral inventory.
That's your nerdy analytical brain.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's nice to you. You recognize your foibles, though, with April. It's like, yes, I shouldn't have put her on this show.
Yes.
I probably shouldn't have exposed her to the internet.
Well,
and then now, what was worse, you didn't expect and you didn't know would happen either.
No.
So you recognize that, though. You're like, you know what? If I were to do it again, I would have cherished her and kept her away from the internet.
Well,
even though in my opinion, when I'm like, these two are a great team.
Yeah.
You know, it just went downhill.
In fairness, when I brought her aboard, it was like the thought was, I'm cherishing her. She hates this job. She loves doing shows with me. Well, let's do this. And I've said before, the best time in our relationship was when I would do this show. I would finish the show. I would drive to Subway or somewhere like that, pick up a sandwich, go to her work, pick her up for her lunch, and we'd sit out in the parking lot in my car, and we'd just eat, and we'd listen to either Compound Media or we'd listen to Red Bar, oddly enough.
What you mean when you guys were shitting on me and Geno?
This was even before we ever shit on you guys.
I know, God. If one more person tells me, did you guys see this? We're like, we know.
Oh, did you know that you guys are just waiting to stab me in the back and this is all being planned? Have you heard that one yet?
Aaron, isn't it funny? Some people can be genuine every once in a while.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild? Isn't it bizarre to think? No?
You know, the fucked up thing about like the whole like broadcast my foibles journey I've been on is the most fucked up part of it is when I read messages from people who are like, dude, Aaron's completely full of shit. He's just pretending to be a bad guy so he can suck people in. I'm like, I'm admitting that I've been a shitty person because I think people will like me. I'm like that.
I actually, to be honest with you, when I met the both of you, I'm like, I'm not sure about him, but I love her.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, it didn't take me long to go like, okay, he's just sort of he's sort of an odd nerd.
Oh,
he
no, the word, no.
He didn't mean, he's not working us. He didn't mean like any of those things that he said about us. Because I was
the word
like
you
used
like, with Camelot was doofus. You called me a doofus. And you know the worst part was you called me a doofus like in a compliment, like defending me.
I say that lovingly.
To defend your friend, you said Aaron's a doofus.
I went because I'm like, okay, we're gonna go do this show. I'm like, I know they've said this. When we met you guys, we all clicked immediately, obviously, which is why people thought we were swinging. Duh. But I'm like, give me a second about him. I'm like, no, he actually does like us. They just like our company. We all work. I mean, how easy was it? How easily did we all four like click?
Yeah.
And not in a swinging way.
No.
Or a drug way or anything like that. We all really did. I'm like, I'm not sure about him. She seems nice. But then I'm like, okay, yeah, he is. He's just a doofus.
Just a doofus.
Yeah.
I'm not,
perfectly fine,
I can't, anyone who knows me for more than 5 minutes goes, I don't think this guy could ever be nefarious. He can't shut up long enough to hide anything. Like, he can't.
No, my God. You reveal way too much.
Yes.
You just wear hard on your damn sleeve.
Yeah.
For Christ's sake. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
I remember when the swinging rumors were going on, like Geno and I were upstairs, you guys were doing the show and we were reading the chat and Geno and I looked at each other and we started talking. We were like, these poor girls. We're like, not only do they have to be subjected to the two of us in real life, but in the fake internet life, now they have to be in a situation with this other person, which seems equally punishing for them. We're like, we're really getting the better end of this deal.
I know. Even people would go like, we don't even know how they like fuck their respective partners, let alone the other's respective partners. Like, and I'm like, yeah, exactly. It would make absolutely no sense. We made so many jokes about it. Even that, like, when I passed April that note on that stream, I'm like, should we kiss? She kept it. She kept it forever. And then, she kept my golf ball from when we went golfing, right?
The golf ball is
like,
still in the entertainment center. Yeah.
I know. She was. She still
isn't
is.
that the
She'll get out of it.
isn't that the craziest part about? And again, hearing Camelot talk about his experience, I was like, okay, like there was a weird "I'm not alone" thing in listening to his description of it, because he goes, because it kind of clarified the position I've always had, which was losing someone to addiction, like especially a marriage, like someone you loved.
And you have to think Camelot, he's like, I grew up, other than my parents, I don't know how I got out of it. My whole family's meth heads. His brother died from fentanyl. His sister has been sober for years now, but was a complete and total drug addict. He said, he's like,
by the way, way to shit on Nick subtly with that one kid comment. I caught
went,
that.
oh, she had one kid, and that's when she got clean, when she just had one kid.
I caught it.
But he did say, and he's nothing but honest. And that's why I knew, like, I'm like, this will be a really interesting conversation, because I've known him from we were at the content house with him. I find him completely so genuine. And even though he's Nick's buddy, or was.
I think because he was really hard on him.
Yeah. Well, what stuck with me was, I know that, like me, like, see how I don't give a fuck about Nick? I'm like, I don't give a fuck about you at all. I don't know you. He doesn't give a fuck about you or April, really, but he knows addicts. And what stuck with me was when he said, what makes you think they're not using now? I'm like, no fucking. He went, no, I'm telling you, Keanu, you are standing in the way. Say she came and stayed with you and Geno or whatever for a couple days or whatever. Yeah. It's standing in the way of her, like, next. And I don't know that for a fact or whatever, but I'm like, it never even occurred to me that after they would get out of, jail, that they would even possibly be that way, but or be using. And it's just speculation, but he's probably right. He's like,
well, I mean, the messages you got, the way you described them to me, remind me of messages I used to get from him late at night, and they were probably frantic and long and wordy and one after the other.
Insane.
That was always.
I will read them all to you.
I will say this: that was him on coke. Like when he was doing coke, that's the kind of messaging he would do, and he would torture poor Kayla with messages. I mean, because I would be hanging out with her, and it would just be, and then he'd blame her. Like, I got sat down by April and Nick so many times to talk so they could tell me what a problem Kayla was in this whole thing. And that's
blow. Don't you think? Because like, you're like, what's going on? Why are they doing this? But that's their like high brain. You're like, what?
Camelot saying Aaron was the only sober one. I'm like, yeah, that's why I felt insane. That's why I felt like I was the monster. Like when I would be called a monster, I would be like, oh my God, what have I done? Like, what am I doing wrong? This and that. And then I realized after I was gone, I have an aunt who's a mental health specialist. She treats veterans. And she said, you were a monster, she said, to them. The reason you couldn't find what you were being a monster for is because you were being a monster for trying to get in the way of, you were making them feel bad about their drug use.
Right.
And if
they're doing it, you're the odd one out.
I'm the monster.
You must go. You're the monster.
Yeah.
It's not so bad. See? Oh my gosh. And
I would tell April, because April would go to Nick after we would fight, and then Nick would give her the talk about cocaine that he would give me about how great it is and how people don't understand.
And actually, yes, you don't understand.
And the Aaron's a monster.
Capitalize it.
Yeah. So the Aaron's a monster stuff and I would try to point this out to them. I go, guys, the beginning of these fights is always me going, can we cool it on the blow? Can we cool it on the cocaine?
Let's go do something, but there's no talking to people.
That was the other thing. I would always go like, can we take the kids to the mall? I remember one time, this was so heartbreaking. Kayla and I were going to take the kids to the mall. And just because I was like, we're going to go walk around, have some fun.
Just you saying that, I'm like, you know what? Let me just go back 1 second. Geno had no fucking idea what the fuck was going on. We're like, should we ask Aaron and April to be in her wedding? We're like, this will be the funniest thing ever. Like the fact that he asked you improperly with this stupid headshot. We're like, this is hilarious. We had no fucking clue.
Right.
So you're like, me and Kayla are gonna take the kids to the mall.
I know.
I can't even fathom this.
You can see that there's still there's residue left where I'm like, oh, let me tell this story like it's totally normal. Not realizing that everyone I tell it to is going, wait, back the fuck up. What do you mean you and your girlfriend were going? That was like, somebody was talking to me the other day and they're like, and you've just gone through a terrible breakup. And I go, yeah, my marriage ended. They go, well, no, your girlfriend also. And I'm like,
Yeah,
I didn't
had a full-blown girlfriend.
I had a full-blown girlfriend. And so I had, Jesus Christ. So Kayla and I were going to go to the mall and bring the kids there because I'm dying to get out of the house. Actually, earlier that week, I had told her, I go, let's go take the kids to a movie, at the mall.
Something. Get me out of here. Right.
So her and I were looking up movies and this and that. And it was just something happened the night before, and Nick got on her about it, and she fought him about it, and it was this giant mess, and she was fucking depressed. And I remember I walked into the bedroom, and this was one of the last times I was ever there. This was such an angel and devil. This is one that I saw as like a me versus Nick for the control of the souls of these people moment. I poked my head in the bedroom. I go, I'm going to take the kids to the mall, Kayla. Let's go. And she looked over at me with like puppy dog eyes, and she go, like she wanted to go to the mall, and she looked over at Nick, and he goes, I don't give a shit, whatever you want to do. And she goes, I'm sorry, I just can't. And I'm
so manipulative.
And
yeah.
I'm like, fuck.
That's why I think, Aaron, I don't think you had any concept of maybe what was going on too. I think that Kayla ended up having feelings for you.
She was she fully admitted.
She was sort of thrown at you in like some sort of
she admitted
distraction.
I think the third time her and I ever like hung out alone, she said to me, she goes, because like the feelings part happened kind of quick. Because like I didn't even start with feelings. I just started with, and I feel terrible saying this, but none of this is good. So whatever. But like this is a cold way to say it, but there's an old Bill Maher line, and I don't feel bad saying it because I feel like Nick, April, Kayla, everyone felt the same way. There's an old Bill Maher line where he said, you show me a pretty girl, I'll show you a guy tired of fucking her. And my appetites at that time were, ooh, new person, built a little different, looks a little different, like something a little something different. I'm not a good guy in this story. Like I'm not, there's no white hat and black hat. It's all just terrible fucking people doing terrible fucking things.
No, I
being
think
remarkably
that
selfish.
I think you were a little bit even more manipulated than you think, actually.
Well, at any rate, this is where,
because you are a good guy, but you did bad things.
Yes, but yes. I've always been a little bit of a shit with women. Not like mean to them, bad. In fact, we've talked about this before, very good with them. Too good. And sometimes when things get tough, I just go, is there anybody else who thinks I'm good? Like,
this is why you're Elizabeth Taylor. You're gonna be married 5 fucking times, right, or whatever. Yeah. So, you cut off easily and move on to the next thing easily. That's not it's not necessarily bad. It's like, well,
yeah. No, what I definitely need is someone very strong and honest.
You need to be alone for right now. That's what not alone, live your life, but I know you're sort of dating or what have you, because how could you help yourself? But I'm glad said lady is like, let me miss you, homie. Yeah. Could you just,
that's her whole thing.
Yes,
like
take it the fuck slow.
The thing she said was, she goes, how great is what we're doing right now? I go, it's fucking fantastic. I go, let's do that. She goes, let's do that then. She goes, why don't we just do that? She goes, I really miss you. She goes, and that's good. She goes, just because you miss someone, you don't have to move them into your house. And I'm like, I know that.
Exactly,
now.
Aaron, you're right. You're like, okay, move in, and then will you sit next to me during my show? And then eventually you'll be my co-host, and I've already told them we're in love, and da-da-da-da-da. You can't do it. You can't do it. Just, there's something to be said for a little bit of aloofness and ambivalence.
But there's also
you can't just, she's paying attention to me.
But here's where it wasn't healthy, and here's where I agree with you, actually, that all 4 of us should have never met each other.
I don't think all 4 of you should have.
No.
And I'm okay with it, because that I think one day April will turn around and see this and she will be my friend again, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm thankful that I met the both of you in that capacity.
Sure.
But when you guys were good, I have pictures in my phone, you guys being affectionate and lovely, and like I mistook it because you guys were really like a lovely couple. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know, but
two things.
Yeah.
The internet happened and drugs happened.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, the internet happened first, and
Yeah.
then the drugs is.
I didn't protect her from what I knew this business could be, because I thought she would. Again, you know how we talk about how she was Little Nick? I can't pretend that I've always been totally innocent because I didn't notice it at the time, but she also became Little Aaron at one time. And so I saw that kind of, and I was like, well, then she'll be able to handle all this because I don't give a shit. I mean, even amongst people who don't like me, they will say, like, your troll handling skills are remarkably different than anyone else's. Like, you just handle
The
it.
meaner, the better.
The
Go
meaner,
ahead.
the better. And then you're a bigger, arrogant dick and you're a cunt to them. And then people go, oh, this guy's an asshole. Like, no. Just to this person who's being a dick. Everyone else, you guys are cool.
Right.
But like, I thought she would kind of take on the same attitude towards it. And you forget that people are different and they don't. And
I have a hard time. Maybe that might be our only thing in common, and maybe our only thing. Literally our only thing. I have a hard time wondering. I'm like, why don't you understand? Why aren't you like me? This is how I would deal with it. Why don't you deal with it like this? Why aren't you exactly the same way? And people go to me, not everyone's like you. Like, okay.
Yeah.
I get it. All right. I'm like, well, why can't you understand that that's with the Nick texts? I'm offended that he would think I was so stupid to text me like that.
Yeah.
Like that I would be so dumb. It offends me. Like, why aren't you like me? Why don't you understand that absolutely that's not going to work? That might be our only thing in common. So you're thinking that about April. And she's trying to be like a good wife to you and be like, well, yes, I'll be on the show. I do remember having extensive conversations with her. I'm like, you can't listen to.
Yeah.
Don't look at any comments. Don't look at anything. Do not respond.
I tell all my co-hosts, don't look at the chat. I got the chat. Don't worry, but people can't help it. They
can't help it. Not even that. The chat can be fun. That's fine. They go by and by. It's the Twitter thing. April would respond to, she'd be like, oh, I'm going to respond to chat on Twitter. And I'm like, don't even look. The power of ambivalence. Don't even fucking look. Yeah. Nails.
Yeah.
But,
block them. You're good.
That's where you faltered, I think.
Yeah. Oh,
when
yeah.
It was good.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other problem. The two women I've married were both kind of into the idea of being involved in the show in some way, and they liked the attention they got from it. And
the other one too, really?
Yeah, she would call in and she on the radio show, and she would tell, like, even like when we were going through a divorce, she wanted to like be on the show, and that was weird. But that's a story for a different day. Oh yeah, so like, so like when you have that and you have this thing you're really passionate about, and your partner wants to partake in it, like, especially someone like me, you're never going to get a no out of me. So I kind of become a runaway train in that sense. And it's like, once we got on that train, it's like the destination was already set. I just didn't know it. And she didn't know it. Like once that happened, it was predetermined, the result. Maybe not exactly, what we ended up doing. It's fucking insane. But like, this was,
I mean, I'm gobsmacked still. We don't even know how this fucking happened.
This was going to end in a fiery wreck, because here you are being very excited about something I'm insanely passionate about. I love you. You love me. And even through the terrible fucking shit that the internet put us through, it would always be a terrible thing happens. It wounds, it scars for a couple of weeks or a month.
And then you guys, we're in it together, baby.
There were so many times where she and I would come to each other and go, we got past that and we're doing great. I'm so happy, blah, 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 blah. But the problem is you can only do that so many times until.
And this is why they call you a narcissist. And actually, I don't believe that you are. You're just a doofus.
Right.
That's what you're into. what's April into, and maybe and I know she's 29.
Yeah.
I'm 31, right? I think maybe she doesn't know exactly what she's into yet. You picked her up from a goddamn painting company or something.
Yeah.
And she just likes sitting in a tree and hunting.
Well, and
so
that's just it. Like, and I started hunting, I started fishing, I started playing tennis, and the tennis I actually really enjoyed. I like playing tennis. And she would go to the boxing gym and stuff like that. And it's like, and I look back at that now, and at the time it's like, oh my God, we're doing each other's hobbies and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, okay, are you doing it because you both love it, or are you doing it because you like to see the other person's reaction when you do the thing they like? And that makes you,
right. But then having her on the show, and I thought you guys were great.
Yeah.
There was a time like they're really fucking solid.
Yeah.
And very professional, and it just went all downhill. I guess whatever happened. That's why it went downhill. But I don't think. Also, you have to realize too. And I remember April telling me this too. Your littlest kid was like a little baby. Baby.
Yeah.
So she basically inherited 3 children when she married you, right? And that's a lot. I can't even imagine having one child, and I'm 31. I wouldn't have one because I know who I am, and I'm just icky. Ew, can't. Love Chrissy's baby. Ugh, squish it so much.
But you can give it back.
But she inherited not only, she inherited a newborn, and then your other 2 kids, and I don't doubt that she did love those kids, but that's a lot for how old was she when you all got together?
25.
25? No, oh my God.
Yeah. And it's funny that you mentioned that, because we took like 1 week off when we first started dating, because I did have a moment where I she was getting out of another relationship. Like, she went right from this other guy to me. And it was a struggle. When we first met, we weren't like together. We were just hanging out. And then we kind of got to this point where like, what are we? And do we need to cut out any other people and just be this? And that was kind of a messy. And then it was messy and troubling. And like, both of us were like, I don't want to tell you because I don't want you to feel bad and blah, blah. So it's just weird.
But I still kind of do talk to my ex.
Well, yeah. And so then you have this thing where she's like, so I'm in the mood where I'm like, I got 3 kids. I got a life that I got to live. I can't like hold it up for other people. I feel bad. I feel terrible, but like, that's kind of how my life is. I don't have a choice. Like, I got 3. And ultimately that's what ended our relationship too, is me going, I got 3 fucking kids. If I don't pull my fucking head out of my ass.
Well, now she has 5. Just kidding. They're not there. I'm just kidding.
But in this situation, it was, if I don't pull my head out of my ass, I'm going to lose everything that's important to me. Instead of like, I basically had to cut off the arm that was my wife to save the rest of my family. It's not an optimum situation, but it's reality. So when we first started hanging out, there was a week where we split, because I told her, I go, I don't know if I can do this. I go, you're young and I've got 3 kids. That was one of the points I brought up. I go, I got baggage. I don't know if you're going to be able to take that baggage, this, that, and the other. Like, you're young and you have this. She's like, and she's in tears. She's like, no, I finally realized, like, I want this. This is what I want, blah, 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 blah. She goes away for a week. She's fucking, I devastated her. I felt so bad, but I was also like, I need time and space to think about whether or not I'm doing this. Like, because I got so much shit going on. So finally one night, it was the NFL draft. That was kind of our anniversary. I just called her up and I'm like, because she was texting me all week. She was like, I swear I'm ready, blah, 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 all this stuff. And I'm like, I'm going to think. It was like one of the few times in my life, relationship-wise, where I actually did pump the brakes and think for a little bit. And I finally one night said,
and you're like, you know what? Fuck it. Come on in.
That's what, but it was like heartfelt, but it was like, fuck it, let's do it. And she came over and it was like, that night was fucking incredible. And in the end, I never doubted, even in the worst parts of dealing with this, as I move on from it now, I never doubted the fact that she wanted me. And I never doubted the fact that I wanted her. But I
thought you guys were a great couple.
Amazing.
I really did. Yeah.
I think we both said, even after she moved her stuff out, we both said, when it was good, it was incredible. Like the best ever when it was good. But now the kid thing, I don't want this to come off as an insult, but I think she wanted to be a certain thing, but I don't think she ever really could. I think she wanted to. I don't think it was nefarious. I don't think it was bad. But as I talk to my 10-year-old more now, and, you know, my therapist has kind of helped me, like, here's how you talk. Because I'm like, I don't want to put ideas in the kid's head. How do I just talk to her? And,
if your 10-year-old's cutting out, as soon as she's gone for 5 seconds, she's cutting out the April out of the pictures in the house. It's
and
like,
I was talking to her a couple weeks ago. My 10-year-old said, Dad, and I said, hey, I'm sorry she got this way, you know, recently. I just want you to know it's not necessarily her, blah, blah, blah. It kind of just, whatever. And my 10-year-old dropped a bomb on me where she goes, Dad, she's been different to us for like a year.
yeah.
And I'm like, really? I'm like, oh, that
I don't think she
sucks.
got that. 25 is like, and I act like I'm like so wise. But 25, you want to still party.
Yeah.
You inherit a newborn and like a bunch of kids. To us, and we never met your kids. Me and Geno never ever met your children, right?
Right.
But I do remember her saying like, yeah, this is rough. This is rough. The youngest one was like a little baby and I moved in here and I'm, you know, this is kind of insane. And just girl to girl, we would have those conversations. I'm like, well, you seem to be doing great. She seemed so fucking responsible and wise beyond her years to me, you know?
Her and the
still,
ex-wife got really territorial and fought a lot.
I'm sure.
That was hard for me because, like,
I mean, your ex-wife's probably just like, fuck this 25-year-old bitch around my fucking kid, my newborn. Yeah, that must have been fucking horrible.
And then I'm in the middle and I have to explain to the woman I love, I'm like, you understand I have to maintain a relationship with this person too. Like, I can't alienate this person, or they have the ability to fuck me up if they want to.
Yeah.
Like, so I gotta, you know, and I'd take April's side on stuff and then I'd fucking end up in mediation and you're paying lawyers and all this shit. And I'm like, and you just, you start to resent the other person because you're like, would you at least acknowledge that, like, I'm fucking doing this to get your back and rally for you and what you feel you think your rights should be or whatever. Like, that always got, now we're getting into like all the shit that, you know.
I know. It's therapy, gossipy girl Thursday.
And I'm sure that if you sat her right here, there'd be 15 things that I didn't know about that she'd go, that I didn't do. And if I looked in myself, I'd go, oh, yeah.
Oh, because you're a doofus.
Yeah. I'm a doofus. Right.
You'd be like, oh, fuck. Right.
And
not a narcissist, just a doofus.
Just a doofus. Or as my therapist says, you're a highly sensitive person.
Oh, God. Fuck your therapist. Jesus, God.
My therapist.
You're a doofus and you don't pay attention sometimes.
So I don't think that's being a doofus. I think that's being a guy. So I don't know. This came from the Kayla Mall story, for Christ's sake. But
yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's stay on track or else we'll be here until 6 p.m. Right. So Kayla Mall story.
Yeah. So she doesn't go to the mall and I go to the mall with the kids. And it was a nice time.
You and just all of their kids?
No, I think 2 of mine and 1 or 2 of theirs.
And you just went.
I just went to the mall. I didn't want to fucking
with the kids,
dude. Yeah. By the end, I was obnoxious. I'm sure I was very obnoxious. Where I was like, guys, I don't want to sit in this room all day. I want to go somewhere.
Oh, so you would just take the kids like the Manny?
Yeah, I had to get my son.
And then they would just sit there and do blow. I don't know how you did it.
I had to I had to get my son a new baseball bat because his was getting too small for him. So I'm like, I want to go to the mall and I want to get my son a baseball bat. And maybe go.
Who's with me?
And then Kayla and I were going to take the kids to a movie. My girlfriend and I were going to take the kids to a movie while my wife and her, Jesus fucking Christ,
limp dicked, culty boyfriend.
Look, I need to say something about that because people think I'm just shitting on Nick when I bring up that story about the limp dick and everything. Let me tell you something.
No, I'm shitting on him. You didn't have to tell me that.
Let me tell you something. No, I feel bad. I feel bad.
I don't feel
when
bad.
This thing first when you start something like this, it is so fucked up. And I do believe in your body sending you messages, There, like the first couple of times, I struggled a little bit because I think my body was telling me, dude, no. Like, this isn't what we're supposed to be doing. Like, you got it. Because, like, that had never been a thing for me. So that kind of fucked me up when it was like I had to get into the mindset. Come on, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. And you
were you on
hesitated.
drugs, though? Like
No.
Molly or, yeah.
Well,
no.
there were times where, like, if it was Molly, I just, nah.
Yeah.
But no, I'm saying, like, the first couple of times, it was like I'd end up doing it, but like there would be moments where I would be like,
come on, get it going.
And I honest to God do believe that it was my body going, bro, what the fuck are we doing right now?
Yeah.
Like the anxiety of it. Like the anxiety of it would make it, because I was doing something that even though I was saying I wanted to do it, I think it was so outside my character that it was, there was an element of forcing yourself to be something that you think you want to be when you really aren't.
Right. Right. That's why it's so shocking.
Right.
It's like, what? But there is something to be said for, you said openly, like, they said that Nick had like impotence problems, correct?
I don't know if you'd call it impotence problem. I think the guy just did a shitload of drugs and sometimes shit wouldn't work.
It's coke. He was on blow all day long. That's what it is. Yeah. I mean, he's got 5 kids. He doesn't have impotence problems. He's just on blow.
Yeah, it's just coke. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the blow. Right. So but you're like, my emotions. Oh my God, I'm not sure if this is right. Then you quickly got over that and you took the kids to the mall and it was good.
Yeah, like I kind of treated it like the cokeheads said they wanted to treat it, not realizing this is just the rambling of people on coke. Another thing I've kind of learned as I've gotten away from it is all the ideas and the shit they would say. Like, we could do this, we could end up doing this together and blah, blah, blah. And when you're sober, you're like, oh, they mean it. All right, let's work towards that. Not realizing
that is the weirdest thing ever, because if you're the sober one, you're like, oh, they mean this. You're like, oh, wait.
They're on coke and they're
just
rambling.
high.
Yeah. I didn't put that together until after I left. So I'm sure.
You're a doofus.
Right.
You're
When,
a doofus.
when I get called a monster and shit like that, I look back on it. I go, oh my God, I probably do sound like a monster because all these things these people said while they were high, here's the sober person going, I'm like the pig who built his house out of bricks. They're like, what's he doing fucking working towards this shit? What's
stupid bricks?
What?
We have all this hay over here.
Yeah. Well, or powder, they more made it out of granulated.
They made a house out of powder.
Out of powder.
And then they ate it all.
And then the Candy, Ohio County Police blew it down. But
with a battering ram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole thing is just when you're, Camelot helped me kind of understand that on your show where he's like, Aaron was the only sober one.
I was about to say, he's like, he said, Aaron's not my cup of tea.
Right.
Tried to watch a show, and then I'm like, yeah, I know. He rubs you the wrong way. And he goes, no, but as far as I can tell, he was the only sober one of them.
Yeah.
So I
when a guy
get it.
when a guy who's friends with the other guy and legit says he doesn't like you, when that guy defends you, that is a really like remarkably Christ level honest dude.
He is. I told you I love him. He's nothing but if not just honest,
genuine. Yeah.
I think he's just worried about his friend, and his friend Nick, who I think is a culty narcissist. He needs some help.
And I got the vibe from him during your show that he wasn't necessarily, that he used to be concerned of his friends. I was getting the vibe that he was ready to do the Pontius Pilate washing my hands kind of a thing.
I think, no, it's like how I'm trying to give April tough love.
Yeah.
Not that I've ever been a drug addict, but I was in an abusive relationship, right? That's what I said last time too. And what my friends did for me, because I couldn't, and that's in a way an addiction. They alienate you from your friends, and for some reason you just can't seem to go away, get out of that, because it feels like you'll die without it. if my friends didn't give me tough love in that situation, then and if they weren't honest with me, then I would have never gotten out of it. So I think he's probably trying to be that way with his buddy Nick. But if he just keeps on,
yeah, Nick doesn't take direction or hints or outside insight. He doesn't do that.
No, right? But I think he's probably trying to, like, I'm just gonna be. I think Camelot's probably just like, I'm gonna be honest about this, and he keeps calling me, tells me to say whatever I want, and I want him to get some help because I actually care about the guy.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't do it, tough love. That's it. I'm going to tell the truth. That's it.
And so. I trust his judgment because of his experience. And when he said, why would you think that they're not using? And then you told me about, and that mixed with you telling me about the messages. I'm like, I've got a shitload of messages on my phone from Nick. And there's even one where I tell him, because he's ranting and raving and blah, blah, blah. And I texted him.
After they got out of jail?
No, before. This is before, this was the night I left and he told me to K myself. I wrote,
and he said, you
lied to me and my wife.
On.
Yeah, you lied to me and my wife, and you lied to my wife about me. And like, all I told your wife was that you're an addict and you guys all need to stop. Like that, I'm not lying to you about your wife. Nick had this thing where if you broke from his narrative, you were a liar.
I took the liberty because somebody left a comment about this. Remember how I keep saying culty narcissist, right?
Yes. Real quick, because we're gonna get off this, and I'm terrible at this. I'm sorry.
No,
but I have a text from him, just ranting and raving and going off. And I did write back to him because I started noticing patterns. I noticed this with your messages. I wrote back to him. I go, oh, it must be Coke and booze hour.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could always tell just by the way the messages were. And then sadly, April became the same way because, like I said, that night where she came to get her stuff, and I said, the first night she came to get her stuff, and where she went through the house and everything else. And I talked to her, and her and I started talking about memories and how emotional this was. And we were.
When was that? Was that? Oh, when she cleaned out her closet or whatever?
No. This was far after when we decided it's over. You know, I had already filed divorce papers and she had the papers and everything. And she goes, it was really hard doing that and the memories and blah, blah, blah. And we started talking and it was really nice. And, you know, she had been gone from Spicer all day. And I was like, when I was texting with her, I said to, God, I can't remember who I was talking to, but I told him, I go, I haven't talked to this person since 2023. Like, I was like, I've not known this person since 2023. And then she got back, and an hour later, the nature of the text messages changed. And I was like, that's all the confirmation I need. Like, it was like I was accidentally doing a science experiment. Like, here's situation A, she's her old self. Here's situation B, here's the control, and now here's the change. Like, you don't just change, you don't just go in your mind, you're like, hey, I like these really nice text messages with this person I have to separate from, to just turn really nasty and ugly. Something happens, either drinking
I didn't
or
hear
drugs.
one word from her until after you told us what was going on. I went, I'll text her on Kiki time. It was 6 a.m. Immediately texted me back. I'm like, I'm just glad you even answered. I'm like, oh, it makes sense. Okay.
There's a red flag a bit. Yeah.
Like, I don't want to talk about anything. Just please just answer me or whatever.
I'm sorry. So you were saying something else. I just wanted to finish the Coke and booze
somebody
hour.
commented, it's pure, like the Nick thing. It's the pure fucking, the reason I say culty thing is, listen to this. This is like the Manson thing, right? It's lure, love bomb. I know you don't understand that, right? But now you do. You know what love bombing is.
I know. I thought I was love bombing people. I found out I had the definition completely wrong.
It's completely wrong. He was like, no, I'm just love bombing them. No,
I thought
bad,
that meant
bad.
being very affectionate up front. That's
no. It's just it's overly affectionate to gain something and control. Yes. No, you don't right. Lure, love bomb, isolate. So lure. They lured you both in, I think. Love bombed you. I think they both sort of did. Like, yeah, it's wonderful. Isolate from other people. Exclude.
Wait, hold on. I want to take these step by step. Isolate. Yeah. Aaron, April, move into the house next door to us. We'll raise our families together.
Isolate you from everyone else. Lure you in love bomb you. It's all like a loving culty thing. We could trade wives. It's easy. It's so exciting. It's fine, right? And then isolate, move in next door.
Yeah.
You don't need to see the other parts of the world. You don't need to talk to anybody else. Then exclude, that would be you.
Oh, yeah. Get the problem out of the way.
Get the problem out. And then extricate, that's you again. Problem is gone, right? Then they
now we're free to put the credit cards on the fucking nightstand and just chop it up right there. Right, because when I saw April's credit cards were on the nightstand with cocaine. Now, they had cocaine on them, right? Yeah. And I was like, they never did cocaine on the nightstand. And I was like, April's cards were never used. They always had cards that were in the safe that they would use for the cocaine. So I'm like,
just sitting on the fucking nightstand. Yeah, that's an addiction.
Right.
Yeah,
so now I'm sitting there, and that was the first time I realized. I go, once I was gone, the fucking training wheels are off, and they went fucking apeshit. That was the moment. Like when I saw that in the arrest report affidavit, I was like, that removed a lot of guilt from my shoulders. Because
you're like, oh fuck, it's even worse than when I left it.
Right. When I saw that, I was like, oh, that's what they meant by the monster. Okay, that's how I was a monster. That's how I was a piece of shit. And that made me...
What did Camelot say? And you were stopping them from
the
that thing that they needed. And Kayla too, I'm telling you, like, same thing. Even though she'd be like, well, once we're done with this one, and I feel like her job in the cultiness of it was to keep you kind of at bay.
I also think
we're falling apart over here, so you wouldn't ever like... Maybe actually, so that you wouldn't ever like be like, I need to do something about this, you know?
After I left, she kept communicating and we kept talking.
Right.
And keep him calm. Yeah, there were parts of me that were like, because she would be like, I love you and you and I can still have this relationship and blah, blah, blah. And I really did think her to be a genuine person, but thinking back, it's like, she was trying to get me to not rat anybody out. And then also...
They had this fucking plan from, I honestly, in my opinion, from long before.
When they got out of jail, she wrote to me, and that's the text I released that I feel bad about. But I was like, Nick was saying...
whatever.
Yeah, Nick was like, Aaron's a liar, blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, here's a warning shot. There. This is a piece of what I have. Cut the bullshit.
You're a doofus, not a liar.
Right, I'm a doofus, not a liar. But yeah, when she said, if we can't have a relationship, please don't go to the world and tell them about a relationship I thought was special to you and I and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, that's
what are you still trying to do, bitch? Okay.
That's
now I go away. Yeah. All right. Yes. Don't tell the world about this. This is why, and this brings us to the Nick Rekieta messages, right?
Yeah.
To me, and I don't even know him from a hole in the wall. I think I may have been on one stream with him. He's trying to, instead of getting his children back, focusing on his family, trad dad, and his wife. Nobody gamps out. We don't even know where she is. Correct.
Right. April and Nick have been spotted all over town. Picking up
Dairy
food,
Queen.
Right. And Kayla nowhere. I mean...
I'm glad if Kayla's like, okay, fuck this, I'm out.
But there's also the possibility that Kayla's just holed up in the bedroom and just doing what she's always done. And it's like, I agree with you. And maybe this might be me just saving my own pride, but I do believe this in my heart of hearts. I do believe it started out, Kayla and I were like the B-side couple in the whole thing. Just kind of like, okay, keep him busy. So, whatever. And she even said it herself. She goes, at the beginning of this, I didn't know I'd develop such feelings for you. And then I do think...
That's exactly what a fucking manipulator would do, though. But I know it might seem like...
Yeah, but she goes, I really
ridiculous,
do... She's like, I really do love you. I think you're my soulmate, blah, 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 this and that, the other thing, and blah, blah.
No one that actually falls in love with somebody goes like, I think you're my soulmate. It's playing on your emotions. And I'm not saying she didn't have some feeling for you.
I do think that she would have I think she would have loved anyone who wasn't Nick.
Definitely.
I think she wanted away from all that punishment and abuse and everything else. I think I held a place that anybody could have held. I was just the person in that spot at the time. It's like when a football team falls in love with their backup quarterback. You know, they're like,
That
this guy's got it.
like gibberish to
This
me,
person
but
needs to be our quarterback all the time. He's doing so well. And it's like, yeah, but you would have you just hate the normal guy you have. You hate your normal quarterback. Like Geno.
I think it was more, I want to make my culty husband happy. And you guys knew of their like swinging and whatever things before. I think it was go distract him. This will make me happy. If you go and distract him so I can work on April. I think that's what it was. And then I think maybe feelings developed between you guys. But I think that when she's going like, you're my soulmate. And then they're saying to you, you don't know the way she looks at you. I don't think you're seeing clearly.
Well, no,
it's like, they're just fucking playing him.
Well, here's the deal. The two of them, I think, didn't expect her to behave the way she did, because I would get sat down and be told, you and Kayla are doing too much. You guys look at each other a certain way in public, and you guys talk a certain way in public, and you're going to give away this whole thing because she stares at you and looks at you in a way that it's going to give away everything. I think that Nick definitely was taken aback by the way Kayla reacted to everything.
I've thought about this a lot.
Yeah.
I think that's a ruse.
Oh,
that's Coke talking.
But he yelled at her
the way
the
that
same
we
way,
trick the no fun, sober one into all of this is that we say, well, you two are getting way too close. You guys are just getting way too close, and we can't take it, and blah blah blah. You're gonna ruin all this because of your love. Like, it's gonna show the whole world because you guys are so, in tune and in sync. I think there were some feelings there, but to me that sounds like a complete fucking manipulation. Ooh. Totally. And that's just my opinion. And you lived it, but sometimes you can be a doofus.
I can be a doofus, and I can love.
And you love. You're like, no, really. I think we were in love, right? But she wouldn't go to the movies with me. I don't know. Yeah. And that's an outsider's perspective.
There's also the part.
I've studied a course in this, and I didn't live it. You did.
There's also 3 people who are high on coke, and they might just be incapable of controlling themselves.
They have no idea what the fuck they're doing anyway.
Right, exactly.
They're like, oh, we'll tell them, right. Yeah. You guys are just getting too close. And then you're like, and the funny thing is, I don't think you cared that Nick and April, my friend, I haven't spoken to her in so long. Yeah. I don't think that you cared in that moment that they were getting so close, but they're like,
no.
Well, we're gonna trick him by saying you're getting too close to Kayla.
They were both on coke, and they just both became people where I was like, I remember saying to Kayla once, like, April came in and she's like, guys, what are we gonna do today? And she was like all geeked out, and I looked at Kayla when she left the room. I go, I know this is wrong to say, but like, I don't even like that person. Like, I really don't like that person.
Would you say that
not like I don't
blow than the rest of them? Or
when she was around me, I think she did less, and then the minute I wasn't there, she would do more. Like, there was one time where she told me,
when you would go and pee, she'd be like,
well, no, she told me once. She goes, Aaron, I just want to tell you that I've been clean for 2 weeks now. Like, I haven't done anything for 2 weeks. And I was so happy. I was like, I'm so proud of you. I go, that's great. I'm so happy that you're doing that. And anything you need from me, you let me know. I'll help you out. And then the next day, I mentioned that. I'm like, hey, you got 2 weeks. Just keep, every day, just like keep doing what you've been doing. She's like, well, I have to be honest. Every so often I will do it. I haven't been clean for 2 weeks. She goes, but I just said that because I thought you'd be proud of me, and I thought you would be really happy if I told you that, and blah, blah, blah. I go, this coming from the group of people.
God, she looks like the fucking crypt keeper.
But then I go, like, this coming from the people who every time I say you guys do so much coke, you call me a monster, you say I'm a liar, you say I'm dishonest. And
you're the one. Remember when you came on your show and you're like, I guess I'm a narcissist. I need to find out why I'm a narcissist, right? You are standing in the way of their fun time.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then I go to a therapist, and I talk to a therapist for 15 minutes. They go, who told you were a narcissist? They go, you're just really incredibly sensitive. I think that's her way of saying doofus.
You're just a doofus.
And
Idiot.
she's like, first of all, you're not a narcissist. She goes, you're here. I go, what do you mean? She goes, narcissists don't come here. they just fucking don't. They go, a narcissist never asks the question you asked, which is, what the fuck is wrong with me? And like, she goes, you asking the question, what the fuck is wrong with me? She goes, that's proof enough.
Yeah, you're probably not a narcissist. You just
a doofus.
A doofus,
Yeah.
right? I don't
Just
know I don't know how else to help you. And you were, with a bunch of coke out.
Right. Like when I
lunatic.
tell these stories to people like they're normal because they were my life, and you watch your face or anyone else's face, you're like, oh, that's right. I forgot that in the real world, this is remarkably fucked up and dangerous and bad and horrible. And
it's almost unbelievable that you were like, you're like looking around, you're like, am I nuts? I guess I'm the nuts one.
It's so weird. Dude,
something is amiss.
To be around 3 addicts and to be the sober one and to not know until after you've left that you're like, wait a minute. So you're saying I've been damaging myself mentally and ruining everything in my life. And it turns out I wasn't the crazy one. Holy shit.
And they want to make you feel that story. I can just imagine them. They're like, we're going to sit him down and tell him you're getting too close. You're going to blow this whole thing wide open. We'll sit him down in the bathroom. That's like high talk.
Yeah.
That's like cocaine talk. And you're like, what's wrong?
Yeah.
What is it?
We're having sex too much. We're being too affectionate. Like they would say that. They're like, you guys have sex all the time and we never do. I'm like, I'm not fucking.
That's because you have a coke dick, and he doesn't. Yeah, no, okay.
They would blame Kayla. They would be like, well, Kayla texts Nick and asks when we're coming back upstairs, and that just ruins the whole thing. I'm like, I was like, April, if you text me and ask me when we were coming back, that would not affect what the fuck I'm doing.
It makes absolutely no sense. It's not the April I knew. It's totally just completely drug-addled weirdness, and I think. Yeah, Nick. Fuck. Yeah. Jesus. Don't even get me fucking started.
Let's go through these. Let's thank the people who have been sending in super chats and whatnot, and then let's get into the Instagram messages, and I guess I'll respond to them. I'm just like things are going remarkably well in life right now, and
I'm glad.
So like these messages I know are gonna piss me off because I hate this guy so much, and I don't know how good for me these are going to be, but fuck it.
I'm going to read. Somebody just said in the chat too. Like, I'm not going to. It makes me feel icky to sit there and post them. I decided literally. I've been going back and forth on this.
Yeah. I don't believe in posting either. That text, you know this. We talked privately.
I will read them to you word for word because I hate him so much at this juncture, and I think that he needs. I don't give 2 fucks about him, but because I don't know him, but I care about April. I think that what he said to me needs to be read. And I think you need to, you can respond to it and you can hear my responses, but I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to sit here and
now put
it on the screen for everyone to just go and
did these sound like honest critiques of me, or did these sound like Keanu, I'm trying to convince you of something?
What my central thesis of it is, first of all, our mutual friend, who I won't say the name of, got a text back from April,
quote unquote,
which sounded exactly like, but in so many words, and not like April. The one that Geno got back from April that day, formatted the same way. I didn't get one.
Yeah.
Same day, then kind of late at night after I was done streaming, formatted the same way. Same sort of thing. I'm like, this motherfucker
is copy pasting.
It's not their messages were not the same. But first of all, why am I the only one to not get a message back? Geno's the one that read her texts on the thing, right?
Yeah.
I didn't do that. And I keep saying, I'm like, call me, call me, call me. I want to hear your voice. I want to hear your voice. Call me. But I haven't gotten one fucking text back. She was a bridesmaid in my wedding.
Yeah.
He did twice, Geno.
Yeah.
Our other friends did too. I compared them. I'm like, this isn't even April.
Yeah.
Then I get pages.
Yeah.
Pages.
That's
And then, of
talking.
course, I'm like, you're not going to do this to me, Nick Rekieta. I'm like, I will tell you exactly how I fucking feel. And then, but instead of answering and instead of saying anything like, and you'll hear it all there. Basically, it's, and this is what I've heard he's been telling everybody. I'm fine. Just know that Aaron's an asshole.
Yeah.
What he's been saying. That's basically it. I'm like, I don't care about Aaron. Don't care about Aaron. Where's April? Why can't I hear from April? Why are you speaking for April? My entire thing the entire time was like, apparently she's still in contact with you. Why are you speaking for her? Why are you speaking for her? She's not living with me. Is she living next door to you? Skirts around that. Skirts around that every single time. Because if you remember correctly, when the battering ram went into, she was apparently living next door as well. But where was she?
In the house at like 8-something in the morning. Yeah. Well, she was clearly, I mean, when she cleaned out her closet and took all her clothes, she brought them right to Nick and Kayla's bedroom. That's when Kayla cried to me. She's like, another fucking woman has moved into my house and he's just okay with it. And it's like,
Colty,
to me,
Colty.
When I heard that, I was like, these days are numbered. I'm like, this ain't
I
gonna
hope fucking
end well.
Kayla is like long gone from there.
It would be nice, but who knows?
Oh, yeah, she has children too.
Yeah. So,
Anyway,
I mean, she talked about leaving in the past. I mean, we'd had those conversations.
But what do you do when you have 5 fucking children and a drug addiction? I guess. I mean, I don't know.
So, I can't even remember. He's telling everyone like, oh, Aaron's the asshole, Aaron's the problem. And like when even your buddy Camelot goes, I don't know, Nick, he's the sober one. Like, why can Aaron talk about all this shit? Because Aaron didn't get busted. Aaron got the fuck out. So if I'm the asshole, then I must be the wisest, most amazing, incredible asshole who ever lived.
Well, you got cucked out of your life, apparently.
Cucked out of my life. That was an amazing one that I heard. I got cucked out of my life. I have all 3 of my let's look at the scoreboard. Children, me, yes. Him, no. Ability to talk freely, me, yes. Him, no. Drug addicts in my life, 0. Him, 3. All I did was I lost my wife, and the only reason I lost my wife is because you fed her coke. I mean, it wasn't your coke dick. You fed her coke. You got her dependent on you, and yeah, she turned into a different person, and it all fell apart. If that's me getting cucked out of your life, I can tell you this, my friend. I'll take this life that I have now over what you got going on every fucking day of the week. So if I
to think he's gonna fucking convince me of anything.
Yeah.
Like Camelot is worried about his buddy Nick. That's why, but he gives him tough love. Like he's an addict.
Yeah.
I'm giving April. I gotta give April tough love. She's gotta know. She's gotta get out of this. She's an addict, obviously.
Yeah. And
but
like
they're
Camelot,
going to Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
You know,
Camelot nailed it. He said, "The minute you say you're not an addict,
you're an addict.
You're an addict."
Yeah.
That's how you know. All right, let me get through some of these. And then we'll go into the Instagram messages. And then we got a bunch of other stuff we can get to today. Let's go ahead and see where the contributions are at. We got Billy Roscoe at $10 says, good morning, guys. Tridio with $5 says 90% of women don't have their own hobbies. They become a chameleon in the hobbies of their partner. Those that do usually have higher IQ and agency. Billy Roscoe becoming a Baby Boot member. Red Fox Mad with $9.99. I used to work in a court-ordered drug and alcohol rehab hospital. I would never date or be with anyone that's on drugs or alcohol and swinging. Something that could have been brought to my attention yesterday. I saw how it ruins families and bankrupts families. Nick, last name Gurr with $1.99 says, sounds like you weren't the only one hard on April. Well, no. Actually, you know what? Probably more of the time yes than no. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I can't wait for Nick to get April pregnant. It will be epic. Oh, boy. $4.99 from Plankton says, Anakin Skywalker was conceived the same way. Calm down. Yeah, see, Star Wars, I don't give a shit if they ruin Star Wars. And then we read Mussolini diff. Thank you guys very much for that. And then over here on the PayPal side of things, thank you very much to Scarface with $5. He says, update. I just spotted Nick and April outside of the Cabbage Patch Bar in Samsula, Florida. They were talking.
Oh, do you mean we have a Where's Baldo?
Where's Baldo? Yes. They were talking to a man wearing a pagan MC vest. I think they switched to meth, and April signed up for the Biketoberfest coleslaw wrestling tournament.
Stop it. Don't talk about my April that way. She'll come back to us.
King Kong Dong with $5 says, how much did the audience bother April outside of the show with calling her out on the drugs and not wanting to be on the show? That bothered her a lot, but it's not your guys' fault. The reason it bothered her is because it was true, and she thought she was hiding it from you guys. Camelot put it that way. He said, all these people who think they're an addict think they're sneaking around and hiding it from people. They're not.
And it's very obviously clear.
Right.
When we went and watched that back, I didn't even intend it on my show, right?
Yeah.
It was, we were like, holy fuck. Oh my God. I mean, it's very fucking clear to us at that time, but when you watch it back, you're like, oh my God. Yeah,
and I can guarantee you after every episode like that you guys watched, there was a fight after that show that started with me going, you got to chill out on this shit. And then it ended with, you're a monster. You treat me like shit. You're terrible. That's
all I ever heard. Right. Yeah. The only text that, remember, I got just 2 from her. And then it was just that you've been very nasty about this whole situation. And
I had been to them, I will say this, to them, I'm sure I did seem nasty because what they wanted to do was cocaine. Their brain was addicted to it. And I kept saying, guys, don't do cocaine. That probably, as I say it in my brain, I'm going, as I perceive it, it's, I care, I give a shit. I don't want to see you go down this road. You're not the same person. But
you're stopping them from their next.
In their brain, what they're seeing when I'm talking is they're seeing a demon with horns going, you're wrong and you're
a narcissist.
Bad.
What you don't understand is this is good for us.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what I don't understand. So then we've got someone with $20 saying, show seems to be back to yourself since April left. Been a fan since the radio days. She brought your show down your back. And then the name on it is April's ex-boyfriend's name. That's fucking, if that's really him, that's cold. But if it's not him, that's a very funny name to pick on PayPal there. Thank you very much. Guys, 285 is the number for overtime today. If you want to chip in, there's all the links in the chat. Thank you very much. Throw in those super chats, throw in those PayPals, because we're going to go into these Instagram messages, and I know they're going to rile me up, and I know they're going to infuriate the fuck out of me, but I guess I can address them.
It's for the good of my dear friend April, yes. And I know she'll get out of this. But she clearly is not right now. So.
Somebody writing into the text line saying April and Nick spotted outside Sullivan's bar. Sorry, Geno. Oh, God. If they were outside Sullivan's after In Hot Water, they'd better fucking leave before Geno gets there, because I could imagine that would be bad.
He'd drag her by her fucking ear. Young lady, you're not doing this, and you motherfucker. He'd be, it would be like.
When you dip your toe into the river of iniquity,
and look what fucking happened. And I'm doing this because I love you, April.
And it's like Camus said. When Camus said that the world will rot.
Yes. Albert Camus once said, dip your toe into the river of iniquity. Then all of a sudden you're drowning in it. April, come with me. That would be unbelievable. Absolutely.
It's like Camus said, April, COVID was bullshit. N-word, N-word, N-word. Wait.
You know what I told Geno? I was like, I feel like this is my
Fauci.
Dr. Fauci.
Yeah.
I'm like, one day you will all see that I was right. I was 100%. And I was literally not involved, only that I knew you two. Yeah. I had no idea something was wrong, but I've studied it and I've looked at the Epic Times on it. And I just know I'm right on this. And I can just fucking, the fact that they're calling you a fucking narcissist when you're just a doofus.
Right.
And and then Camelot, honestly, wow, that really opened my eyes too. the mind-blowing thing is what makes you think they're not using.
Yeah.
Like, well, I can't imagine that they are now. He's like, shit. Are you kidding? Yeah.
Dead Game on Rumble says, you're so naive to drugs, Aaron. That's great, but shut the fuck up about something you know nothing about. I think the whole premise of what we're talking about is that I'm naive to drugs. I mean, look, I got outplayed by a bunch of addicts, and thank God I did. Otherwise, I might have been in the room when the fucking door got knocked down. Jesus Christ.
Thank God, no. Right.
Right.
But I thought April wasn't living there at the time.
And then Kayla.
Oh, there's going to be something that you're going to just die over, too.
Kayla ratted her out to the cops, too. She said, oh, yeah, that's our live-in nanny.
Yeah. Oh, wait about this, too. Wait till I read what there's a bombshell at the end of this.
Ooh, really?
And we may have hyped this up too much. This might not be anything, but I'm not going to post them on here so everybody can dissect them, but I will read them word for word.
I guess I'll just say stop when there's something I want to give my 2 cents on.
Something too.
All right, so now he just starts messaging you out of the blue?
Out of the blue, after I got done streaming, okay. I think. I was streaming with, well, actually, no, this is at 6:38 p.m., so I think it was the Thursday. So I was streaming with
after
Chrissy, but
show,
it was just about Tiffany Henyard.
Yeah.
Actually, so it was not.
So she was they were watching our show from that Thursday.
Yeah, watching it back.
All right, let's fire up. This is Nick Rekieta talking to Keanu on Instagram.
Okay. You don't know me enough to know anything different, and I will pause and tell you when it's me, but it will be a long while.
So this is Nick.
Then.
All right. So it doesn't even start with hello, how are you? It's just
hi, Kiki, what's up?
It's just immediately I'm going to start.
You don't know enough to know anything different.
That's been him since the arrest, is like, it's an arrogance mixed with fake sympathy. Like, he's like, well, you guys, it's okay. You guys are just too stupid.
Stupid little, you don't know enough to know anything different, but I know better. And drugs are good for April.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
You don't know enough to know anything different, but you know April. Yes, I do. And then it goes into another paragraph, which tells me, and that's how all of her text messages are newly written.
Oh, okay.
The way it's formatted.
Interesting.
Not to me, but to others. Aaron is flat out lying. He put her shit in the driveway in a downpour because he's a cunt.
Time out. Let me clarify that one, because I heard about that.
Mm-hmm.
Put her shit in a downpour. No, fuckface. I put her shit out the day she was supposed to come pick it up. But you know what happened? You guys got fucking arrested. She was supposed to come pick her shit up. And I was not in a place where I trusted any of you enough, because you're on fucking drugs, to come into my garage or come into my house. So I put the stuff outside. She was going to come pick it up in the afternoon. But you guys went and got arrested in the morning. And you know what? You know when I found out you got arrested? When I was on Misery Loves Company at about 5:30 in the afternoon, and it was fucking raining. So did I put her shit out in the rain? No. I put her shit out for you retards to come get, which I specifically forbade you from coming, because you're a cunt. And it started fucking raining. You guys couldn't pick up your shit because you're too fucked up on dope to get to my house and pick up your shit, and you left it out in the rain, fuckface. And then the second time she came to pick it up, it's raining. I get done with MLC. I take the television, because I don't want I don't want her TV to get wrecked. I put that in the garage. I take some clothes. I put that in the garage. There's a big fucking entertainment center. And I'm like, I'm not fucking moving that by myself. No, thank you. And also, you got fucking arrested. The next Thursday, when she was going to try again to pick up her shit, if you guys didn't get fucking busted.
Like the traffic ticket thing, they couldn't even get up to go and do that online.
Right, exactly. So I put the shit out again a second time. And you know why I didn't leave the shit in the garage and I put it out a second time? Because somebody that same day had taken $4,000 to $5,000 out of my bank account, and I didn't know what the fuck else they might steal that day. So yeah, I left the shit outside. Cry me a fucking river. I'd do it again tomorrow. Go ahead.
First of all, This is like, I'm like, first of all, I've never spoken to the man other than on one stream, maybe 2 years ago with Chrissy, maybe once. Found him to be perfectly fine, intelligent, lovely human being. Fine, right?
Oh, by the way, you've
But
got
he
me.
starts
Hold
out-
on,
what's that?
you've got me fired up now. You know what I should have done is just thrown it in the fucking street and let the garbage men handle it. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I'm channeling Geno now.
Go right ahead. I don't blame you for being angry. But first of all, no, yeah. Number one, why message me this?
Right.
Number one. Number
Well,
two,
to convince you that your
I
friend's
don't
an
care
asshole.
about what's, and I will say this all the way through this. I know what's going on with you. I talk to you. I don't give a fuck about Aaron.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about April. April is my only concern here.
Now-
So no matter what you say to me, trying to convince me that you're a bad dude, I don't care. Where's April? That's all I want to know. And I didn't ask him anything. I would never ask that idiot anything. I didn't ask him anything. He started with that. So.
And how does me leaving the shit in the driveway when you're getting arrested, when you're supposed to be picking it the fuck up, retard, how does that change what a piece of shit you are? That's what always got me about him.
It gets worse.
Let's say I'm the
How
biggest...
does that change what a piece of shit you are? And that's what he opened with.
Yeah, let's say I'm the biggest piece of shit who ever lived. Let's say it's all true. Let's say I'm the most garbage guy. You're still you, and these people are still under your thumb. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're cool with me reading the rest of this, correct? Yes. Okay, because it's gonna take us the whole time.
Oh no, I'm gonna get fired up.
But stop me anytime you want.
Yep.
Aaron's lawyer agreed with April to keep it in the garage.
No, incorrect. Oh my God. I did not.
I told you, I said debunk anything you'd like to debunk.
When she came by the first time, she got to go in the house and take everything she wanted. And you know what? And that was when we had that nice conversation via text, and I'm sure Nick didn't like that, so that had to change. But let
me finish the sentence, I guess, with his little. Aaron violated that is the rest of the sentence. So
no, I
Aaron's lawyer agreed with April to keep it in the garage. Aaron violated that, is what he said. Again.
Yeah, I never agreed to keep it in the garage. I even told my lawyer, I go, tell her, because I told her at one point, I said, I can't take this fucking gaslighting bullshit anymore. Talk to me through my lawyer. I'm not going to keep communicating with you. And then
again,
I told my lawyer, I said that Thursday, there's a fucking text I'm not going to dig through, but there's a text where I said, everything is outside waiting for them. I'd prefer they didn't go in the house or the garage. I even said, we agreed to this. I will be home when they come pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be in the garage or in the house. So Nick, you're a fucking lying sack of shit.
That's why I said when I was talking, I think I was talking with Chrissy the other night, I'm like, even if that's true, I'm like, you know what? Fucking divorces are hard. Even if you left her shit out in the rain, God, I've seen people in divorces do worse shit, right? So then, but that's what he opens with.
Yeah.
He opens with that. It just goes on and on. April demanded not to see Aaron. This is you. We didn't want to see each other shit is bullshit. I'm like, okay.
I didn't want to see her. She didn't want to see me.
Right. I'm like, all right. Again,
I had tried in the past to put something together. It didn't work, so I said, fuck it. I don't care then.
Sure.
We're not doing that.
He also acts like I watch every single one. I'm sorry to tell you this. I don't catch, you stream a lot. I don't catch every single thing that you say on your, I'm like,
we're not friends anymore.
Right. Me and you, yeah. Okay. Do you watch every Keanu cast? No, you would blow your brains out.
I throw in a couple of bucks and then I leave.
So then I just go like, okay, all right, still nothing. Then another paragraph. April is not strung out, is not using, is not out of sorts, and she doesn't live in my house. I went, okay.
You know, he's a real trustworthy guy.
Mm-hmm. But also, yes, and she told Geno the same day, yes, I have my own place. She's living next door.
She's living next door, and she stays at their house quite frequently.
And isn't his new studio next door?
His new studio is in his house.
It is in his house?
That new studio is in the sunroom of his house.
Okay. Well, then I take that back.
But I don't believe
she doesn't live in my house, but then this gets better, okay?
Yeah.
So then this is still him. Aaron is a man who, if believed, did cocaine and Molly around around children several times and willingly brought his children to a drug den.
Yes.
You've admitted this.
I've admitted that. Nick, thank you. Now it's your turn. Bare your soul, tell the truth, fuckhead. So he just admitted right there that he had drugs in his house.
Mm-hmm.
He just admitted it. Oh no, if Aaron's to be
Well,
believed.
then he's going to try and go back on it now.
All right.
Believe Aaron, and he's a child endangering monster.
Yes, I've admitted
The
that.
other option is Aaron is lying. No, he's not.
Right.
I mean,
Wow.
he's not lying.
I got to say this. I'm not as mad as I thought I'd be, because that is a man, and this is Nick all over. Nick is not as smart as he believes himself to be, and other people are not as dumb as he perceives them to be. He is a lot dumber guy than he understands. Because
he is smart enough to not text me as April and then try and text me as himself.
Right.
It ain't gonna happen, bro.
Let me tell you something.
Sorry,
that
yeah.
line that he just let out there is retarded.
Mhm.
And that line may actually, because I know the police are definitely watching this show.
Sure.
That might get you a phone call. Not because you're in trouble. No, I'm saying to ask you about Nick or whatever.
And I know nothing of him. I still
Right.
haven't even responded. He just keeps going on.
But that
and on,
line,
right?
if Aaron is to believed, then he did coke and Molly in a house full of children and brought his kids to a drug den. Aaron's admitted that. He goes, or Aaron's lying. So wait, Aaron.
So that exonerates him
Yeah.
from guilt as well.
So wait a minute.
Unless you're guilty as well. You're like, no, I did bring my kids there. Wasn't right.
Yeah.
I left. I was out. I was not there.
So
Yeah, right.
Aaron put himself in harm's way legally and public relations wise just to fuck with you? Bro,
Yeah.
you're not that important. You're
Yeah.
not that important. But
It
all
gets
right,
worse.
continue.
Peace to you, Keanu.
Oh, he's a cunt like
Suck
that.
my fucking dick, you fucking. Where is April? Leave my April alone, you fucking douche. God. One day, this will be done. For now, Aaron is daily trashing his ex-wife and openly attempting to associate her name with bad things.
Yeah.
Drug addiction, check. Implied stealing and other shit. Okay.
I didn't say stealing. I mean, her name's on the bank account. She took
You're like,
$4,000
yeah,
to
she took
$5,000 from the bank
whatever.
account.
Right.
But anyway,
Also, again, and let me just preface this too. I'm reading this. I'm like, none of this has to do with me. I just want to know where my friend is. I want to know why she's not talking to me.
this is pretty weak shit he's bringing up too. I thought this was going to be
Oh,
heavier.
it's nothing. It's nothing. Oh,
so
it
let
goes
me
on
let
and
me
on,
address
yeah.
something. When he says he's implying drug addiction, hey fuckface, you put her in there. You're the
Yeah.
one who got her fucking busted with your stream. Why is my camera still on? Retard, take responsibility for one fucking thing. I know mommy and daddy shielded you from life. I know mommy and daddy gave you everything. You didn't have to work for a fucking thing. I know you've never, ever had to take responsibility for one goddamn thing in your life. And Nikki, sweetie, I know it's really hard and it's really scary. But
That's a narcissist.
But you
That's
fucked
a
up.
culty
Yeah,
narcissist.
Nick,
Yeah.
this is your responsibility. Aaron's accusing her of terrible things. I'm accusing her of shit I watched her do as you fucking fed it to her fucking nose.
Yeah. And you know
I'm
what?
sitting here.
And you
I'm
know
sorry,
what this
I'm sorry.
amount of messages tells me?
What?
He's still high.
He's still high. Let me tell you something else, fuckhead. You're the one who did this to her. And maybe you feel so much fucking guilt that you've completely shut down and now you have to throw it on someone else. But someday you're going to have to get to know the guy who's inside of the person writing all those messages. And boy, I hope when you get to know that guy, it doesn't make you swing from the ceiling. I really do genuinely hope that. Because if I got to know the guy you were and I found out it was me, I'd want to end it. I really would. And I hope that you're not that guy. But the fact that you're sitting there talking, third party, not even talking to me, not even having the balls to say this to me.
And why me?
But the
Why?
fact that you're going to someone who sees through your bullshit and you're trying to manipulate them by saying,
He thinks he's smarter and he's
right,
not.
by
It's just
saying
not.
Aaron's implying drug use. I ain't implying shit, motherfucker, and put me on the goddamn stand. I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you exactly what I fucking saw. Like you ripping 2 huge rails because you're fighting with your fucking wife and telling me to fix her. Oh, that story didn't change, did it? You know why? Because it's the fucking truth. So don't sit there and say, Aaron's implying drug use. I ain't implying shit, motherfucker. I ain't a dog shit coward like you. I ain't implying a goddamn thing. I'm flat out saying it.
PayPal, Rumble Rants, memberships. I don't remember your thing.
Sorry. Yeah, throw in a couple
but
of
yes, that was very
throw
good.
in a couple of bucks. I'm channeling my inner Geno today. Packer backer.
Yes, I love it. Keep going. It's gonna just get worse and worse. So.
Packer backer with $2. Aaron, you haven't changed your locks yet. I have one of those doorbell camera things. It's fine.
You have a ring. Okay,
yeah,
good.
Coltrane with $2 says organize an intervention for April and stream it. No. Jay Warren.
You want to know what creeps me out? It's the amount like that you're saying too, and like this amount, and I'll show you. Like that's all just him. It's all white right there, right?
Yeah.
Just goes on and on. He's still fucking high.
Right.
Camelot's right. I couldn't fathom that after they got out of the clink, they'd still be fucking using, right? Yeah. But he's like,
why would they stop?
Not?
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Jay Warren, for gifting a membership. $270 away. Thank you, guys. Keanu, continue.
But also, you don't know what's in this shit nowadays. If something fucking happens to April,
I mentioned
will.
That.
Oh.
Yeah, I mentioned that he had an. Oh no, it's very thoroughly tested, and the stuff I get is absolutely.
Yeah, that's why they had fucking colds or sinus infections. For fucking
2
months.
in a month. Yeah.
If something fucking awful. She spent money from their joint, in all caps, checking account. Remember, it's a comma salad. He really has too many commas in here. Yeah. Remember, comma, Aaron asserts the show has still been paying April.
No, I said the fucking opposite. I said the opposite. Her last payday was April 1st. Mm-hmm. Her last day of work was April 1st.
But you were still paying her other stuff. Yeah.
There is no paycheck. I was paying all of her bills. So she didn't need to take money out. She took, he brought it up. So now I got to say it. She took $1,500 out in cash. And then she took $2,500 to $3,500 out to pay all of her credit card bills, wipe out all of her credit card bills, make these payments on all these other things so that she could wipe them all out with my fucking money. Because let me tell you something. She didn't earn a fucking paycheck in May. She didn't earn a fucking paycheck in June. So she took money that I had worked to earn that was not hers anymore. I mean, it was because it was a joint checking account. Legally, it was hers, but morally, and that's what's more important here, morally.
Right, it's her right to take the money out of the bank when she's,
absolutely.
That's fine. Yeah,
absolutely.
You're married.
But morally, it was dishonest. She could have asked me. In fact, Keanu, I'll say this publicly now.
Just say something. Don't just, be like,
now that Nick's decided to stupidly run his mouth, I offered April before she got arrested. Look, if you sign these papers, I'll pay for your health insurance for the rest of the year. I'll pay for your truck for the rest of the year. I don't want you to have money troubles. I don't want you to have any issues, anything like that. This is all in text. Everybody, the proper authorities have this.
Smart.
I'll pay all of these things. I'll take care of all of this stuff. No, I want an NDA. First of all, that was Nick Rekieta asking for an NDA.
Yeah, April's going to be like...
April would never ask for an NDA. Nick sicked Kayla.
This is why she's not texting for herself at all.
Nick sicked April and Kayla on me to keep me quiet. 100% I believe that. So April's like, I want an NDA. Well, luckily, they then got fucking arrested. And I say luckily, not in a good way, because now these kids, their fucking lives are ruined because their dad's a fucking narcissistic retard.
They're better off.
They're better off, but I mean,
their family has money. The 16-year-old's probably just like, thank God.
Yeah. Well,
I'm fucking out of there. It's
so
embarrassing.
So now, the moral angle of this, like me offering to pay all of these bills, and have I mentioned this on the show ever to make myself look like a good guy? No, never once. But now this motherfucker wants to bring up what a piece of shit I am. I bent over backwards. I bent over backwards to get this done, but Nick Rekieta, the selfish bastard, wanted an NDA, so he hung up April's divorce. April could have been moving on from this months ago, but Nick didn't want anybody snitching on him. Well, guess what, buddy? You snitched on yourself when you streamed retard drunk and got yourself, your concubine, your wife, your kids taken away, and you got fucking arrested. So don't sit here and try to blame your problems on me. Get to know the person that's inside those fingers that are typing, and then you can live a fucking horror show, my man. I'm sorry, Keanu. Go ahead.
No, I told you. You got to just debunk whatever's been being said here. Aaron is still been paying April. This is also false. And that's its whole entire paragraph. Oh, and the bills she paid, including purchases for his children and expenses incurred jointly before they even separated. Now, let me just say
for my
again.
children. I don't even know what that means.
Now, when you guys were still together and she bought groceries or something?
Yeah, I never gave a
Fine.
shit about that.
Right, makes no sense. And again, this is...
Hey, Nick, let's talk about groceries. I went grocery shopping 3 times for your fucking kids, and I spent about $500-600. April went grocery shopping for your fucking kids and probably spent about We spent thousands of dollars on groceries for your family. So
and
suck
why
my
does
dick.
he know all of this information? And the bottom line to me is none of this matters to me.
Right.
That sounds like things that couples go through when they go through a divorce. Why are you telling me if April wanted to bitch about you, I'd never say a word. If she gave me a fucking call and bitched about this, I would sit there as a supportive friend or whatever. But it doesn't even seem like, from what you're telling me, there's anything to be said. But for some reason, Nick takes it upon himself to speak for my friend April and tell me that.
Right.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And
Not happening.
now I'm sitting here telling stories that I've kept under my hat because I didn't think it was relevant.
He did it. He did it. His fault, not yours.
He's
Yeah.
the dumbest motherfucker I've ever met. He's not. I used to say he's the dumbest smart guy. He's not even that anymore. He's just
He's
stupid.
not smart. He's a moron. I'm like, are you insane?
Dare I say he might be a doofus.
No, he's not a doofus. He's a sinister,
Cunt.
culty moron.
Yeah.
He's a moron. He thinks he's smart.
Yeah.
You're just a doofus.
It's like if
doofus.
Goofy from Disney started an evil cult.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
except worse. Oh, and the bills paid included. Okay, and then here we go. Now we get into. I know you in parentheses were April's friend.
Time the fuck out. You've got to have some feelings on that because that's a bullshit manipulative move right fucking there.
I went, well, and then I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna pop off.
Yeah.
But sorry, how am I to know that I'm not her friend anymore? Because you've obviously been keeping her from fucking speaking to me,
Right.
or you've got her so fucking addicted to drugs. And I know she's an adult. I know she has to take accountability for her actions. I know that she may not like me right now.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let that go.
And you know,
I know you were April's friend.
the implied
But Geno.
time
okay,
real
go ahead.
quick. That implied drug use thing is still bugging me. I'm sorry. And by the way, if that's what he's got,
I'll send all these to you if you want.
If that's what he's got to tell you I'm a monster, that's pretty fucking weak. But anyway,
I'm like, he started out, I'm like, what do you think I give a fuck about your, like, what? He put some shit out in the rain? Even that, I'm like, you know what?
It's a
if I were
divorce,
getting
dude.
a divorce, I'd be like, fuck you, bitch. I'd
Yeah.
throw your laptop out in a fucking thunderstorm. I'm like,
not only-
that just sounds like divorce. What are you trying to convince me of?
Not
that,
only
that
did I-
Aaron's a bad guy. I'm like, okay, whatever.
not only did I not leave your shit in the rain, but when you got fucking arrested and it started raining, I took your TV and put it back in the garage.
Yeah, you.
You fucking doofus. But anyway.
And why does he even know that? Why does he even know that? I thought she
Well,
wasn't even
now wait a
supposed to be
minute.
there.
Here's the thing, Keanu. This is where April's not innocent because April's a little Nick too. April can be very manipulative, even on her best days. April probably went to Nick and gave a big sob story. And then Nick bought that, and then he manipulates.
Oh, and he's white knighting for her?
Yes. And then
Yeah,
he
well,
also.
he's got her so fucking high, he's texting as her to our friends.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
And that's my opinion.
Well,
It's
you know
my
that.
theory,
Well, you know
but-
that he read. I've told this before. He read Kayla's messages between her and I, and he got very upset.
Yeah. He's a fucking controlling. Okay.
And then you want to see manipulation.
Leader.
And then
Right.
you want to see manipulation. He gave Kayla his phone and you go, you can read what April and I have said about you. And it's like, why would you put someone through that? And Kayla told me, she goes, it was the most horrible shit I've ever read. Like, they were really fucking mean about me. It was horrible to see what they thought about me. And I'm like, Kayla, I told you April's been talking about you.
I'd love to read that.
Oh my God.
I'm
so
just kidding.
April has been
about you, what they've said about
no,
you?
about Kayla. About what April and Nick have said about
I
Kayla.
thought they were talking shit about you. And then I was like, we should read that on the air. That'd be hilarious.
No.
But
So like April, when she would talk to me privately, this is when like this was full on basically swapped at this point. And she was like, Kayla is so bad to him. Kayla is terrible to him. And she is awful. And she is not right for him. And blah, blah. There was one night where Nick asked us not to come over because Kayla wanted to spend the night hanging out with Nick in his studio while he did his show.
Oh, but that's April's place.
April
where she watches
legitimately
him and
said-
then blows him under the desk.
April
Yeah.
legitimately said, that's my spot. That's my studio. She doesn't care. She's shit on him for doing that show, and she's made him feel so terrible. Yeah, because he abandoned his whole fucking family to stream constantly, and she felt like an abandoned woman. That's legit. And then she goes, and all she's going to do is like try on sexy clothes for him, and I like to just watch the show and enjoy it. I'm like, dude, that is her
Now
fucking...
you wonder why. Now, if anybody has anything to come at me about why I call him a culty narcissist, doesn't that sound pretty culty to you? Does that sound? Do I want to? I mean, you know what? Every once in a while, I'll go watch Geno in the studio and in hot water. But even then, I'm like, okay, I've had enough of this.
You should be bored
Her
by your
sitting in the
partner's show.
corner while he's streaming. This is my special place.
Yeah.
That's fucking.
And you know what he tells her?
Fucking culty weirdness.
Let me tell you the cult shit he probably does. He probably tells her, oh, thank you so much. You know, Kayla never appreciated this and she never respected this space the way
and you're very special and you're being victimized by this doofus.
And by the way, you ask Kayla what the story is. Fucking Nick would talk shit about her constantly on his stream, talk about how after 5 kids, she's all blown out and her body's ruined. You don't think that fucks women up? He's sitting there talking.
Oh my God. So I just watched the Keno Casino before I came on here.
Yeah. I was watching a Keno clip
I mean, it was
too.
like an hour. It was every like shit. I never watched not one of Nick's streams ever in my life, but it was basically bump of like his downfall. And I'm like, oh my God, this man, even when he wasn't that fucked up, he's just an asshole.
Yeah.
He's just a fucking asshole. That's it. Yeah.
AJ Arguello with $10 says, redact what you need to and release the screenshot proof. She doesn't have to if she doesn't want to. I get why you
want
to.
I'm not putting that out into the world. I'm literally reading it to
All right,
you.
continue reading. So I will say this. So he's infinitely mad at me for what I've been saying. And even the comebacks he has for it are remarkably weak. Okay, go ahead.
Right, exactly. I'm like, is this what you're trying to tell me? Number one, and I've said this, and I keep saying it, and I will say it all the way through. Don't care what you tell me about Nick.
Aaron.
About Aaron. Don't care what you tell me about Aaron. I don't know why you think that changes the situation. I haven't heard from my friend. Geno has. Our other friends have. Apparently. I just want to know about my friend.
Yeah.
You have never told me or Geno to take sides. In fact, you told me, can you try and contact her? Can you try and see? I've gotten nothing. All I care about is my friend. I don't give a fuck if Nick lives or even, I don't want him to die. I want him to get help. I pray for him. Okay. Rehab. Do it. But I don't care about you. I don't know you. Where's my friend April? No matter what, you're not going to get me on your side here. If April maybe called me and said all of this heinous shit, even if she said that, I don't even think she would say that because it's completely warranted.
I
divorce.
I wonder.
She wouldn't, yeah. But I don't think she would even expect it. What is he expecting me to do?
You've got me thinking. I wonder now. I didn't buy it at first when you said it. I'm wondering about the writing text messages for her thing because the last time I talked to the real her was when she cleaned that stuff out of the house Thursday.
I'm telling you, are they formatted in paragraph?
No, they're just
paragraph?
So here's the deal. I thanked her because I said, I really appreciate you leaving a lot more, because I gave her permission to take more stuff than she did, and she didn't. And she left a lot of it. And I go, I know that some of that was because you didn't want the kids to have to start over with different stuff. And I appreciate that. And I said, you could have taken more. I go, if you want to, you know, she's like, no, you can leave that, blah, blah, it's done. And it was so nice. And then it went to memories, and then it went to nice things and texting about all this. And then a few hours later, when she got back there, it turned. And it was like a different person. And I put that to chemicals, and it may have been he got a hold of the phone.
If it's not one of the two, and if it's not him sitting there texting for her, it's him over her shoulder.
I wonder if he
doing
didn't
this, because every one that I've read, I'm like, and I've read his, and I've read my other friends. I'm like, they're all formatted the same way. They use the same tropes, the same things. It doesn't sound like April at all.
Yeah.
So it's either him telling her, in my opinion, what to say,
Yeah.
or him just give me your phone. I'll say it for
wonder,
you.
because he reads Kayla's text. I wonder if he didn't read how cordial and nice those texts were, panicked, got scared, and then flipped it and said, no, he's actually fucking with you. He's actually doing this. Like, you know, you and Geno both, and like I said, getting to know Nick made me realize what I don't want to be, and made me lean maybe further towards the opposite side of that than maybe I even needed to. But I knew that when I talked to you guys about this, I wanted to be clear about a couple things. Number one, I think the first thing I said to you was, don't you fucking think that I'm for a second asking you to not let her be in that wedding. She can be in that wedding if she wants to. It's not my call to make, obviously, but don't you fucking think for a second that I'm asking for that, because I'm not. Number two, I hope she gets better. Number three, fucking be friends with her. Absolutely. That is great.
That's all you told us. And
then I went on.
I don't know how many times I can call or text.
Right.
I don't know what to do.
And then I went on to talk about like myself and my own shit. But I wanted to make those things very clear, because I know when there's breakups, that stuff can get murky. And how many times did I say to you and Geno, I hope she gets better. I hope she figures it out. I think that he's been hiding those messages and that word and like the things I've been saying on the show about her from her, and telling her that I'm saying the opposite, because she would text me and say, my friends are telling me that you're saying nasty things about me on the show.
Who are her
I've
friends?
now realized, I thought her friends were Kayla. Her friends were Nick. Nick was listening to the show.
Who are her other friends? This is another question I have. I have not heard her actual voice since March 3rd.
Mm-hmm. So
who are her other friends?
So
does she
if
have anybody in town that she hangs out with? I certainly don't know it.
Before
her friends, who are they?
Before the arrest, because I criticized everyone a lot, and I was really passionate after the arrest. But I'll say this, before the arrest, on this show, was I or was I not saying, God, I hope she gets better, because even though we'll never be together, I watched her die and become someone else, and it was heartbreaking to watch. And I want April to become herself again. Even after the arrest, I said, I hope she goes back.
You never said a disparaging word about her on the air, and I will get to this.
Yeah.
Yes, it is tough, but you're going through emotions as well, and you're pissed off at the whole situation. I will say, if she were listening to it, that might have been tough to hear.
Right.
To us personally, no. You didn't say anything like that. You're like, please reach out to her. You told another friend of ours, please reach out to her. Please, like, do, you know.
And by the way, did I ever tell you that I got yelled at for that?
Yes.
I told another friend of ours, I go, she's going through a really tough time. I go, she's really having a lot of trouble with a lot of stuff. And I said, I think hearing from a woman, I started telling other people to call her when my efforts to try and change anything were just being met with animosity.
Did you tell her to call me?
So then I reach out to another friend of ours and I said, would you talk to her? Because she's going through it right now. She's not in a good place. She's going to tell you she's in a good place. She's not. Talk to her.
I get that.
See what
I
you can
get that because she's in her brain like, I'm fine. I'm not an addict. Why would you tell people to call me or whatever?
And then that person calls her and I'm standing there and she holds up the phone. She goes, did you tell this person to contact me? And I looked at her. I go, I thought it would help. I go, I thought you'd like to hear from her. And she goes, so now you're telling people.
Too, if I were going through it, I'd be like, God damn it. I don't want to talk right now, but thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. But on the air, I understand where if she's even watching. But again, I have
She's
not
not.
heard
He's
her
watching for her.
Yeah, I have not heard, and he's clearly watching everything to even message me. I'm a nobody. What do you want? What do you know of me? What do you fucking know about this? I'll continue.
All right, go ahead with the.
Yeah, but again, I have not heard her own voice since March 3rd.
So now he's saying you were her friend. So he's saying that for you, the cunt.
I'll go back. Yes, here we go. This could take up the whole time. Let's see. So, peace to you, Keanu. Which also, fuck you, suck my fucking dick, you dumb culty loser. This is also false. I know you were April's friend. All right. Okay. But Geno has blasted her DMs out on Aaron's show. Also false.
Yeah, he read texts on his show.
It was his own show.
Yeah. He did it on Gratcast, which you can hear every day or every Saturday at noon on YouTube.
It's all about gratitude. Yeah.
Yes.
And that was only, sorry, Geno is Geno. If he can't find a way to get to you, we don't hear from you. We don't know what to do. He's doing it to help her. I'm literally only reading this so that maybe she hears it and in some corner of her brain goes,
do you see
what's happening here is fucked? But I know it won't. That's all right.
Do you see though? Do you see that the way we're earnestly trying to help is giving him all the ammunition he needs to take it, spin it, and then to come back and tell her, "Oh no, these people are being bad to you. I'm your friend." Like that's exactly
all
how
she
it's
would have
working.
to do is sit here and watch this.
Yeah.
And I hope that she gets to. But
I mean, I told you this though. I said like I've moved on, and now I'm at the point in my life where I'm.
I don't think she needs to be anywhere near you.
No.
And I've been very clear about that. And so is Geno, and you don't need to be anywhere near her either.
I think we're both very clear. I would rather not ever see her again.
Mm-hmm.
But I would rather I don't want to ever see her again. But like yesterday, when my I do still get mad. Like when my 10-year-old says something like, "Hey, Dad," yeah. Do you think that April will ever apologize for not saying goodbye to us?
Oh God.
2 weeks ago that would have made me cry. Yesterday, yesterday we're driving. I'm gripping the steering wheel like this, and I'm just like, "Honey, April's not herself," and. You know what? Basically that kind of thing, and like I go, do you need
that? Makes you angry for your kids. That makes me sad for April, and because I do know she loved your kids. I do know that.
But love is also an act, and at the end, she didn't act that way, and the kids felt that, and so
basically, the central thesis of this evilness is Nick, and he's an addict too.
Yeah.
And he deserves some grace and some, prayers, but fuck him.
Right.
Okay?
So when my daughter says shit like that, I'm just like, you know what? I take a very Geno approach. April is the sum total of the experiences that put her where she is or whatever. And it's funny. Yesterday, my therapist.
Some of everything that put us here.
Some of everything that put us here. And what's funny about that is I mentioned that phrase. I said, a friend of mine said that to me. And it has really helped me. And my therapist goes, "Oh, no, I said that to you." And I said, "Nope, that was my friend Geno. How dare you? Don't mention
this on your stream." Yeah.
No, I mentioned this to my therapist yesterday. Yeah.
You said it on your stream too. And I think Geno and I were listening. You're like, "Oh, yeah, that Geno always says that. He's old and he seems like an idiot, but he's pretty wise sometimes."
Yeah.
And then he's also an idiot. And he cuts his own hair in the shower.
That's why he and I love each other so much. He's an idiot and I'm a doofus.
You're a doofus.
We really do frolic through life together, not realizing how retarded we are. It's like
honestly, it's really pathetic.
We're two retards eating ice cream together.
He had no idea that you would understand what his "would you be my groomsman" message was. He had no idea. It was all very confusing. He cuts his hair in the shower. He drinks out of a ricotta container.
A Nick Rekieta container.
Oh, God. Ricotta.
Nick Rekieta is a piece of shit. Real quick, Red Fox Mad, $4.99. Nick is a dangerous person and needs to be in federal prison for life. He is a brainwasher, master milalator. I think he means manipulator. drug and alcohol addict. 260 away from today's goal. Quite frankly, I don't give a shit if we hit it. This is a very fun program. If you want to throw a bunch of money at us at one of the links I've posted, go ahead. But right now, we're going through Nick's DMs to Keanu. Hit like, hit subscribe. Keanu, go ahead.
I will stop reading them unless you give us money now. I'm just kidding.
Oh shit.
I would never. Okay, so then it's the first thing at all about me. So you were April's friend, but Geno has blasted her DMs, which they're texts.
And Nick, real quick, I'm so sorry, Keanu.
No, it's okay. I told you you're gonna have a lot of emotions.
Nick,
about
it was
this.
your buddy Ethan Ralph who first screenshotted April's DM to him and put it out for the entire internet to see. And nothing against Ralph; he can do whatever the fuck he wants. But
Geno read them on his stream as a cry to April.
Yeah,
she said this to me because want to know what? It was right after they got arrested, and I texted her too. But I was doing, I don't know what I was doing, maybe a stream or something. And then he went, no, I texted April and she texted me back. And it was basically, he said, get away from these people, yada, yada, yada. You can hear it. He read it all, blah, blah, blah. And she goes, the Requietas are nice people. Brainwashed.
Yeah, brainwashed.
They gave me a home when I didn't have one. Oh, you didn't have a home?
And, you know,
yeah,
it's
like,
unfortunate.
I mean, it was, and then Geno, that pisses him off. He's a different kind of person than I am. I have more like leeway. I'd be kinder. He's like, fuck this.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on? I'm like, she's fucking brainwashed. She's fucking brainwashed by this.
It's
she
too
is,
bad.
though.
It's too bad because when you know you're being a good person to someone and they're not seeing it, it's incredibly frustrating because you don't want to brag about yourself and say you're being the good person, but you also deep down know you are, so you're kind of caught between humility and wanting to brag. But like, I wish she could see.
I don't even want, I know you're trying to be the good dude. Yes, but you're in the middle of a divorce, so you're never going to come off as the good dude.
But I wish she could see. I wish she could see that on one hand, you got a guy reading your messages, maybe writing them for you, manipulating what other people say about you. And on the other side, you have a guy who may be your ex-husband, but he's also saying, look, they're not nice people. They're mean to you. And also, April, I'm mean to you too. I'm not nice to you. You and I don't like each other right now. So take this from someone who can say that both sides of this are terrible for you. Get away. Rebuild your life. I
get to that too. And I said, I literally said in this, I'm like, I wish you'll hear.
If April were in front of me right now and did like the 12-step thing where she apologized and she were at my door, I would tell her, now's not a good time. You should leave.
Right.
I don't want to talk to you.
Divorces are hard. That's when I heard about the rain thing. I'm like, well, it's a divorce.
And the only reason it was out in the rain is because you fuckheads got arrested, and I didn't know until it was raining already. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Yeah, you are welcome to respond and see how I haven't even responded yet, and it's just pages and pages. No, you were able to spend. Geno has blasted her DMs out on Aaron's show. Not true. It was on his own show, and he was trying to, in his own way, help her get through to her. Because all she said when he was like, get away from these people. This is not, we care about you. Keanu and I fucking love you. You would never stop us from being her friend, ever. She responded to him, but the Requietas are good people. What did she say to you? We have to find a way to get the Requietas at the wedding.
Yes, she did. She said, Nick feels really bad. I think Nick's sad that he can't come to the wedding. I go, and I told her.
Ew.
And this is even when like Kayla was talking to me about, oh, are we going to the wedding? And I told all of them. And again, this is the sober person talking to the high people. I understand that now.
Like, no.
But I was telling all of them, I go, guys, this is Geno and Keanu's wedding. They're going to decide,
you freaks.
who gets to go. By the way,
and then he said it, and I'm not kidding. He said it because somebody put a clip out of me. It was like Misery Loves Clips, and I was making a joke, and I was saying I was still being a nice friend, and I went because Chrissy and I were talking about it on Simcast, and I was going, I don't care if it were 2 days before, if she still wanted to stand up for my wedding or come, I'd be like, would you really be okay with that? Like 2 days before, because I never think about my fucking self. I'm like, I love her so much. I don't care as long as if she just wanted to show up, I'd work it out. I'd be completely there for her. And then I made a joke and I said, okay, if she wanted to bring Nick Rekieta as a joke.
Yeah.
I said that. I'm like,
Right.
I'd have a problem. She went, oh, you mean she doesn't get a +1? But it shouldn't even be assumed. A friend of ours got a text from him that said, it really hurt my feelings that April wouldn't allow me, or that Keanu forbid me from coming to the wedding.
First of all,
You have to be high.
You have
to be high.
That's
to think
insane.
I would ever, whoa. Okay, so say in 6 months when our wedding is, and say they're together and they're not, and he's not in jail or whatever, right?
Right.
And April wanted a +1, I'd be like, okay, who is it? Well, it's Nick. Fuck no. It would have never happened.
No.
And to say, like, in all earnestness and honesty, to say, like, well, Keanu forbid me from, like, where's your wife?
Yeah.
Where is April? Where are your
Right.
children? What are you fucking thinking?
Right.
You would have never been invited, not even in your fucking quadruple, thruple, foursome situation.
And Nick.
Not in this situation, never. Not now, not ever. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Dummy. God, are you kidding me?
And Nick, you fucking self-important retard. Watch this. Hey, Keanu, if I met the nicest and most amazing woman and she was great for me, could I bring her to the wedding?
Absolutely. No problem.
Oh, I thought you were going to say no. I thought the point was that nobody was getting a +1. You know what you just did? You just fucking Steve Conti'd my ass.
Actually, no. I told you don't get a +1.
Right. That's what I was kind of getting
you're going
at.
too fast if you are. But
no,
I don't think that they're a culty, drug addicted fucking loser. No. If you were like, really, I'm in love with this girl, I wanted to bring her to the wedding, right?
Look.
But if April came to me, I haven't even spoken to April. She was supposed to be a bridesmaid in my wedding. Cried when we asked her, right? It's live on the stream. She was sniffling all the way through.
Well,
correct?
I mean, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I meant that in 2 ways.
I know.
But no, you shouldn't be bringing up.
No.
I want you to come and have fun.
Yes.
But if you did that, somebody on an outside, if she would have to be high to be like, well, can I bring Nick?
Yeah, you'd have to be high.
She's not thinking about my wedding right now. She's not thinking about me. She's not thinking about whatever. So I don't want to make it about me. I just want her to be okay. I don't give a fuck if she comes to the wedding. I don't care if she stands up for the wedding. I have said 100 times, I'm like, if she wanted to show up 2 days before, I would still let her do it. Because if that helped her, that'd be fine. But for him to say, not only to you guys far before any of this happened, and then again recently, because of some weirdo clip where I made a joke.
It hurt my feelings.
That he would be disappointed. His feelings are hurt? My feelings are hurt that you fucking, I don't know, you've indoctrinated my friend in your fucking weird cult. Okay? That's where my feelings are hurt.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway. You know where my feelings are hurt? That you didn't give a fuck about your kids enough to put down the fucking smack, you tard. That's what hurts my feelings. I have a little stuffed dog that Nick's youngest gave me. And I have it on the nightstand next to my bed. And
Nick's youngest what?
Nick's youngest child gave me a gift of a stuffed dog. She goes, Mr. Erwin, I wanted to give you a present. And
this is so creepy.
She gave me a stuffed dog. I know, now that the adults know what all of us were doing, so this is fucking weird. But, like, it was a really...
Mr. Owen, thank you for the Spaghettios.
Thank you for the Spaghettios.
This stuffed dog.
And she gives me this stuffed dog, and I have it on my nightstand. And I'm like, a young child giving you a gift like that, and you can't stop...
On the tag, was it like, help me?
And then on it, it was actually the, it was the SAMHSA cocaine hotline number. No, it was, she actually blinked SOS in Morse code when she gave it to me. No, but for someone to, like a little kid to give you that gift, and you can't give them the courtesy of stop shoving coke in your nose to take care of them. That's a fucking pig move. Like, you've got to be a fucking monster to not.
And that's one
cop
of the
to
other
that.
bottom lines. I think Cecil said it on a stream with Camelot too, and Cecil's a good buddy of ours. Swinging, casual drug use, adults, whatever, leave it at your door, right? I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah.
Leave it at your door.
Right.
Their kids, and basically everything that you said, their clothes were moldy. The kids were complaining. Can we have new clothes? You can't convince me. I mean, he can try and lawyer his way out of it. Well, you shouldn't have come in our house. But the fact remains, you neglected your kids.
Yeah. Scarebro with
that seems like the bottom line.
Yeah.
But.
We'll get back to the messages. Scarebro with 199 says no screenshot, super chats on, just a Grifton thought. Well, I mean, I guess you're entitled to your opinion. 499 from Red Fox Mad says Nick is a dangerous person. Oh, we did that one. This is the potentially criminal. Sean, I believe. I like his work. I was on Kino Casino with him when he told me to shut the fuck up. I like people regardless of how they feel about me. Like I told you, I like Camelot. I think he's great. So, like, you are not going to deter me from liking you by saying Aaron's a doofus or I think he's obnoxious. I know who I am. I
think you know that.
Yeah. I like Sean from Potentially Criminal. I actually think he's one of the funnier guys in that whole law sphere. I listened to one of his videos once while I mowed my lawn. Potentially Criminal with $2 says, just put on the baldo, Keanu. And now, is he accusing you of, like, defending Nick? I think that's sarcasm. Because I don't think...
I know. I have a very soft dick.
$5 from Victor says, hey, Aaron, enjoying all of this from the farms. Oh, Kiwi Farms is another place that I really enjoy. And a lot of those people think I'm the biggest piece of shit who ever lived, but I'm entertained by the shit they do. So I thought I'd tithe you. You seem like a decent fella. Cheers. Yeah, there seems to be a real approval rating issue day to day with me and Kiwi Farms. There's some days I go on there and they're like, this Aaron seems like a good enough guy. And then there's other days where they go, this guy's a cuckfag retard. And I'm like, well, you know.
Somebody said, can I pet that dog? Potato Head. Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? Okay, we have so many of these together.
All right, let's go with Nick's messages to Keanu. We're continuing on here. $250 away. Go ahead and throw money at us. We appreciate it. I don't really care today, but I'd really still like to keep the win streak alive. It's months long.
We haven't even, and this is still his just first message.
Yeah,
to me,
it's
so
months
We'll try
long.
We'll try and go quicker.
All right, we'll go quicker. You and I have been interrupting a lot. Let's go.
I know it's a lot. This is also about. You, and then he goes, okay, Geno has blasted her DMs out on Aaron's show. Not true. His own show. Not blasting them out, just read them, trying to get to her. Right. You tried to call her while you were live. I tried to look back and see if I did this, and I may have. I couldn't find it, but had she answered, I had called her so many times, I was most likely, if she actually answered, I would have shut the fucking thing down and walked away. But I had called her so many fucking times.
Yeah.
I knew she wasn't going to answer. I'm like, look, watch. If I call her, she's not going to answer.
Dude.
Okay. Sorry. I take it back. I'm so sorry I did that. I would have never had her talking live on my show without telling her like that. I just wanted to fucking, and I looked back and tried to, God, I was scared. Maybe it was like April or something. It was just my mom. I got a text. I tried to look back. I'm like, I don't see when I did that, but okay. Yeah. All right, Nick. But I'm a monster.
But let's say you did. This is the weirdest thing with Nick. Like the complaints about me and now the complaints about you. Like
and that's the only complaint you can find?
That's the best you can do? Dude, that is nothing. Are you fucking kidding? Like, this is weak shit. Especially when you consider this is from a guy whose house had 26 grams of coke pulled from it while his kids were there, and his kids were stinky and hungry.
Right.
Nick, I'm sorry, buddy. You're bad at this. You've always been bad at this. You're not
what did he think he was going to do? Convince me? You're like, you know what? I am a monster. Well, I tried to call her live on the air, and Aaron is a monster too, because he put her things out accidentally in the rain. So you should keep April and keep her addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
You're
right, Nick. You guys should
right.
keep doing coke and drinking, and you should disrespect your wife publicly by going out with your mistress. That's what you should. You know what, Nick? You're right. We're the bad guys. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead. Continue. We're going to get through these. I promise.
You don't have to trust me. I don't care. All right.
That's a very narcissistic.
I don't trust you.
Narcissists do that a lot too, where they go, I don't care if you think I'm telling the truth. That's a good sign that someone's lying.
I'm like, all right, you're still going on though. Goes on. I know who I am and I know the real story. Okay.
Lying narcissist.
Why don't you tell it to me?
Yeah.
But you should be asking why your friend is having trouble trusting you and the genuineness of your actions when you sit on a show where her garbage ex-husband trashes her constantly.
Doesn't trash her constantly.
And you have, I understand it. She hasn't answered me.
Yeah.
Bottom line, I don't know what to do. I am more than willing to talk to her, but I sit on the show because you asked me and Geno to sit on the show when she kind of bailed on you.
Yes. Yeah, Nick.
Can you fill in?
Hey, you know what? There's an old story from the show News Radio. You know, Phil Hartman died. His wife shot him. She relapsed and was high on coke. And John Lovitz had to fill in for Phil Hartman. And Andy Dick was the one who gave Lynn Hartman cocaine. And Andy Dick went off.
Oh, my God.
Andy Dick went off on John Lovitz one day. And he goes, I don't even like that you're here. You're not funny. And you shouldn't even be here. And John Lovitz looked at Andy Dick and said, I wouldn't be here if you hadn't given Lynn coke. And that's kind of how I feel about Nick Rekieta. Is he goes, you and Geno are on that show and you're talking shit about her. Hey, Nick, I wouldn't be here if you hadn't given April coke.
And I honestly don't really feel that you're even talking shit about her.
No.
I certainly have never spoken. I'm not talking shit about her. If anything, we all have shows. Yeah. We all talk about our lives, right? It's a literal cry for her to hear us. If she's not going to answer my fucking phone calls.
Right.
If she's not going to answer, she only answers Geno, but I think it's Nick. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So, no. I'm supposed to not sit on his show. He's just trying to control the narrative. Yeah. He knows I see right through him. He doesn't want me on here being like, this is what I think about it, because he's an idiot. And he thinks, oh, okay, well, I'm going to guilt her out of to not do Aaron's show. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Rekieta Law. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Continuing on.
And if you genuinely believe Aaron's flat out regarded notion that she
retarded, I think he meant to say retarded. He's probably using it when he wrote this message.
Okay. Yes, probably. Regarded. Okay. Retarded notion that she, in quotes, returned to a drug den, while that, in quotes, drug den is the focus of a felony criminal case and its occupants are being monitored constantly, then you are criminally idiotic.
Nick, all we know is what we've seen. The police raided a drug den.
Yeah.
What do you want?
So we're supposed
to take the word of the guy who had his drug den raided while he was on stream talking about what a good Christian, godly man he was. We're supposed to just take your fucking word for it after you proclaimed your innocence after passing out on stream, and then would have been continuing this behavior had the cops not busted down your door and took the shit. We're just supposed to take your word for it?
Right. And then when I ask later, I'm like, maybe she's not living with you, but if she's in the house next door, it means she's living with you. Skirts around it. So, yeah.
Hey, Nick.
Then you are functionally idiotic.
Wait, real quick. Nick,
yeah,
the address. Yeah. The address that State Farm sent her repair check to for her truck claim for hitting a deer. The address that I have on our policy is my home address. The address he had the check sent to is your P.O. box. So shut the fuck up, you fucking cunty liar. Go ahead.
Yeah. And also, even if he's, you know what? Say we know she's not with her parents, right?
Right.
We know she doesn't have any other friends to stay with because she's been alienated from everybody in her life. So even if she isn't living next door, or which essentially means with him, the fact that he's still in contact with her is not good enough for me. I'm like, I don't want you to be in contact with her at all. I don't want you to be able to influence her to do anything or encourage her to do anything. Why are you speaking for her? Why aren't you trying to get your kids back? Why are you fucking talking to me? So then here we go. So it's oh God, this is hilarious. Then you're functionally idiotic. I didn't get that impression from our limited contact. I know.
How passive aggressive and cunty is that?
Right. And I'm like, I know you didn't, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck off. AA attending, and this is where I really got annoyed. Is if that wasn't annoying. AA attending Aaron drinks on his show and tweets pictures of alcohol. Why is he attending AA?
I'm not attending AA. First of all, I don't talk about the groups I go to, but the group I'm going to is not for addicts.
Oh, there are addicts. I
there are
said
addicts
it in
there.
here.
Yeah, there are
so
addicts.
So when I
there.
responded, so this is becoming the end. I'm like, okay, again, you're talking to me about Aaron.
First of all,
and also I know for a fact he's not an AA. He's not an alcoholic. You dumb fuck.
Let me say this. The fucking gall to even bring up that group when you're not supposed to. I don't bring up that group on the show. I mentioned that I go to meetings on Sundays, but I would always keep the anonymity of any group that wished to remain anonymous on my program. Other people have mentioned the group on the show and said, Aaron, I think where you go is here. And I've done that, and it was really helpful to me. And it's me talking about it has helped people, and I appreciate it.
You never said you were an AA. Why would you say you were an AA?
I would never out the group, but I'm not in Alcoholics Anonymous. But if I
why would you be?
Yeah.
And like, why? And he's like trying. I'm like, oh my gosh, he does drink. Did he say he was in AA?
Yeah.
You're right. You and April should be together. You can come to our wedding and you should both bring a bunch of cocaine.
Could you do me a favor?
And your 5 children.
Yeah.
What? No.
Do me a favor. When you do read the part where you correct him on that, could you just leave the group name out of it if you could?
Oh, yes, I will, actually. Okay. I will.
All right.
Okay. And then he goes, this drug den is free of any alcohol or substances. No. That's me saying
Okay, here would be my follow-up question. Okay, then where are they? I mean,
the police took the drugs. Probably.
Are they next door? Are they at the place next door?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Aaron's house isn't. Okay.
I have alcohol. Yeah, because I can handle it responsibly. When I drink alcohol on my show, by the end of the show, you don't see.
Please show your friend that you're actually her friend. I have. I don't know how else I can.
Right.
Understand why she may have been cautious in talking to anyone while her ex-husband went on a multi-week disparagement campaign where she can't respond. I'm like, she can respond to me anytime.
Yeah. Right.
Geno's gotten a text
and
back.
Nick, I wasn't disparaging anyone. I was telling the world, you had a chance, motherfucker. When you got arrested, you had a chance to come clean to the entire world. Talk about the mistakes you've made. Talk about the fucked up things we did. I gave you that opportunity. You came out right away. I've told everyone this. The reason I decided to start talking about these stories is because this motherfucker had a chance when he passed out on his stream and then after he got arrested to take responsibility and tell the story. He denied, he lied, he obfuscated. So I said, all right, somebody's got to take responsibility for this shit. I will. So, Nick, it hasn't been a disparagement campaign. It's been a criticism campaign of everything we, not you, not April, not Kate, we, all of us did. We're all guilty. You know, the liar, liar line. I hold myself in contempt. Why should you be any different?
Are you sure about that 5 minutes?
Oh, yeah. Are you sure about it? Wait, what's that? That one's
kidding. It's the only lawyer. It's my cousin Vinny.
My cousin.
Lawyer.
Are you sure
about that 5 minutes?
All right, go. Continue on.
Okay, here we go. This is just the end of his first message to me, and then we'll get to mine, and then we'll kvetch. Also realize that for literally every accusation Aaron has made, in all caps, if you believe him, he, in all caps, must have been 100% in agreement and participating in all of it. And his only, in all caps, sorry, it's hard to read with like this. His only reason for leaving your weird quadruple, I suppose, is that he basically was cucked out of his life. Okay.
I'll tell you this, that's a fucked up drug addicted way to look at it. But I would say I left because I was going to get cucked out of my life if I didn't leave. Nick, unlike you, Nick, my kids are my life.
And then he goes,
go ahead.
He goes, that story isn't true.
Wait, so he's saying that I got cucked out of my life, then saying that's not true that I got cucked out of
But that story isn't true.
Oh.
But if you believed it to be true, as he states, then he.
Oh my God, this guy is so fucking bad at brainwashing. I feel bad for Kayla and April because this kind of exposes how stupid they are.
I know, I'm like, this is ridiculous.
If you fall for this shit,
Nick,
and then
first of all, he goes, is an awful pile of garbage and as bad as me, the supervillain. I'm like, jerk yourself off more, you fucking moron.
Hey, Nick, until the day I left, yes, I was as bad as you because I was there. Even though I was against a lot of the shit going on, did I do anything about it? Not until later. So yeah, Nick, this is Nick's problem. He cannot respond to me without handcuffing himself to me and making us the same. The problem is I have no problem with admitting it. He does. So he can't.
I know, and then he loves to call himself the supervillain.
He does. Oh my God. You know what he called him? Oh, this is so douchey. You ready for this? You know what he used to call himself to us, to like all of us? He used to say, oh, and I'm just an agent of chaos.
Oh.
Ew, no, you're not. You're a bony nothing that I could break in half with one hand.
Little bitch.
Stop
Shut
it.
up. You stream for a living, you fucking gross weirdo. Like, ugh.
An agent of chaos.
You're an agent of chaos? Oh, you're embarrassing yourself. Oh,
how messy your house is chaotic. I agree with that. If you mean like how you keep up a house, yes, you're absolutely an agent of chaos, but not in life. You're not threatening at all. But like this idea.
He thinks he's like Bane or something.
Yeah.
He's the Joker. You're not the Joker.
You're one of the guys.
Like, you're a wimpy fucking white guy that lives in Minnesota.
Here's who Nick is. Remember when Bane just went to that one dorky guy and just took his head and broke his neck and killed him? Nick's that guy. But when it comes to the Aaron got cucked out of his life, no, he didn't. That's kind of a weird. So he's like complimenting me, but protecting himself.
That story is not true.
But now,
if it were.
Here's what I consider getting cucked out of my life, Nick. If I had got arrested with you and I had my children taken away and I was facing felony charges and I was looking at serious jail time and everything, like if I would have kept April and lost my children and had felony drug charges, that's getting cucked out of my life. My life is now I have to rebuild my life. It's over. I lost it because of what I did with you guys. The fact that I left and I have my 3 children, I have my beautiful home. I have family members back again. I have wonderful, amazing friends who have, like I've said before, I have a woman who forgives me when I couldn't. I mean, my God, if that's getting cucked out of my life, put me in the fucking hotel chair for it because I'll watch. That is an amazing life. The person who got cucked out of their life is a person who's now disrespecting his wife publicly, who's lost his children, who had drugs removed from his house.
Nobody even knows where his fucking wife is.
Guns stored in his house. She's probably depressed in the fucking bedroom because she's too.
No, he probably is using again, and so is him and April are eating at fucking Dairy Queen.
Yeah. So look, it's a desperate message. I get it. So I probably, everybody's probably like, Aaron, you don't need to explain this. Like it's fucking retarded. But it is
I
so
told
retarded.
you there's going to be a lot, so you may as well just debunk and respond.
All right. $250 away. Go ahead and throw in some cash to the old steel toe. There's the links in the chat. Keanu, continue with the message. I am holding on to the worst
the last
key
part
of all
his message, and then I'll read mine real quick. And then there's about 100 more from him.
Oh,
so
Jesus.
everybody just buckle the fuck in, okay? And then he goes after he said that as me, the supervillain. Then he goes into another paragraph. Hit me up anytime. So I looked at this and I thought, shall I respond to this fucking moronic wimp of a man. And I said, I must. I said, and I was as nice as possible. I said, I just miss my friend, and I am beside myself with worry. How could I not be? I have reached out to April. I have defended her countless times. It makes me sick when anyone, including Aaron, disparages her. And I know that you're not trying to, but talking about on the show, I understand. But you know what I mean.
Right.
I've said to her, please just call me. We don't have to talk about any of this. I just want to hear her voice and try and make her laugh because I am her friend. I don't know you, but it doesn't seem like you're taking any accountability for what seems to have transpired.
Yeah.
I never said April was currently strung out. I don't know how April is doing because she admittedly has been distant from her friends and family. This could be in part because of Aaron's public commentary on the situation, but my gut tells me that you've alienated her as well. Just my opinion.
I will say that if I could respond to that part of your message, that's not a theory. I mean, when it was all four of us, I rarely spoke to my friends. I rarely spoke to my family. I mean,
he did. I know it. I'm trying to be
plans.
Like diplomatic.
Yeah.
But when what I want to say is like, you fucking are holding my friend captive, you freak, you culty freak. But
we got to be careful with the captive part because let's be honest, April also made her choices. I mean, this guy may have fucked her head up, but she also made her choices too. I mean,
she's 29. She's an adult. It's just there's emotion involved for me because she's.
No, you're not wrong.
It's sad. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine how you fucking feel, but divorce is hard. It's easier for you to be callous. I'm like, where's my friend?
No good. Yeah. Let's, the Louis C.K. line, no good marriage ever ended in divorce. Let's just go that way.
She's been distant since way before any of this was public. April says, she has her own place. And I only know that because she texted that to Biscotti. She said, I have my own place. If that means she's living in the other place on your property you apparently have, then that worries me. Yeah. He skirts around that because he knows I'm right.
Right.
Hopefully that's not the case. Just because you guys are getting clean or what have you and have removed all the booze and drugs doesn't mean you are good for April to be around. And I mean that.
No, he's a bad guy.
What kind of person? Here's our mugshots. April, good for us not to talk for a while. Let's go our separate ways. Again, just my opinion. Also, Aaron is attending meetings. It's for people, if you want me to say this.
No, it's okay. As long as you don't say the group
people who
name.
have friends and family members who are addicts. It's not the same as AA. Just FYI. Be well. I'm like, you fucking moron. So then he immediately texts me back this much and goes like, Aaron doesn't have friends in AA. I'm like, what?
What is that?
And his faux concern for us getting clean is a bullshit ruse. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? I didn't say he had friends in AA. I said he had friends who were family members who were addicts.
Yes.
You dumb fuck. Oh, and that's still beyond the point.
He's so bad at this.
He's terrible. You have no idea what accountability I am or am not taking. Oh, he's active. He's probably watching.
Am not taking. That's interesting.
You have no idea what accountability I am or am not taking because I'm largely quiet while a fat retard runs mine and my family's name through the mud while pretending to be a hero.
Hey, Nick.
I assume he's talking about you.
Hey, Nicky, baby. Nobody's run the Rekieta name through the mud more than you. Did I do this? Did I do that? No. Did I get arrested with blow and ketamine and guns and kids in the messy house? No.
And honestly, you don't know where your family is right now. It doesn't seem like you're with Kayla. Your children aren't with you.
How about in all this, he's never defended his wife once in any of these messages. It's all April.
Right.
Boy, what a piece of shit.
And I'm like, you fucking culty creep.
Yeah.
Tell April to call me. I would like to hear her voice.
Nick,
how about that?
Nick, and I know you're watching Pumpkin.
He is. He just became active.
Let me tell you something. And this is going to be hard for you to hear, so you'll probably block it out. It won't get through.
It's okay, sweetie.
But I have been commenting on the running down you've been doing of your family. If me just talking about my life and what I've experienced and what I've seen while dealing with you and everyone else, if that somehow seems critical to you, take it to heart, analyze it, think about it, take some moral inventory. Nick, I'm telling you, the thing I go to every week is a thing where there's two different groups. And there's one of those groups that would probably help you very, very much.
He's so
but
stupid,
you have
he
to be
doesn't
able to take a
understand that.
rigorous moral inventory. You have to be able to do what I did. And I know you'll never do that because I did it. You'll think it's terrible. But you'll
Addicts don't think they're addicts.
You'll have to
So.
be able to look inside yourself and go, what have I done wrong? What are the things that I did wrong? I scandalized my children. I scandalized my marriage. I did drugs. I shared partners. I had sex with a woman who was married to another man.
Yeah, the trad dad.
Yeah.
Right?
Nick, I made a lot of mistakes. And guess what? I stopped making them, and I'm moving on with my life. You're still stuck in defending the mistakes you've been making. I'm not going to be you and be phony and say, I hope you make $1 million. But for your kids' sake, I hope you either remove yourself from their lives completely forever or you change.
They're fucking better off
They really are.
without him, honestly.
All right, continue.
So, here we go. It's you've no idea what accountability I am or am not taking because I am largely quiet while a fat retard runs mine and my family's name through the mud while pretending to be the hero. And again, that is a bit of rhetoric that his texts to in my opinion to Geno say in the same formatting, same deal. Someday maybe you'll let me tell you the whole story.
Tell me now.
I'm like, tell me now.
Go ahead.
I got all the time in the world, man.
Can you not do it without confessing
I'm
to
like,
felonies?
where is April?
Yeah.
Can she tell me the whole story? Tell me the story. What am I gonna do?
And by the way, Keanu, let's ask you. Let's ask Chrissy. Let's ask Lila Hart. Let's ask Ashton. Let's ask Missy, the people I've been on with. Have I portrayed myself to be the hero in all this?
No, not at all.
What was it that Lila said I was that I agreed with?
No, he thinks he's gonna fucking bullshit me and being like, you know what?
But what?
Aaron is an idiot asshole.
But what?
That doesn't mean that you're not on drugs and you didn't have guns under your bed and you didn't neglect your kids. It still means that. And where is April? I don't care what Aaron did.
So when it comes to Lila, though, it's not hero, the word I agreed to. What was the word?
Failure.
Failure. Nick, only when we admit we failed can we begin to improve. But
what did Lila say? Lila went, no, you failed. You failed. You're a failure.
You're a failure.
At your marriage. But you're a better man than this culty narcissist. Anyway.
Okay, Keanu, thank you for the low bar praise.
You're welcome.
Because that's not a tough one to clear.
All I'll give you.
Yeah.
You're still a doofus idiot.
Doofus.
And
geez, we're adding idiot to doofus.
You're friends with Geno, so terrible.
All right.
Anyway, someday maybe you'll let me tell you the story. Like, tell me now. I don't care. What? All right. I got all the time in the world. Tell me now. Then I didn't even respond. He goes, that said, my goal has always, in all caps, been to get April to talk to you, in all caps, specifically. Okay? I don't like that you can tell her to do anything.
So he's just
weird.
So he's just the victim at April's whim, and she just will not listen to him. So April's just this. She won't listen to anything I say. Oh,
and not that we didn't. The last time I saw her, not that we didn't, hug each other and cry.
Yeah.
Like saying goodbye to each other, and all of a sudden, I want her to talk to you specifically. I'm like, there's a reason she's not talking to me, and I don't know what it is, but seems to be like she's being influenced by somebody. I never isolated her. Aaron literally did. He preempted her contact with her friends and family, weaving a bullshit story to poison the well.
I got the fuck out, and she stayed, and I went, guys, did I not go to my friends and go, I need some help?
All you did was call me. Yeah, you went to me. You called me and Geno. You went, looks like, we're getting divorced. We're like, what? The fucking, yeah, she has a problem and all this stuff. And then you texted me and a friend of ours too. Call April. Call April.
Yes.
Call April.
Help her.
Help her.
Get her out of there.
So it's actually the exact opposite, to poison the well. Okay, because we never.
This guy
never
is so
poisoned her.
addicted to control that
He's
any
a
story.
fucking culty narcissist.
Oh my
Yes.
God, is he a fucking? And, you know, it's nice that everyone gets to see it because it does. Like I said, when you're the sober one and everyone's fucked up, it's so hard to not think you're crazy. And then when other people get exposed, this is why I've never told people what to think, because I've had the confidence now. I'm like, if they experience it for themselves, they'll know. And they have, and they've seen, and they know. And it's like, this is a booger of a human being.
I don't
really.
even know how you did that. A bunch of people on.
I had to compromise a lot of who I was and make terrible mistakes.
I
And
guess,
do
you know
awful
what?
shit.
I guess boys will go through a lot for like Nookie, I suppose.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
I'm like, if I were around a bunch of fucking high people and oh my God, fuck this. Absolutely not. Here he is more because I still haven't responded. I begged her to contact you, told her that she needs to tell her friends her story and let them know how she really was, because Aaron was happy to lie about her. I'm like, well, wait,
Where's the
what
lie?
do you mean how she really was?
Yeah.
Lie about what? What's the lie? I didn't say, you said April was strung out. I'm like, okay, well, you literally
The
did say
police,
that.
the search warrant said she was strung out on stream.
Aaron said she was strung out to you on the show when he lied about her picking up her remaining property.
No, that's what somebody wrote to me. They said she looked strung out when I saw her at the gas station.
I'm like, okay.
I
You're
don't-
just going all which ways now. I'm like,
Yeah.
still nothing to do with me. Where is April? Can't April contact me, you
Right.
dumb fuck?
No, he has to run
Right.
protection. He has to be in charge.
Right, exactly. Because he's smarter than everybody else, even though he's a fucking disgusting, creepy loser. But don't trust me on any of this. You don't know me. Exactly.
I don't.
So I don't know you. Why are you contacting me, freak?
Yeah.
I'm still, in all caps, hoping she'll reach out. Me too, I guess.
Yeah.
Just please don't blast her business online. I don't know her business because I haven't been able to speak to her and I think it's because of you, douchebag.
Please tell me.
She answers Geno,
Yeah.
answers our other friend. I haven't gotten one fucking thing back. Nothing. And I don't even think that the texts that go to Geno, the couple, and the texts that go to our other friends are even her.
And you,
It's just my opinion, but
and
I don't think they are.
I didn't think that at first, but now the way he's talking to you and the way you've kind of laid it out for me, you might be right.
I think this is my Geno, I was right, bitch, like
Yeah.
COVID thing.
Right.
When this all is it's said and done, 100%. I'm like, I'm not an idiot. I'm like, I saw this text to this person. I saw this text to this person. It's formatted the same way. You use the same phrases. You just mix them up like a stupid little comma word salad, bitch. Like, I know. And then you think I'm smarter than this. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So,
Peter
here we
Sky
go.
Parker with $2 says, Keanu, get to your point or shut up. Look, Keanu and I have a lot of feelings, all right? 191
A lot of
Redbird.
feelings. What do you want me to do? I'm just reading his fucking feelings.
191 Redbird with $20 says, what are the chances he bought her a new phone and has the old one and she has no idea anyone is trying to help her? No, here's what it is, Redbird.
No, it's not
When
that.
you're an
She's
addict,
just
you
like,
don't think
yeah.
people are trying to help you. She thinks we're attacking her. Nick tells her we're attacking her, so they reinforce each other. They're addict buddies now. Like it's them against it's those two against the world. And until you
Like
break
Bonnie
that,
and Clyde.
right? And until you break that mindset, you're never going to get better. Unfortunately for her, and unfortunately for Nick, the rest of us are moving on with our lives. And Keanu's got a wedding coming up. I've got new things going on in my life that I'm very excited about. And every day we go further away from the dock, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So there's no helping unless people want help.
They don't want the help. And I don't want to help
Yeah.
Nick. I don't know him. I would like for April to come out of this, and I think that she will. But
April and
again,
I would have been better off if we had never met each other.
yes, and I'm getting to
100%.
that. So,
Mr. Me with $5 says, I'm obligated to send money for the drunken Nick impression, so here you go. Oh, well, thank you very much. We're 2:30 away from today. I mean, it hasn't really been a, do overtime goal thing, because we're probably going to blow through overtime today. If you're appreciating what we're doing today and you want to throw us a few bucks, we appreciate it. Kong with $5 says, Kiki, Nick's messages sound like he's trying to get you to join April and Kayla with him for a 4-way.
Yeah, I'd rather literally die.
I will say this: he is getting to the point where you're not buying.
Except April.
Yeah, you are getting to the point where he's not buying your bullshit, so he's starting to lash out at you.
I'm not buying the bullshit, right? No. So then it goes, hit me up anytime, you strung out, blah blah blah. He just keeps going back and forth, and then notice. Oh, and this is what will blow your mind. Okay, where did I leave off? Who was happy to lie about her? I didn't say you said April was strung out.
We did that one.
But don't trust me on any of this. I'm still hoping she'll reach out. Just please don't blast her business online. I'm like, I'm not. And maybe now I am. Even though this isn't her business. I don't know. This is just you talking. So many people are doing that to her. I'm like, okay, well, no one's heard from her. Literally, no one's heard from her. So how could that be true? Notice who isn't. Me. One day you'll understand why she doesn't have any charges, by the way. It isn't because of Aaron.
Wait, what?
So are you trying to tell me there that somehow behind bars you got her off the hook?
Wait, why would it be because of me?
It isn't because of you.
Yeah, why would it?
He's saying, I got her off the hook. Notice who isn't.
Now, let me tell you this, and Keanu knows what I'm saying here. I can't respond to that.
I know.
But there will be, let me put it this way, there will be a response to that. I
but
can't.
He's trying to tell me I saved her by
saying that she was just visiting. Let me tell you something.
I guess. Or else, he didn't even know in the arraignment that she was not in jail anymore.
Right. Let me tell you this, Nick.
We all saw it, douchebag.
Kayla told the police that she was your live-in nanny. The police are watching you. They know she's on your property. I can't say, I can't say any more than that. Keanu, I really can't respond to that any further. I don't want to get in any kind of trouble.
I didn't want you to. I
Yeah.
just wanted you to hear him just trying to white knight for her, trying to tell me that he was the reason she didn't have any charges. I respond like this. I wish April had never met any of you, Aaron included.
Yeah.
Tell her to call me when and if she's ever up to it. I understand if she's not. He still goes on. Like I said, one person in this equation has been hell-bent on destroying April's life and reputation. You're the one on his show. I know, and he's still, that is where you stop responding. I'll encourage her to reach out, as I always have. And then that pisses me off.
Yeah.
Stop. And I don't want you to be able to encourage her to do anything. I said this, and then I fucking...
Hey, Nick, I'll say it again. Nick, I'll say it one more time. None of us would be doing any of this if you hadn't given April coke. Take responsibility for your fucking actions and stop being a spoiled little cunt boy, Mr. Agent of Chaos. Keanu, go ahead.
I said, Geno was on his show as well. He got a response from April, apparently. I'm not defending Aaron. He clearly fucked up too, which he admits. If her life is destroyed, which I don't think it is, especially if she gets away from all of you.
Right.
It's because she was arrested in a house with guns, drugs, and kids. Unless someone would like to explain to me how that's not the bottom line, that's the bottom line to me. Hate that you are able to encourage her to do anything, but since you're in contact with her, you can let her know that I hope she calls me and I miss her. Stop responding. Just leave it alone. He goes on and on and on, just shitting on you. And I'll send them to you. There's not even any point. Do you want to hear it?
I mean, we can keep shitting on me if you want. I've kind of got the gist of it, but
it's the gist. It's just it is like being on like fucking. It's like going back on a fucking cocaine trip. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Aaron hasn't admitted his fuck ups. Holy shit. Aaron is performatively preparing to destroy April for a while. It has been it's been gross to watch unfold. Hate me all you want.
I tried to get her off Nick, my trying to destroy her was trying to get her off coke while you told her how good it was for her. That's what the destruction was. You guys are addicts. I shouldn't be yelling because, again, it's the sober guy against the addict, and we're just
Look
not.
how red in the face I am from reading this and angry. I know I'm like pissed off reading it again.
Nick,
so
I told her to stop, and
right,
we would fight. I would tell her to stop. We would fight. Then I was the monster. Then you'd reinforce her behavior. There's nothing I can do. Congratulations, buddy. You're a better brainwasher than I am because all I said was cut the fucking coke out. And she would go back to you and get the reinforcement she needed to keep doing it. So if that's me destroying her life and me yelling at her and, yes, probably being very mean, probably being nasty when it came to cocaine, when it came to drugs. But it's not something I was ready to tolerate anymore. But when she goes back to you, and let's talk about performance, fuckhead. Let's talk about you reinforcing the using and then telling me, oh, Aaron, I'm taking care of it. I'm helping you. You talk about performance and talk about destroying spouses. Nick, your wife is a husk of a human being because of the way you treat her. But anyway, go ahead. Or is it just the same shit?
It's the same shit. I'll read my last message. So he says, Aaron has admitted his fuck ups. Holy shit, Aaron's trying to hate me all you want. By the way, she responded, Geno initially told her, I didn't give Geno a pass on sitting on Aaron's show either. I don't give a fuck who you give a pass
You
to.
don't have passes to give out, motherfucker. You're not in charge.
But I did tell April to understand that if she doesn't talk to you guys, that you'll only have Aaron's story, and that's not good. What's the other story? What? Tell her to
that
call
is,
me.
By the way, you have the other story. It's in the arrest report. It's in the search warrant affidavit. We have the other story. And you know what the other story says? Wow, everything Aaron said turned out to be pretty spot on.
It's really unfortunate Geno chose to put her on blast. It really fucked with her head. Are you kidding?
He fucked with her head.
Really?
This guy has a serious fucking problem.
So then, also, Aaron was telling the world April was on coke. April was a cokehead who abandoned 3 kids.
Yes.
This crushes her, by the way.
Well, then
she did
don't
not
fucking
abandon
do
them.
it. Don't do it then. Don't sit here and blame me because I told you what the score of the game was. I didn't play the I played the game, but what I'm saying is I didn't make your decisions for you. You made them.
I'll let her tell you that story. I haven't gotten a call since too.
Yeah.
Long before she got arrested. Okay. Well, all right, fine. She has since been terrified of him, as he stated publicly.
You know why she's terrified of me? Is because when we text each other nice after she comes and gets her stuff, somebody's probably over her shoulder reading her the messages saying, oh no, he's just fucking with you.
Yeah, no, I don't even think she's fucking writing them.
No.
He also told people she was she was a lazy employee who stopped working.
She did. He literally abandoned the show. Keanu's
Maybe
here.
not lazy, but you know,
well, I mean, she didn't do her job.
Eyes on other things.
Yeah.
Man, there's so much of all these. There's so much of all these stories. You'll have to get to them. Also, yeah, you know what? This is 100% like, if who could write this many messages and not be still on drugs?
Right. Right.
It's like exhausting to read. Man, there's so many to all of these. You'll have to believe me anyway. Which you won't believe me anyway, which is a shame. One person, again, has a massive track record of lying over and over. You sit on his show.
Please, what have I lied about? I said there were drugs in the house. I said I partook in them. I said I watched you guys do them. I said that the house.
Talk about these stories.
I said that
they involve, they involve people who wanted nothing but privacy, Aaron included, until he suddenly didn't.
Till you got fucking arrested and my life got put out there, you fucking twat. Yeah, I wanted privacy until you went on stream and went, "Ugh, oh, God," and then got yourself fucking put in the pen. Yes. Then I decided, well, looks like I got to fucking talk about all the shit I did. Because this fucking retard takes some. I know you've never had to take responsibility in your charmed fucking trust fund life, but if you don't soon, you'll never get back any of the things you lost. And you ruined, and you took a 29-year-old woman, you gave her coke and you fucking ruined her, and you made her paranoid, and you made her turn on anyone who ever gave a shit about her because what? You needed a drug buddy? Christ, dude. Fucking get a grip. Well,
this is the last thing I said, and then it's over. And then he says one more little thing. I said, like I said, I'm not defending Aaron's actions. This is a pointless conversation because you skirt around every question I have and continue to deflect back to him. Geno sits on his show every week as well, and he got a response from April yesterday, which was probably you. Yeah. I don't hate you because I don't know you, but from my perspective, I don't think April should be involved with you any longer. And from what you're telling me, I guess she is. The fact remains, I want to talk to April. I would like for her to tell me why somehow this is Aaron's fault that she was arrested in your house with guns, drugs, and kids. You could tell me too, but that doesn't seem to be happening. I'm worried about my friend. I can see through you, man. Convince me otherwise, or this conversation can come to a close until my friend April gives me a call.
Yeah.
And all he said later, she said she would reach out. I hope she does. I said, peace. Never fucking talk to me again. Like, I've had enough. Fuck off. I mean, that's enough. I read that word for fucking word. And I'm like, oh God, should I read this entire thing? But it's the same thing over and over again.
It's, you know what it is? That's cocaine talk, as far as I'm concerned. In my opinion, that sounds like cocaine talk.
I was like, I feel like I did like a fucking 3-act play, like reading all that. And it's the same fucking thing over and over and over again. Like, just keep telling me what you think about Aaron. Great. Yeah. Where's April?
Right. Where the fuck? Indeed. Where's the,
I know.
Yeah. So, Nick,
Gossip Thursday.
Nick texted me once. This is the cocaine talk. You lied to me and my wife every day of this thing. Was I not supposed to fuck her? And
my wife.
Yeah, that's what he said. He goes, "Oh no, you
not supposed to fuck the wife."
No.
Then how'd you lie to the wife?
Yeah, right. He goes, "You dumb faggot! You lied to me and my wife every day of this thing." And then I wrote, "Dumb faggot. I mean, don't tell all my secrets. As far as drinking goes, you make me look like a teetotaler." That's what I said to him. And then he goes, "And you lied about me to her. You are the monster that you say you are." And I go, "I'm sure I am. I wish you luck with that. These rants seem to come around booze and coke time. Weird."
He's on blow. Yeah. You're right. I believed they weren't. I couldn't believe it.
Then I wrote to him. I said, "Let me leave this. Listen to this." I go, "Let me leave this failed experiment behind. You will be fine." That's me basically saying, don't fucking talk. Like, let me just walk away. It'll be fine. Like, so for him to say, "Oh yeah, you got cucked out of his life." No, I literally said, "Let me," as you're sitting there begging me to stay. You lied. You this, you this. Let me leave this failed experiment behind. You will be fine. And then he goes, "Have fun pretending you aren't what you know you are. The funniest part about liars, they know the truth." That's not true, Nick. I don't think you know what the truth is. You know what you are. A coward, a pussy, a weak, small man. First of all, 6'4", 215. I mean, small. In a lumpy, misshapen, ugly body. Stop checking out my body, queer. And then he writes, "K yourself, you dumb pile of shit. Do the world a fucking favor." That's the good. Remember, he's the good guy. I sent April that text. I sent it to her, and I said, "Here's your man. You proud of him?" And then she didn't text me back for 2 weeks, and she goes, "That last message where you told me to K myself, that really hurt me." And I'm like, that's a fucking screenshot. It says Nick Rekieta at the top. So Nick probably convinced her that, oh no, that's him who actually wrote that. That wasn't me. Like that's
Oh my God.
fucking
Or unless
insane.
she's just so high. Or
She might,
like,
yeah.
no, I'm showing you. This is what he said to
Right.
me.
She might have been so under the influence that she didn't get it too. That's possible.
I don't know. I can't believe, and honestly, and this is Kiki will be right when this is all said and done. He wasn't writing those texts to our friends. I mean, she wasn't writing those texts to our friends. 100%. At the very least, he's standing over her shoulder, dictating what she says, and then says, "Let's go to Dairy Queen and be wholesome, so that and have a blizzard." Ugh.
I mean, I'm glad I didn't spend any more time there and waste any more of my life than I did.
No, thank God.
I'm sad that I did waste 6 months of my life there. And also,
we're the sum of everything that put us here, I guess.
yeah,
Right, Aaron?
and also, yes. And also, I'm very sad because of the way it ended that April and I ever met, because not only did it kill 4 years of my life, but it killed 4 years of her. And also it led her down a path that put her here. And where she is now is a scary, dangerous, dark, lonely place with a very manipulative human being. And I'm partially responsible for that. I mean, once the ball got rolling, there's nothing I could have done, but I could have stopped it from ever happening. I could have said, nah, it's a bad idea. Let's not do that. And look, maybe she still would have went that way. Fine. But at least I wouldn't have walked through the door with her. So
she's a good person, though. That's why, like, I'm not sorry you ever met her, because I guess I would have never met her. And I love her, and I still, like, I know she'll get out of this, and she'll look back and be like, I know she'll, like, I don't want to get emotional.
maybe.
I know she'll look back at this, and I can definitely see, like, we'll laugh about it, and she'll be like, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I have no idea. She doesn't need to necessarily be with you. Obviously, that ship has sailed, but she's a smart, lovely, intelligent human being, and she doesn't give herself enough credit, and that monster doesn't give her enough credit either. And when she's out of it, she'll be out of it. And I look forward to that day, because I miss my friend, and I'm sure you miss your wife, but it's good that you aren't together at this point, you know?
I hate to say it, but well, I guess I don't hate to say it because it's part of moving on. I don't. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like
you
a bad guy or whatever.
The shittiest things with her, right? Of course you don't miss her.
But
right.
this was always in her. She always had this in her to do this. Just like I always had, as much as I may be doing better now with therapy and groups and things like that, what I did was a part of me, and I have the ability to do that.
Oh, you mean you're in AA?
Right, yes. And then the retard, you tell him what group it is, and he's so far removed from anything recovery associated. He's like, Aaron doesn't have friends in AA. That's not.
I'm like, what are you talking?
It's not what it is, you fucking dummy. But
what
like,
are you talking about, you fuck. Ugh.
But
Ugh.
you know, it was like I said, when it was good, it was fantastic. But
yeah,
April always had that in her, and I always had that in me. And those are two really bad things that we had inside of ourselves that when you put us together, we convinced each other it was okay. So when I say I wish we had never met, it's for both of us, because while the two of us embraced our better angels, we were a fucking fireworks display. We were awesome. If we reinforced each other's worse angels, it could tear our life apart. What April and I had, it's almost like a nuclear device. It's something that's so hot and it burns so hot, but it's so unstable that it's a fire that can either keep you warm or engulf everything around you. And it did both.
Or burn the town down.
It did. That fire kept us hot for 4 years, 3.5 years.
It was just funny when you were like, it was so hot.
Right. And it burned so hot. And then eventually when we went, hey, why don't we just take away all the stones from the fire pit, throw a bunch of gasoline on this fire because this fire's keeping us warm now. What if we make it even bigger? Because everyone's going to die. And now look, everyone died.
Yeah,
so
I guess, yeah.
We probably shouldn't have met.
I guess you guys weren't as happy as, like, I guess me and...
No.
Right.
That's not at all what I'm saying. we were absolutely remarkably happy. But
Until
when we
something
embraced the
weird
things that
happened.
made us happy, when our bad angels agreed with each other instead of checking, like a good relationship, you check each
They're
other's
called
worst.
demons.
Your
Yeah.
demons. You check your worst impulses, you know? Like, obviously, we know in your relationship, you check Geno's worst impulses because Geno, like me, is an impulsive guy. You don't go down the rabbit hole with him. And I'm sure Geno checked some of your worst impulses, which may be, you know,
I'm perfect.
the things
so.
Geno does really well is he knows when to like cut a person loose or confront someone or something like that. Whereas you might be
And I
very,
never know when to. I
Right.
will hold on to the very fucking end.
and
Yeah,
he checks
so.
that worst impulse. Now, a good example of if April and I were a good couple, here's what would have happened.
Mhm.
Hey, do you think we should do this with this couple? And one of us would have said, well, clearly this relationship is already over because if you don't love me enough to protect us, and if you can look at another woman and go, I want to do that, then this is clearly over.
Yeah, you're right because wow.
If you can look at
I
another
remember
woman.
what did you say when you guys were in Vegas and then she was like that was exciting, right? And then you guys were kind of like I guess we should we do this? I could never. Me and Gino like went over it over and over in our heads. We're like we could never
Yeah.
imagine. We'd be like, oh my God, no, never. We couldn't possibly.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with it, I guess, if you set boundaries and it's not like drug fueled or if you're into that or what have you. But I feel like it was a cope with y'all's relationship, maybe.
Yeah.
And then it just went down a fucking fucked up way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I absolutely. Because I think if you truly love someone, you could never do something like that.
Yeah.
And
man, I
again,
don't
that's
know.
not me being innocent. I'm guilty too. I did it. So clearly I didn't love her anymore. And clearly
That's
she
why
didn't
I'm
love
saying
me
take
anymore.
it slow. Take it slow.
Absolutely. Enjoy missing me, you retard. That's one of the things I was told. I miss you too. No, it's I miss you too. And I love that. Enjoy it.
Oh my God. Take it slow.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Taylor. All right.
Isn't
Please.
love glamorous, everybody?
Isn't it so glamorous?
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, those messages were, boy, he really had nothing good on me though.
I was telling you, I'm going like, it was so frustrating to read. And I hope that wasn't boring for your audience. I know you hyped it up, but I was like,
well, no, it was
this
interesting.
is ridiculous. It's the same thing over and over. Let April tell me this. That's all I want to know. And the gall and the arrogance to message me just pisses me off. And I love April. I do not get emotional, Kiki. I love her. I hate that this is happening to her. And she will probably, I'm sure she probably hates me right now.
Probably.
But when she comes out of this, which I know she will, we will laugh about it and we will laugh at you and we will laugh at that stupid fucker and we will laugh at this stupid idiot Geno, even though, and we'll be friends again.
He's a national treasure, in my opinion.
Yeah, it might not be right now, but
I
hope she calls. That's all.
I think I've gone through the old 5 stages, to be honest, and I'm now at.
And you should. That's
now,
your ex-wife,
and I'm now at indifference. So for me,
you should be. Yeah.
For me, it's kind of, hey, look, it's not the help.
You have closure. You put her shit out in the rain.
Yeah, right. I put her shit out for her to pick up. She got arrested and it was in the rain. There, we'll complete the story. Now, yes,
exactly.
Technically speaking.
I don't have any closure. Shout. I haven't gotten one fucking text. Everybody else has gotten a text or I haven't heard her voice. Nothing.
Closure.
Nothing.
I had to close a fucking bank account because she kept withdrawing money from it. So I got closure.
Oh, and somehow Nick knows about that, and those were
Right.
for
He
your
had nothing.
children.
Yeah,
Yes,
for her
Billy.
children, you paid off 3 credit cards. You took out $1,500 in cash. Please tell me how that's for my fucking kid. Because I've been checking the mailbox. Ain't nothing come for my children.
I swear to God, Aaron, even just reading all of that back to you, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
The fact that he's not thinking about his own children.
Right. Or
and thinking,
Kayla.
I'm a nobody. Or Kayla or anybody. I'm a nobody to him. To go on and on and on like that, you would have to be on drugs. Like, it makes no fucking sense. And to somebody that you're not even supposed to really be around right now, right?
Well, it is his mistress. And
That
that's
lives next door.
that is one thing that like, I know that she got brainwashed or whatever, but she's also responsible. And, I said this many times, and even before we got divorced, if I would have known this side of her, if she would have shown me this side when we first met, I wouldn't have dated her, to be honest. And like, maybe if she would have seen how I am with addicts or whatever, and how impatient and angry and frustrated I could get, maybe she'd probably say the same thing. Like, I wouldn't be with someone who behaves that way.
No, nobody would ever, but like, I don't think she knew herself to be an addict, right?
Well, when I talked to her father, when I tapped out, and I was just like, guys, I'm not going to talk to you about our relationship. She has every right to tell you how she thinks it went down. But if you want to get her help, this was after the Knicks stream. I said, if you want to go get her help, I wash my hands of it. I've tried. I got called a monster, all kinds of terrible things. You got to go get her. And her dad and I talked, and her dad told me, he's like, look, I know my daughter. I know what she's capable of. And even he said, he goes, I saw you guys a few times, and he said she couldn't sit still. She'd be staring up at stuff and all that. So it's like,
recently?
Okay. It's like the Camelot thing that he said. He goes, addicts think they're tricking people. He goes, but they give it away the minute they walk through the door.
Especially if you know an addict, yeah.
Like those Instagram messages, you can sit there and go, none of us are using anything. Sure. Then why are you writing frantically? And why are you still obsessed with me? Why are you obsessed with getting Keanu to think you're a good guy? Like,
but I will never, I don't know, go to rehab and, let April call me and I might consider it. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about him. I just know his fucking type. He knows better. That weird religious. I have 5 kids. I'm the trad dad, but at the same time,
yeah,
that just fucking freaks me
April's
out.
got 2 problems going on right now. 1, dependency issues, and 2, the second issue is that she does see the best in really fucked up people and has a hard time cutting herself loose from it. What April needs to cut herself loose from anything is a better option to come along. And I think Nick knows that, and that's why he keeps her away from people.
God,
because
I just wish that
if April
wasn't like that, though.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I think if maybe, like, because her and I are not going to see eye to eye for maybe ever, and I'm fine with that. But like,
I think you're both done with the relationship.
If her ex-boyfriend even like sat down and maybe had lunch with her and told her, like, look, you see how this relationship is going, your last marriage, you see what's going on here. Do you maybe think that, and don't bring up my name, but bring up himself. Like, do you think that maybe I wasn't the problem? Do you think that maybe, you found this other thing and you convinced yourself that that was better, so you had to convince yourself that I was the bad guy? Because she's saying a lot of things about me to Nick, and Nick's saying a lot of things about me that I heard about her last boyfriend when she met me.
Yeah.
He's a monster. He's a bad guy. He does this. He does that. And like, I've had multiple people get in contact with me and go, he's just kind of a dumb, small town, all-American kid who liked playing football and shit. And like,
well, I wouldn't wish her to get back with him. I would wish for her to.
No, I'm not saying get back with him
for a while. I think.
What I'm not saying get back with him. I'm saying she will.
Somebody's got to drag her out of it.
Somebody's got to show her a better way. And like, I'm not going to show her a better.
I wish she would go live with her fucking parents.
I
right
do
now.
too. I called her parents. I talked to them, and I'm not going to talk to them twice because I'm not going to overstep like that. One of Kayla's relatives got in touch with me while they were or the day before they got arrested and said, I think you and I want the same thing. She goes, you're a little more blunt than I am. But she said, I know Kayla wants help. And I said, look, I don't really want to travel into that again, but I'll tell you what, you put her on a neutral site, and if you think it'll help, I'll show up and I'll help you. Like, if it means, if I go, you got to promise me it's on a neutral site, she's not going back to that house when we're done. Then I'll show up, because I'm going to meetings where, helping people is not discouraged,
AA.
but also, right, yeah. But also detaching from people who don't want help is encouraged as well. So I
know, right. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. She's not going to call me. She's not going to fucking, and that makes me fucking sad, but I think she'll come out of it. She'll come out of it somehow.
maybe.
But if she fucking,
Like Nick's own best, like
shit's not fucking safe. That's what freaks me out.
Nick doesn't have many actual friends, and one of them that he has, even though it's an online friend, is criticizing him very harshly in Camelot. Like, even your friend is saying, no, Nick, I think this
and he's
other
doing the best thing for him.
Yes.
But yeah.
And Camelot is going, Nick, I don't even like this other dude, but he's sober. It ain't his fault. Like, Nick, come on, buddy. Like, I mean, I don't care if you wake up or not. Like, I don't care literally if you wake up or not. It doesn't matter to me.
To me, no, I don't care. April, I care. Right. So, but Camelot's doing the same thing. I mean, it's a bit of tough love, I think. It's like, well,
the only difference between you and I is you can only be called a monster so many times before you go, I got to wash my hands of this.
You need to wash your hands of all of this.
Yeah. So,
but she was a buddy of mine. And
I hope you get
a bridesmaid in my wedding, and I am the only one that hasn't fucking heard from her. It creeps me out, and I hope that she finds her way out of it. And obviously,
well, wasn't it?
I stand by if she wanted to fucking show up 2 days before my wedding and say, I lost my mind. I'd be like, fine, as long as Nick Rekieta and his 5 children that aren't supposed to be here are here, then yes, of course, please. But I don't know. I wish she were with her parents, and I just want her. If I never talk to her again, I just want her to be okay.
Stories with Joe on Rumble says, April, if you're watching this, please drink more water. It's very good advice.
Oh, she try.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, so if you're listening, get away from Nick and Kayla. Go to Catholic Charities or someplace that has resources to help you. No, her parents would help her in a minute. They would get her a good job. They're both very respected at the company they work for. They'd get her a good job. She could clean up her life.
Could she live there, right?
Yes,
she could.
Absolutely. Yeah. She could put herself in storage, or not put herself, put her stuff. Just don't put
you haven't thought to call her or call her parents and be like, is she there? I don't want to talk to her, but is she there?
No, I don't care enough.
Yeah,
I don't care
enough
enough anymore.
She's there. She's not there. No way she's fucking there.
I mean, the
God.
check's going to Spicer to the P.O. box for the truck. I mean, the default address on my insurance is my home. That's why I called, because State Farm informed me there was a check on the way. And I went, well, she doesn't live here, so you got to send the check. Well, she doesn't live at P.O. Box, Spicer, Minnesota. I'm like, oh. I go, is that where the check's going? They said, yeah. And I went, well, is my address still yeah, your address is still okay, cool. All right, thank you, bye.
The only reason that I know she's not is because she said to Geno, I have my own place.
Right.
And then he said to me, she's not living in my home. And then when I asked, is she living next door and on your property? He just was like, Aaron's an asshole. I'm like, okay, she's living.
Isn't that funny? Anytime they're confronted with anything they did, the guy who's admitting what he did wrong is the asshole. That's interesting.
I'm like, no, just answer this question. Is she living next door?
I mean,
well, Aaron did this.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You fucking child.
Yeah.
Ew. Ugh.
Is Aaron an asshole to you? Yes. Absolutely. I don't doubt that you think I'm an asshole. I'm not trying to be anything but an asshole to Nick Rekieta, because I think as a father, I'm really upset with what he fucking put his children through, and that he shows no remorse, doesn't seem to give a shit. And he can sit there and go, how dare you? I do give a shit.
You have no idea what kind of accountability I am or am not holding for myself. I'm like, I was like, just
We've
my
seen
opinion.
none.
You messaged me, man.
Yeah, you've spoken publicly and you've sent her messages in private. Wow us with your accountability. He can't, because then he'd have to plead guilty to drug charges. If he takes this to trial, he's going to prison. If he pleads out, he probably won't go to. He might do a little bit of jail time because he's been a real cunt to the county and the prosecutors and the cops. He might do a little jail time.
He's that fucking narcissistic, that fucking arrogant. He's gonna want to be like, I could, fight this and somehow come off on a technicality. I mean, short of you telling me there weren't drugs, guns, and stinky kids in your house. I don't see how, like, unless they filed the paperwork wrong, would you really want to win on that? Just fucking take the L. Yeah. What's wrong with you?
It's interesting because I know firsthand, like, I could tell them myself, like, if you tell your friends and family members about this, yes, they're going to criticize you. Yes, they're going to tell you everything you did wrong. Yes, they're probably even going to laugh at you a little bit about how stupid it is. But you know what? I can tell them from experience, you're going to feel so much better. You're going to feel unburdened. You're going to have all these people in the world who you didn't have when we were all four of us running around together, who support you, who will listen to ungodly amounts of emotional bullshit while you get over this. They will listen to you. You will text them and call them. You go, I'm so sorry that I'm blabbering on about this still. And they'll be like, look, we know you've got feelings. It's okay. We understand. And you will have more people. You will have more friends. You will have more family. You will have a bigger support system than you've ever had in your entire life.
When you four were hanging out together, did you really see anybody else? No.
Because I wanted to be around my wife. And then if I wasn't, I wanted to be around my girlfriend. And none of them would go out with my friends. And I love going out with my friends.
And then there were, 5 children running around with no food. Sounds pretty culty to me.
Yeah. Red Fox Mad. Oh, we did that one. Kate Meany's evil twin with $199. No, nobody's like burying legal fees. No, I have all the receipts. Keanu's got her receipts. Like it. And also, I'm telling you things that I did just because other people happen. Like I said yesterday, I'm writing my autobiography. All right. This is the life I lived. I'm not saying anyone did anything that I didn't see them do. I'm not going to say that's like you when the police report came out and they said ketamine. I go, I never saw ketamine. I never saw anyone do ketamine. I have no idea. I don't know anything about ketamine.
That's the funniest thing. It was worse than we thought.
Right. That's why
ketamine. Who does ketamine?
That's why
what?
That's why I get a little resentful of Nick, where he's like, Aaron this, Aaron that. It's like, Nick, everything I've said has been true so far. Like every piece of evidence or proof that's come out, I've never lied about. I've been 100% right about. At what point do you have to drop that shit and go, all right, just if he would come out and say, I'm really mad that Aaron shared all that shit, then I would understand. That would be fine. He has every right to be upset that I did that.
He's doing it under the guise of he's publicly dragging April's name through the mud and my family. And I'm like, I don't even know where your family is. You're just eating at DQ with April.
Yeah. What about my name? What about what I've done to
That's fine.
my name?
I get it. You're allowed to talk about your life on your show.
Yeah.
What would he do? What's his fucking...
Right.
A friend of ours told us that he would say... Always go after the grift. I'm not saying you're grifting. This was really your life, though. Yeah. But I think that's what he would do. What the fuck would he do? Same fucking thing.
And as far as grifting goes, if I were dragging this out and dropping it in pieces and going, oh boy, guys, we got a little bit here and a little bit. No, I came out like a retard and just went. Bleh.
You're everyone else. I won't even say it on my show. You're like, here. It was catharsis. It's okay.
That's all it was. It was just getting it out because I'm like, these people got fucking arrested. And,
that was one of the most, it was like watching.
Surreal. It was surreal.
I don't even know what it was like watching. Me and Geno are watching you on MLC. I'm like, no way. No fucking way. Right? It was like watching it was like OJ in the white Bronco or something. I don't know. or the Ford Bronco. I have no idea. It was the weirdest thing.
It was
ever.
funny watching
Horrible.
Chad pretend he didn't take enjoyment in breaking that news, though.
Oh my God, they were like about to come in their pants, both of them. Like,
Right. Let's go to let's thank some people here. Nathan says for the sugar scrub soap you'll be needing. Thank you, Nathan, for the $5. By the way, Kiki, I opened a new bar of Reed Street soap this morning in the shower, so you guys can have that visual. Sorry about that.
Oh, promo code KikiBucks for 15% off. That's an untoward candle. Ooh,
I have
Reed
two of
Street Soap Company, ladies and gentlemen.
I have 2 of those candles up in my kitchen right now.
A Keanu cast candle. We need
Hey.
I was about to say an Aaron and April candle.
Whoa. Hey, Keanu, I'm not trying to poison you against your friend, like Nick says, but
I know.
she had an option when she was going through the house and taking things to grab
She
the
didn't take the Reed Street Soap Company.
untoward and the Keanu cast candles. They were sitting right there. She didn't take them.
April, if your intention was to shoot an arrow through my heart. Bullseye.
Hey, Nick, I'm fucking around, stupid. It's fine.
Yeah,
Cynthia.
you stupid douche. We're just teasing. April, come back to me. Call me anytime.
Cynthia with $5 says Aaron was Kayla's sister actively organizing an intervention. I don't know. I can't speak to that. All I know is Kayla's sister was in the search warrant as one of the people complaining about behaviors and all of that stuff. And you talk about addicts not knowing what people see. I had no idea that people were looking at the 4 of us and going, there's something fucked up going on with those 4. Like, I don't know. Richard
Just
Christo.
that church footage, you weren't there, but like April on one end of the 5 kids and then them on the other end. It's like,
I did this on the evening show. Can I read you can I read you the Bible passage that the pastor read the day I was at their church and all 4 of us were there? And you can tell me if maybe this was intentional and directed at us, because it was a Bible passage that after they read it, I wanted to have a conversation with everyone because I knew they prostrated themselves as Christians. And I was like, guys, as Christians, like basically what we're doing just got condemned to hell in your church. Do we want to talk about that?
Listening, yeah.
Do we want to
wait? Were all the kids there too?
Yeah.
Just,
so I was like, do you guys want to talk about this? Because I know that you're super Christian and maybe you want to save your immortal soul or whatever. Do we want to talk about this? And Nick, what the evangelical church doesn't understand is they're very prudish and they keep up. So he explained it away. Then Kayla's like, no, but God would understand the love we all have for each other. And I'm like, and this was my problem in being the sober person with 3 addicts, was any time that was a time to have a conversation, I would sit there and I would be like, let's really buckle this thing down. Let's talk about, let's hammer. You know me.
you
like
can't. People,
can't.
the mind on cocaine.
They can't.
There's
Dude.
no rationality. There's no speaking. It's that's just what it is. Yeah.
You want to hear coke talk? Nick one time hand wrote 4 letters about each of us that like described what character we are.
Oh my
And
God.
had us in the bathroom and read them to us. And to the 3 people on coke, this was heavy, deep shit. To me, the sober person, I was like, I'm remarkably fucking uncomfortable right now.
You're like,
What the fuck are we doing? But you shut the fuck up because the other 3 people are like, oh, yes.
please tell me you kept that letter.
No, it's his. But he called me. He's like, you are the pugilist. Your ability to inflict physical harm on other people with boxing prowess or whatever is only matched by your wantingness to teach people and guide them along the way and blah, blah. And then April was...
It sounds, you know who does that? A fucking cult leader.
But then gets to April and goes...
Here's what's good about you,
Yeah.
Eli. And then here's what's good
Yeah.
about you, Sarah. Right. Yeah,
I remember
great.
mine.
Come with me.
I remember
Let me
mine.
Special attention. Ugh.
I remember mine. I remember April's. I can't remember what Nick's was chaos.
He wrote his own.
He wrote his own about what he was. April.
Did he go like, is somebody going to read this for me or shall I read it myself?
Oh, no, he read it. He was fine with reading himself. April.
Aloud to
Yeah.
you?
Oh, he read it to all of us in the bathroom with the dog there. So April was the Valkyrie. And he was like, "Your Nordic warrior spirit," and blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, Jesus fucking.
I have goose flesh. I am so disgusted. You're the Valkyrie. And then you're just standing there like sober, not sober. You probably drunk, but.
No, not
like,
not till night. I always did my drinking at night.
This was in the day?
This was in the daytime.
I'm speechless.
Did I ever tell you the story where I was having a root beer one night and Kayla said, "Why are you drinking root beer?" I'm like, "Well, I went out last night and I had a little too much drink. I don't like to drink 2 nights in a row. I don't feel good." She's like, "Oh, okay." Like they were weirded out by the fact that I wasn't just pounding booze that night.
Yeah, because you're not drinking the Kool-Aid. They're cockamamie bizarro plan to fucking, I don't know.
So I want to finish up these super chats. Then I want to read you the Bible verse, and I want you to tell me if the church was sending a message directly to us.
Probably, but let's hear. Yeah.
Eric Church Diff with $4.99 says, "Would you feel any guilt if the drugs K'd her?" Oh, tremendous. Yes, I would feel terrible guilt.
If the drugs what?
Died from drugs. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Awful.
Would I deserve to feel that guilt? We could argue yes or no, but I would feel it. Mac with $4.99 says, "Thanks, Toe." Thank you, Mac. Willy Nilly with $4.99 says, "You weren't sober. Do you know how long it takes to get out of your system? Quit saying you were sober." I barely ever fucking did it. I mean, so yeah, I was most of the time. I would say a good most of the time I was sober. There were a lot of nights where I wasn't, but during the daytime, yeah, as a judge, motherfucker. Are you kidding? Thank you, Willy Nilly. We are 185. We haven't even really been focusing on today's goal, and we're 185 away. We've got 20 minutes left, you guys. We might go over that. If you want to reward us for the dynamite show we've brought you today, go ahead and throw a few bucks at that PayPal. Go ahead and throw a few bucks at the Super Chats, the Venmo, the Streamlabs, whatever. The links are in the chat. They're pinned to the top of the page. Let's go on a rush, and let's knock out 185 before we're done here. It was Galatians chapter 5. We're going to read this. Keanu, can you talk to these people for a little while? I've had to pee for so long. It's bananas.
You go ahead.
I'll go and do that. You guys give Keanu a bunch of money, and I'll be right back in a minute or two, and then we'll get all
read
Christian.
them Bible verses, and I will turn them against you. What would I do if I were Nick Rekieta right now? I'd say, he's no good. He's not good for you, chat. He will never be nice to you. Not like me. I can help you. I wonder, tell me in the chat if Keanu is stunning. Oh, you get 100 Kiki bucks. Thank you. That's so cute. I can reach right here. Oh, time for mid-morning Adderall. Is that what? Oh, please. A mid-morning Adderall. Who does that? Chicken tendies. Kiki bucks. You all get Kiki bucks. Blink twice if you're in trouble. No, I'm not in trouble. He has to pee, but he's always very quick when he pees. Apparently, we've been doing this for a while now. Did we bore you? Was it as exciting as you thought it would be? Me reading those text messages. You must understand, right? Why I don't want to just like print them out so that everybody can dissect them. You know, I don't know. I feel icky about it. But also, I'm still exhausted. It was like a workout doing that, you know? I don't know. I was so incensed about those. And if any of you are in contact with my friend April, would you please tell her to give me a call? I really mean it. I really do hope she does. I know we make fun of all of this stuff, but it's really killing me. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Also, if you're not subscribed to Keanu Cast, that's rude. And you should be watching. You should be. I can't believe you're not if you aren't. What if they killed your kids? Let me read some of these. Keanu is one of the few chicks that doesn't turn me off when she smokes. I don't know why. It's just my thing. It always has been.
What a wonderful.
So lovely. We were kvetching. I told them if any of them knew April's whereabouts. Just blink at her and
Jesus,
and
all
let
I've
it
been
fall.
getting the last 3-4 days are fucking, I had April and Nick sightings. I thought you'd want to know.
Oh yeah, what's it? Where's Baldo?
Where's Baldo? That's what you called it. Where's Baldo?
We have to coin that term. Okay.
Thank you, Helgi, for $5 over on Rumble. Romans 13:13. Let us walk properly in the daytime, not in orgies and drunkenness, not in sexual immorality and sensuality, not in quarreling and jealousy.
That's what the pastor or what have you said when you freaked.
No, this is a different. No.
Oh my God. I'm like, okay, well, that's not it. I mean, that's directly.
Crowder wears panties with $5, says, I appreciate you sharing Keanu.
Oh.
J. Brock Contrarian says, Nick just went live on Locals. He's claiming Aaron's ass was loose as a goose. Want sure he was in. It's very funny. So we are, what are we at? 175 away from this morning. If you guys want more, go ahead and throw in. We'll knock that out. We've been on a huge winning streak lately. Let's keep it going.
Yeah.
I think we're going to end up past overtime today. But if you guys want to knock that number out anyway, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. Michael with $30 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, pal. 145 is today's number. Let's keep that rally going, and let's get that 145 down to 0. Thank you, boys and girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. No.
You can't hear it. That's the weirdest thing ever. I don't understand why.
All right, let's go to this Bible verse. So when I was at their church, and April was there, and the kids were there, and Nick and Kayla were there, this was there's always a main Bible reading that they do, and then the pastor talks about it.
Yeah, I've been to a church before.
Yeah, so fucking retarded. Sorry.
I don't burst into flames when I go in there or anything. Like, it's all right.
So when we were there, and now this had me thinking, because you'll remember in the search warrant, it did say that the people at the church had come to the pastor, multiple people, and said there's something weird going on with the Rekietas.
4 of them, apparently.
Well, the former nanny of the Rekietas became a nanny for someone else in the church. And I'm sure she probably told them, like, yeah, they come over all the time. They go right to the bedroom. It's fucking weird.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, then that's what would happen. I would come in. I would talk to the nanny. I don't know if anyone else did, but I would be like, hey, how you doing? Blah, 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 whatever. And she always seemed kind of standoffish. And now I'm realizing she thought I was the grossest pervert in the world, which I was.
Like, who's this fucking weird fucking, Dwight-looking tall man sleeping in the bed, making Spaghettios? This is bizarre. Yeah.
So
hindsight is 2020.
Yeah. And by the way, to Keno Casino and the rest of them, can we get it right one time? Im Holt. How is it difficult? Im Holt.
Aaron, they do that on purpose.
I don't like it. Stop doing it. Trolling doesn't get to me. Mispronouncing my last name does. But like whenever PPP goes.
Imholte. Who would pronounce it Imholte? I think they all do it on purpose. They must. I mean, it's very clear.
I was watching a Keno clip where Ashton, and I like those guys, so it's hard.
Those guys are fucking great.
They're hilarious.
They hit the nail on the fucking head. Like, I adore them. I find them hilarious. And they even called me and Geno nobody. They're like, who are these nobodies?
Isn't that the weirdest thing? Because they shit on me too. And I'm like, I think they're fucking hilarious. I love these guys.
I don't buy it. I like the meaner the better. But I'm like, they crack me the fuck up. They're great. And your appearance on their show was great. I don't think they hate you as much as you think.
Well, Ashton morally judges me. So PPP was going on this rant, and it was so insulting to me, but I got it. He goes, what, the kids are supposed to do the laundry themselves? The washer and the dryer are in the same room as where all the cuckoldry and the degeneracy is going on. And how many times are you going to walk in and your mom's getting dicked down by Aaron Imholte? Like, how many times do you...
Imholte?
Yeah. How many times are you going to go in the bedroom and your mom's getting fucked by Aaron Imholte and you just realize maybe
Did you say they were supposed to do their own laundry or?
No, some other guy was saying, why didn't the kids do their own laundry? They were shitting on another guy. But
God,
they were
I know anybody sweeping for them, it just drives me crazy.
is a
Like,
pig. Yeah, they're
come
a
on,
piece of
really,
shit.
it's
But he's like,
ridiculous.
when the kids walk in and mom's getting fucked by Aaron Imholte, you just don't want to be in that kind of scene anymore.
Exactly.
I'm
The
like, wait.
kids were stinky.
Yeah.
They were complaining to their teachers,
So
and
your
friends and family.
your kids are all they're hungry and they're stinky, and your mom's getting fucked by Aaron Imholte, and I'm just like, why do I have to be like the biggest negative in all this?
I know. Quit saying Imholte.
I don't like yelling at a screen to other men. I can fuck, you know.
I can do it.
I
The
don't
children weren't there.
I don't like sobbing like that. Mindy with $10. Thank you very much for that. Very much appreciated. 135 is the number we're looking to get to right now. If we do, thank you very much. We're going to blow past regulation here. We just hope that you throw in a couple of bucks and get that number down to 0. It's been a very special edition of Steel Toe today.
Gossipy Gossip Girl
I
Thursday.
kind of want to throw Keanu into this Eric July shit too, because I think it's fascinating. But we'll get to the Bible verse first, and then we'll see what kind of time we have.
Okay.
So this was the Bible passage that was read when April and I went to church with Nick and Kayla and the kids. And again, you tell me.
Imholte, are you a religious man? I don't know that about you.
I don't know. I will say this, like, since I've been going to the group I've gone to, I've started to like formulate.
AA, yes, it's all about religion. Yes.
To formulate a concept of like, not like Christianity or anything, but like what God might mean to me, and like what, you know, what that might be, and like maybe like the humility. All of this has taught me that like, okay, I don't know best. What's something I can kind of give up to when I'm, instead of being stressed and thinking and then making decisions based on that, what can I kind of yield to and go, all right. I obviously.
A higher power, no matter what it is, you don't really
like
have
that.
control over it. Yes,
And to
exactly.
me-
But so when you're going to church with the culty, with Ricolta and his 5 children and his 2 sister wives, you're not like this is something I normally do. I normally
not.
go to this. Yeah. Okay.
No, I was confirmed Catholic, but I haven't been to mass in a long time.
You got confirmed. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even get confirmed. But yeah. Okay.
So this is the Bible verse. You tell me if the church was sending us a message or if this was a coinky-dink, as they say. You, my brothers and sisters, were called. This is, by the way, Galatians 5:13 to like 26. Yeah. You, my brothers and sisters, were called to be free, but do not use your freedom to indulge the flesh. Rather, serve one another humbly in love, for the entire law is fulfilled in keeping this one command: love your neighbor as yourself. If you bite and devour each other, watch out, you will be destroyed by each other. So I say, so here's where it really starts to go. So I say, walk by the Spirit, and you will not gratify the desires of the flesh. For the flesh desires what is contrary to the Spirit, and the Spirit what is contrary to the flesh. They are in conflict with each other, so that you are not to do whatever you want. But if you are led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. The acts of the flesh are obvious: sexual immorality, impurity, and debauchery, idolatry and witchcraft, hatred.
This is what the priest, this was his sermon. Okay.
Idolatry and witchcraft, hatred, discord, jealousy, fits of rage, selfish ambition, dissensions, factions, and envy, drunkenness, orgies, and the like. I warn you, as I did before, those who live like this will not inherit the kingdom of God. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. Those who belong to Christ Jesus have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. Since we live by the Spirit, let us keep in step with the Spirit. Let us not become conceited, provoking, and envying each other.
Well, I'd say that hit the nail on the head, and they were probably just sitting there like, do you have the baggie? Could I go to the bathroom now? And you're sitting there like,
yeah, right. I'm sitting there I'm looking at everyone. Like I'm going,
anybody else kid, I
Yeah.
don't know your name. You're one of 5 of them. Are you hearing this? No? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would say that would be directly pointed at you guys, right?
It had to be. Like, who just picks that out? Drunkenness, orgies. And then you find out that the pastor had been watching Nick and noticed that he'd leave for a little bit, come back. He seemed jittery, strung
He's
out.
the one that went and like fucking told the police, right? I mean, was it him or was it not? I don't know.
The pastor?
Or a priest? I don't know.
It was the pastor who went, a mandatory reporter. So like 4 people went to. Yeah, 4 people went to him. Then the kids complained of being hungry. And since the pastor's a mandatory reporter, he had to go to the police.
The kids complained of being hungry.
Yeah.
Why? Oh my God.
Right. And then people who are sweeping for Nick are like, well, kids do that sometimes. No, not really. I mean, there's
5 of them?
There's a
5 of
difference.
them?
Yeah, there's a difference between kids going, oh, I'm hungry, and like having a little snack. And then there's a difference between I'm hungry. And when they said I'm hungry, they're probably like, I haven't eaten today. And it's like, oh, that's kind of a red flag. That's fucked up. Like
that one Kino Casino thing that I watched, it was basically Nick's downfall. And I had no idea who he was, but they went like back and it was like one thing he was doing in his basement and the kid comes out. He's like, can I have one of the stuffed animals? He's like, get out of here. You're not supposed to be in here. Just the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, oh my God, this man has had obvious issues for a long time. It's not new.
Yeah.
So the kids are probably fucking fed up with those 2. They're like, okay, now just because these 2 are here doesn't change the fact. We're fucking hungry. They never change our clothes. Our house is a fucking mess. Ugh. I mean, short of them telling us, do you think the body cam footage will actually come out?
I'm excited. I hope it does, because a lot of people that have been saying shit like Aaron doesn't know what he's talking about, or even Nick shit talking in those messages. I'm going to sit back when we play that body cam footage on this show and I'm going to go, yep, you see how I was basically walking you guys through that house? There's that, there's that, there's that. Shut the fuck up. Like, that body cam footage is my Geno was right. So
yeah, look, I was right. It's basically every single thing that I said. And notice when I responded to him, I'm like, when I said, this is the bottom line. I don't care what you say about Aaron. Don't care. Oh, stuff out in the rain. You debunked that. I'm like, even that I was going to give you like a pass for. I'm like, divorces are hard. Breakups are hard. You know.
I mean, I left your shit out.
When I said it doesn't, the fact remains. My friend April was arrested in your house with guns, drugs, and kids. He just goes right through that. Doesn't care. Whatever.
And you know, April always does that too. Like, whenever I would talk to her about drugs, she would never mention drugs. She would be like, I'm healthy. I'm like, well, if you're healthy, that means you're not using anymore. And I think that's great. I think that's wonderful, blah, blah, blah. You're a terrible person. You're blah, 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 blah. Would not address drugs. I just wanted her one time to tell me, like, what I was doing was like, please respond by saying, yes, Aaron, you're right. I'm not using cocaine anymore, and I've been clean. Even if you were fucking lying to me, it would have been nice to hear.
He's telling her it's actually it's not bad for you. People don't tell you that it's actually.
No, what he's definitely telling her is, don't say cocaine in a text message.
Yeah, I don't need her or him to even say like any of that. It's just that like, I'm like, unless you have something to tell me that this didn't actually happen. Yeah. Then I don't care what you tell me about Aaron. I'm like, oh God, I'm so sorry that some stuff of hers got wet. I don't know.
Right. Like, here's what I'll admit to. When I put all the stuff like the TV and the clothes that I thought were sensitive to rain, when I went out in the fucking rain to put them away, I did leave the entertainment center out because it was fucking massive. And I was like, it's wood, right. It'll dry. It's fine.
As if I'm going to go, he is an asshole. April is doing fine living in your house next door.
No, what
going
actually,
to Dairy Queen with you.
yeah,
No.
what annoyed me about him saying I left the shit out in the rain was like, no, even though I don't like her very much right now, I still did the chivalrous thing and took a lot of her shit out of the fucking
I
rain.
took her TV back in the garage, you douche.
That TV
Also,
only.
what?
Hey, Nick, that TV works because of me. It was going to not work because you got everybody fucking arrested. But
And you douche. I'm like, I don't care. The fact that you're still even talking to her is upsetting to me. That's all. And now I have to pee. So you talk to them.
All
for a
right.
moment.
Why don't
Be
we
right
rally
back.
for like 4 minutes? Let's raise a little money while Keanu pees. Let's tell you about Stoney's and Midland and all those guys. Boys and girls, 135 away from today's goal. We haven't really worried about the goal much today, but now I'm going to see if in the next 4 minutes you guys can knock it out for us. That would be fucking great. What a perfect show we would have had. No mention of money, talking to you guys, doing a great show. Thousands of people watching at a time. Kick in a couple of bucks if you think we've done a good job today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's have it total up 135, and we'll call today a win. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants, all of it. Very much welcome. Let's knock out that 135. We're going to take 5 minutes to do it. Let's put 5 minutes on the clock. Go ahead. In that time, go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley or midlandarmory.com and take a look at their great selection of firearms, tactical gear, accessories, and much more. You know you can finance your next firearm with Gear Fire Capital at Midland Armory. When you spend $500 or more, you can finance your firearm with Gear Fire Capital. For example, let's say you spend $599 on a gun. It's $29.95 a month with financing from Gear Fire Capital. It'll make telling the wife a little bit easier. And that's all at midlandarmory.com or Midland Armory in downtown Foley. We've also got our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, your car just won't go for whatever reason, the perfect people to pick you up are All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. And the Steel Toe Morning Show 10th anniversary party tickets are on sale right now at eventbrite.com, and that's going to be at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Visit Stoney's tonight for bike night, Saturday, live music. They've got a great patio with a great patio bar, Stoney's Garage. Check it out in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. It's Stoney's Bar. All right, guys, we got a few minutes here. Let's try and knock out that 135. I'm going to show Keanu this Eric July stuff. So we're going to do a full show for you today. We'd just like you on the honor system to give us another win for the toe and knock out that 135. Thank you very much to Danger Bear Wolf Turtle for the 199. He says, I'm not going to lie. Before all this came out, I thought you were being a complete ass to April and quit watching for a bit. Once everything came out, I understood why. I have seen Where's Baldo and April Santiago in a barley field in Spicer. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, did it probably look like I was being mean or impatient or maybe course with April in the last few months? Maybe it did. It probably did, but there were a lot of things going on that were causing problems and that were frustrating the shit out of me, and I'm sure frustrating the shit out of her, and that would probably explain a lot of it. Helgi with $5 says Aaron's favorite Bible verse, Ecclesiastes 9:7 says, go eat your bread with joy. Thank you. $130 away from today's goal. Do you guys want to knock that out for us? Gee, I would really appreciate it. Go to the PayPal right now. Go to Venmo. Go to Streamlabs. Knock out that 130. We've got 2 minutes left to do it. I sure would appreciate it. Rumble Rants, Super Chats, memberships, whatever. Let's knock out an extra 130 and call today another win for the toe. Thank you very much to Dong with $5. Says, let's kick this off with some good old-fashioned 1930s German rally. Our Hitler is calling for our rally. I don't want to be anyone's Hitler. Thank you very much. I would appreciate it if you didn't call me that. That would be really nice. 125 away from today's goal and 2 minutes. We've got 2 minutes to, 2 minutes to go to knock out that 125. Really hoping for your help and support. It would be cool. 125 away. We're still going to do the full amount of time today, but we want another win for the toe because that's all we ever want is another win for the toe. So get in there, knock it out, throw us a couple of bucks. we would really appreciate that. I see people clipping some stuff from Keanu and I's show already today, which is totally cool with me. But I just think it's funny that people are watching like a hawk and just jumping in and like, oop, I'm clipping that. I'm clipping that. That takes a lot of work. A lot of work. All right, guys, a minute and change. 1 minute and change left on the clock. 125 is the number. Will we knock it out today? 1 minute left. Go ahead and throw in. There's all the links. They're pinned to the top of the page. $5 from Crowder Wears Panties on Rumble. Will Rackets be banned from the Stonies event? Look, I don't feel a physical threat from anyone like that. Put it this way, if he ever wanted to show up, I could physically handle that that removal, as it were. 120 away. Thank you guys very much. Will we get another win from the for the toe?
A win for the toe?
30 seconds before Keanu and I move on, and you guys have 30 minutes to maybe reconsider and hammer out another 120 to get another win for the toe.
We need another win for the toe.
We've been on a fucking huge win streak lately. Thank you, Thermodyne Diesel, for throwing in 10 gifted Steel Toe memberships. That's going to put us $95 away from today. So that's actually very close to another win for the toe. Just go ahead. $100, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, whatever. We'll get that taken care of in the next 30 minutes.
$50, whatever you want to use.
Geeky bucks, any kind of currency. Did you know that every time I touch my nose on the show now, I worry people are going to start talking? That's another kind of fucked up thing from this whole deal.
It's trauma. Like, you're
yeah.
traumatized.
I sit there and I go, Aaron, stop touching your nose. Stop it. Stop.
I stopped because I always put highlighter on my nose, and then I thought, somebody could think something untoward or nefarious. No. Normally people don't, but I did. I'm traumatized from watching that Nick Rekieta stream where he walked down with all the blow on the powdered donuts, on his nose. Right.
Now, that could have been cocaine. I'll tell you this, that could have also been Molly, because sometimes he would snort Molly. We were at a hotel once, and I think they all did
At least you were at a hotel.
I think they all snorted it, and I did do it that night, I will say. But I always said, I didn't snort it. I said, wrap it in papers and I'll take it in pill form. I liked taking it that way.
They would snort it?
So they snorted it, and I was
hardcore.
I was in there with Kayla. I was like, Kayla, we shouldn't really do it that way. She's like, why? And I pointed at it. I go, look at like the granules. Like, look at the crystals in that. Like, don't put that in your septum. That's fucking terrible for you. And now I'm looking back and I'm realizing, do you know how fucking annoying I probably was to them? Like, me just giving a shit and being like, hey, I'm just thinking of what that does to the inside of your nose when you put
Lure, love bomb, isolate, exclude, extricate. That's you. Bye.
Yep.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Hey,
April.
Now we can snort
Yeah.
On the bedside table.
This is where April's not innocent either. Is like,
no.
I left. She obviously just wanted to do cocaine next to the bed on the nightstand, and she wanted to use her own credit cards, but she knew my fucking monster asshole husband won't let me use my own credit cards to chop cocaine. Yes, what a fucking asshole I am. It's all my fault.
I know, right.
And so
like you're the one with any rationality because
right.
You're the sober one.
So I leave, and she gets to use the credit cards because she probably thinks it's glamorous or whatever, to use her cards.
Honestly, Aaron, and I hate to tell you this, they were probably all just like, fuck, thank God he's gone.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And when they got arrested, and when they got arrested, and I saw those mugshots, you know what I said? Oh, thank God I'm gone.
Thank God I'm gone. Right.
And
that's terrible. And addiction is a fucking bitch. It's gotta be. I've never been addicted to drugs. I've had a horrible, debilitating eating disorder, and I've had to go to like rehab for that. But I've never been addicted to any substance. So I can't imagine. Well, I don't think right now they feel like they probably feel on top of the world or something, even though they were just arrested. So it's horrible, but I don't know how else to say. It's like it's hard for people around them to be like, you're an asshole, or act like they're not assholes, like you're just being an asshole, but Sad.
I just didn't want anybody to fuck up their Like, I didn't want anyone's nose to look like Nick. I'm like
they looked like shit. And the man, if he's spending $20,000,
which we don't know.
We don't know.
No.
But we heard it from a friend of his,
From
right?
a very honest guy.
He doesn't even know, and he doesn't know either. A month. And their noses still fucking looked like that. Yeah. I mean, for Christ's sake, you're not getting.
Yeah.
It must be fucking horrible. Or you're doing so much of it.
And
That's what worries me. Ugh.
Yeah, how heartbreaking to hear like Nick in his messages or April in her text to me, Geno, and Ethan Ralph. Which why would you talk to Ethan Ralph? Nothing against
April
Ethan.
April texted Ethan Ralph.
DM'd him because Ralph DM'd her and said, "Hey, what's going on? What's the deal?" And he's just looking for dirt, and she gave it to him.
When was that?
Right after she got out of jail, and he clipped it and tweeted it out when she said, "All my charges were dropped. I'm not an addict. Somebody did this to me."
That's what it is. Okay.
Now, when I got that tweet, and then I heard what Camelot said on your show, I'm like, oh, fuck. That's what that meant.
She did not text me back.
Yeah. And then when Nick goes in your message, he's like, oh, we're not cokeheads. We're not addicts. Like, oh, shit. You know what I've never had to tell anyone? I've never had to tell anyone I'm not addicted to cocaine.
Never had to tell anybody that.
I've never had to tell
been around
anyone.
a lot of people that do cocaine in my life. I've done cocaine in my life, but it's too scary now. I mean, to me,
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't even fucking imagine that's wild.
By the way, thank you to Diesel Cat for $19.99. He says, for the beautiful girl and the guy with the baby Gerber patch hair. I'm getting a haircut today, too. I feel terrible. Thank you very much. $75 away from another win for the toe. Even though we haven't really mentioned that number during our little messages today. You guys still got it way down there, and I really appreciate that. Let's push forward to the last 75 in this next 20 minutes or so. $2 from Das Optic Nerve on Rumble for a new shirt because that shit is ugly as fuck, and $2 will get you a better shirt. This is one of my golf shirts.
You know what? We were kvetching so much that is kind of a hideous shirt, but it's a good color.
It's one of my golf shirts.
I like it. It's the pattern is ridiculous, but the color is good, so it's not all bad.
I don't fucking need any of you, okay? I
know, okay. Just get out. Let me try to do cocaine with our credit cards on the nightstand.
Yeah.
Right, Biscotti? Right.
By the way, I am heartbroken that Geno is not going to be.
Are you crestfallen?
What is... Oh, Chrissy's got a clip coming that says Aaron Imholt confronts Chrissy Mayer on Simpcast during Nick Rekieta and April chat with Keanu Thompson. I don't remember confronting Chrissy. Oh, is that the one?
It's just when you popped in. Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah, when people were like, Chrissy's trashing you, and I'm like, I agree with everything she said.
You sent her $20 on the thing.
I send everyone $20 when I tell them, yes, you're right, I'm a mess. Or I was a mess.
Yeah, it's just to get people to watch.
It feels good. Somebody asked me the other day. They said, it was like 2 days ago. They go, how are you doing? And I went, you know what? I think I'm doing.
Question.
I was like, I think I'm doing really well because I haven't thought about how I'm doing for like a week. And I'm like, that's kind of a nice feeling.
Geno and I were, if we're being honest, we were kind of like, is this all just not hit him yet? But I think it has hit you in waves, which is good. Yeah. And you're staying busy. And you seem to be doing okay.
Dude,
I don't think you're just going to fall into a hole and be like, oh, God, I'm divorced. I'm lonely. You seem to be just perfectly fine.
The beginning was really hard because I just walk around and randomly cry, like sobbing. And that fucking sucked. And
I can't imagine, yeah.
I knew I was really mentally ill. Like, I knew I had, like, and I was already getting help, but, like, I knew I need to talk, like, as much as...
We knew you were going through it, but you seemed okay enough to,
right.
You know.
I was like I said, this whole thing has really taught me, like, to check myself often. And one of the things I realized was, like, I'm mentally ill enough right now that I walk around... I knew I had a fucking problem when I started crying over Kayla and not crying over April. And I was like, dude, you're fucked up. Like, you need to cut this
fucked
shit
up.
out right now because this is
I
insane.
would love to be a fly. I would have loved to be a fly on the wall. I would love to pick their brains on what they actually thought about that. And I know your experience is what it is. It's just the funniest thing because I can't help but think it was all this weird ruse, you know?
Yeah.
I can't help but fucking think it. So I could be wrong, but does she seem to be, I mean, she's obviously not contacting you
No.
other than that other text.
Like, I don't know. Like, even after it was all done,
You're like, was that fucking real? What
and
I
she
just
was like,
experienced?
she sent,
Yeah.
she sent me a text, and it was like, it was something like, I'd really like to see you. And I said, where do you want me? And she took a picture of herself in bed, and she said, here. And I'm like, it's hard for me. Like, so when I hear people say, oh, I think this was all a put on, and then like
that was after the
yeah,
arrest?
after I left. No, not after the arrest. After
okay.
I left.
Oh.
But like, it's hard when you hear like, oh yeah, it was all a ruse. It was all a put on, and like the stuff she'd say and the texts I have, and you're like, God, if it was a ruse or a put on, she's fucking dirty, man. Like, she's evil.
No. You're right. Well, then I think maybe then when she was like, oh, wait, I'm not actually getting my husband back. I was just trying to make him happy, but now he's actually, then she's like, well, maybe I do really have feelings for Aaron. And
Yeah.
I don't know. People are fucking weird. I don't know. It just seems odd.
Yeah, she texted me once. She's like, if this really is over, I'm just glad to know our last kiss was in the rain. It seems so perfect. And I'm just like, yeah, that's nice, right? Like,
Oh, God, I'm going to.
I know. Look, I know it was fucked up, but like shit like that, when you're dealing with like addicts and stuff like that, hearing things like that, you'll never.
To them, that seems fucking normal.
You'll,
It's like,
but
oh,
you'll
yeah.
never know. Like when you're dealing with addicts, especially when you're watching your wife like fall into that pit, and like you're feeling the guilt of like maybe I've done things that certainly helped her on that path. When someone tells you you're a good man, or they love you, or they want you there, or they love your kisses in the rain, or you're the best kisser I've ever been with, blah, blah, you want to OD on that person's affection, because you're like, all I'm feeling is stress, guilt, my relationship falling apart. And here's this person who's right there in front of you going, I love you. I think you're a good man.
Hug me around the middle. Yeah. I know.
When what you don't realize is, no, what you need to be doing is getting the fuck away from all of it. Like this.
You're smart to have.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah. Wow.
Was a little late.
Well, so what do you what do you think is in her brain right now?
Kayla's?
So April moved in, she moved her clothes in. Kayla's like, what the fuck? And then yeah.
If she's still there, I think she's either just resigned to the fact that this is life, and she's just going to kind of let Nick take the wheel and guide it. And they'll probably fight like cats and dogs every once in a while and have a terrible fucking time because they fought all the time when I was there.
Mhm. Oh no, he slipped on a dog toy.
Jesus. She used to throw books at him, like books about like the good Christian marriage and like how to build a good marriage. Like she told me this story once about how she threw those books at him in a fight and goes, you don't give a fuck about any of this, and was throwing those, like she picked specific books to chuck at him. And that's why when she had the
Corinthians 1:10, you don't even live by that.
it was Galatians 5:13 through 26. But like, so when he showed up with that black eye in the mugshot, I'm like, I think she probably threw something at him for being a fucking retard. But
Well, he certainly didn't. I mean, certainly didn't slip on a dog toy.
no,
but
I don't think he slipped on a dog toy.
I
But
don't
you're
know,
asking
just-
me what I think. She's either resigned to it, or she's left the
she's
house.
not there. Is she not
yeah,
there?
or she's left the house, or
if her kids aren't there, why the fuck would she be there?
there's a possibility that maybe it's because she sent me a text on the Monday before they got arrested. This was the day Nick lost his case, and he also later that night would do the fucked up stream. And she wrote to me and she goes, I don't think I can contact you anymore. Everything here is fucking terrible. She said, you were right. This whole thing destroyed us all. Everyone here is low. That's the text I got from her. And I wrote to April, I go, you probably should get out of there. because like these are the texts I'm getting from Kayla, and she immediately went on the defensive, and April goes, April and Nick just had a really huge fight, and it was mostly her fault anyway, so you should probably believe me over someone else. Everything is fine. We are all happy. Nobody is low.
April said that to you?
Yes.
Oh, man.
So that disdain she has for Kayla worries me. So if you're asking me what I think Kayla's doing.
Well, it's not, you're gone. So it's not going to be like, okay, we're sister wives.
It's not going to fall on my head, right? So, but like.
Well, I mean, one of them has to go. It's not going to be.
And Kayla will be pushed out because April's been trying to push Kayla out since I was there. In fact, when Kayla and I ever mentioned the idea or like the possibility, like, is this just turning into Kayla and I and you and Nick? Like, is that what this is kind of turning into? Her and Nick would both get really defensive and yell at us about that. You're the only two saying that, blah, blah, blah. And now seeing how he was to you in that message and knowing how he normally is, they probably were thinking that, and they were upset that we maybe kind of figured that out. That was kind of where this was heading.
Yeah.
So
it's fucking wild.
It's fucking crazy, right? So
can't even fucking imagine.
Yeah,
wow.
I don't know. Like I knew from Kayla keeping in touch and texting after I had left, I knew that things were not going well. Like, especially when she told me, like, I read their texts about how they feel about me, and it really, really hurt a lot. And then when when she sent me that text of like, everyone here is low and you were right, this whole thing destroyed us all, blah, blah, blah. I was like, things are really bad. Then the Nick thing came out and I went, the stream that he did. That is when I started thinking, this is all coming to a head. Like, something's got to give here. Like, this is like all of the trusses and the bridge components are strained and, overbeared, and this all has to come falling down. And then the arrest. And then the denial since the arrest. It's
right, exactly. What are you feeling when you come? You're on MLC and you're like, that's not real. Gino showed it, or we looked at it. Gino's like, it can't be real. Gino believes it, like everything. I'm like, where would they have gotten those photos?
Yeah, right.
And then it just like, it's like, is this really happening?
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
Hobo chili.
And that was at 4:00. That happened at what, 10 a.m.?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. Hobo chili
Wild.
recipe with $2 says, here's $2 for one of those hollow point bullets. Use it in good health or the end of yours. Thank you, Hobo. $75 away from another win for the toe. You guys have about 10 or 11 minutes to do it. It would be great. We haven't really been focusing on it today, but towards the end here we have, because we got close enough to get another win for the toe. So it sure would be nice to have it. $75. There's Streamlabs. There's PayPal. There's Venmo. Super Chats. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks, and we'll hammer this thing out. Keanu, oh, shit. I was going to take this call. Whoever this is, call back in 1 or 2 minutes, and we'll get you hooked up. I forgot to hook up to the board again this morning. Well,
listen, it was Gossipy Girl Day. So.
It was, dude. We killed the whole 4.5 hours. I was going to get to this Eric July shit, but like, there's no time.
Yeah, that's true.
We got like 10 minutes. We're going to try and raise $75 in 10 minutes, but like, we'll take questions. We'll take all of that stuff. If you guys, like Keanu just asked,
I read
about the
you
Kayla
all
thing.
of those messages. I felt like I did a 3. I felt like I just performed Macbeth by myself.
Right.
So, exactly.
Oh, that was pretty wild though. I mean, I'm a little disappointed in the actual criticisms he had of me. They weren't very good. I thought he'd have better than that. I must be a better guy than I thought.
That's what I said. I'm like, I think you're hyping it up too much. I'm like, I kept going, what? Are you telling me that a man going through a divorce left something out in the rain? Yeah. Like one of my gay friends threw his boyfriend's laptop off the balcony out in the rain. I'm like, breakups are hard. I'm like, is that what you're really telling me? So that I think Aaron's an asshole? I'm like, okay, well, you're a cult leader.
Yeah.
Where is April?
Keanu,
that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for comparing my response to a gay man. That's really going to help me in the
you didn't do it.
World of public opinion. I'm excited about that.
I was talking about the only crazy rain breakup
Yes.
thing that I knew, and
I
I
understand.
happen to have a lot of gay friends.
I understand. So no, it is fun to theorize. I mean, because again, none of them are taking responsibility, and you're kind of wondering like where this fucking thing is going next. Because I don't think the disasters are over. Because he's a walking calamity.
You know what? That conversation I had with Camelot, I couldn't understand anything. But the moment he went, what makes you think they're not still using?
Right.
Like, that blows my mind. But I'm like, you know what? I guess that makes sense. And we don't know that for a fact, obviously, but
No.
it would make sense.
No,
Yeah.
we're not sure if they still are, but it would make that's a good point. Why would they stop? What's the like?
Well, in my brain, I'd be like, oh my God, I just got out of jail. I better be good. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a loser, but it never crossed my mind that they would still be doing that, but it would make sense.
It is
the amount of messages, the randomness, you know.
It is funny that Nick would go, April's not facing charges, and you'll find out why that is, and it's not because of him. It's like, why would it be because of me? I know where she was. I know what she was doing. I know she's part
what
of
he's saying is it's because of him. He's trying to convince me that he somehow
right.
got her off the hook.
And how did you do?
And like, I watched your arraignment. You didn't even know she was out of jail.
And Nick,
what?
if you really did get her out of it, you got her out of it by lying. What a morally upstanding guy you are. What a great guy. I lied for my cocaine mistress so she wouldn't face charges. Hey, Nick, how about you lie for your fucking wife once in a while and protect her? I protected April. Why didn't you protect your wife? Fuck that
They're
bitch. She's
both
40.
my nannies.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're both just visiting.
Kayla was
these aren't my children either.
Oh, these aren't my children.
The children are visiting as well.
It's Aaron's
And
cocaine.
the cocaine is also visiting. And the gun under the bed is visiting.
All of the dirty clothes piled up to the kitchen. Those are just visiting.
They're
The
just visiting.
The clean clothes gathering mold in the living room. They're just visiting.
Exactly. And I am visiting. So I will be on my way. I mean, aside from that, like, well, what? Okay, well, thanks. You said that she was visiting.
$3.99 from Emily CBE. Thank you. Guys, we're $70 away from another win for the toe. Go ahead and throw that in. Let's knock it out in the next 7 minutes. That would be fucking great. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. I want to do that $70. I want to do another win for the toe. Let's go.
Another win for the toe, as Tukey Tukersons would say.
Yes.
Please.
Let's go ahead and go to the phones. Hello, sir. What can we do for you?
Yeah, Aaron, I've got two things. I'm representing this gentleman. I don't care to use his name, but he asked me to ask you to use your platform to advocate for polygamy in the state of Minnesota. He's currently living in sin with a wife and a side piece, and he wants to make it official. So if you could do that, maybe just petition your legislature, do whatever you can. You've got this platform. Make polygamy a thing in Minnesota.
I can't.
And two, don't ever wear that. Go ahead.
Sir, I cannot endorse polygamy. It made me
He's
almost
going to make it his life's mission.
Yeah, I'm really against polygamy. I'm a one-woman man. I'm a fucking Menards dad. I want to just go to the hardware store and I want to go buy my kids some fucking snacks. I want to find a nice girl who's maybe age appropriate and has their own career and is motivated. And I would really like to just live that kind of life. Thank you.
Okay, and my second thing I needed to tell you was please don't ever wear that shirt again. You look terrible. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir.
It's a good color, sire. It's not.
So
not
that guy was not advocating for Nick Rekieta, by the way. He wanted to make that very clear.
Yes, he just
Fair.
wanted polygamy to just be.
He had a client who was living with his wife and his side piece, and he wanted polygamy to be legal. Boy, that Christian grift is going to be hard to pull off when you're living with your side piece.
But they went to a Dairy Queen.
That's
What
true.
could be more
It's
wholesome?
very wholesome. Jeff with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Jeff. Hey, guys, that means we're only 50 away. Fuck that. We're 45 away. KF Sage with $5 says, Hold on. $45 away, guys. You got 5 minutes to knock out $45 for another win for the toe. You can do it. KF Sage with $5 says, April and Nick spotted leaving the Spicer Cinema 4. Allegedly, they watched Bad Boys Ride or Die. Seemed fitting.
Do you think?
Very funny. Very funny, sir. Thank you very
They
much.
watched Johnny Depp's Blow, I'm sure. Just kidding.
And then, yeah, I just, we got one more call here. While you guys knock out 45, now you got me really itching for another win for the toe because 45 is very, very close. Go ahead and fire away. Let's go to the phones. Hello, sir.
Yes, hi. Hello, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You're on.
Yes, hi. This is Hobo, the guy that talks like this.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. How are you?
Good, Hobo. How are you?
Oh, tremendous. Thank you for sharing your wonderful life. Oh, God. It reminds me of the book, the Notebook, the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, with the crying and the kissing in the rain. Oh, fabulous. Kiki, hi. How are you?
It ain't over. It still ain't over, right?
Why are you talking like that? That sounds that's not
You
your
said
voice.
the Notebook,
You're very
homie.
function. Oh, yes.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Go
Yes.
on.
What do you think about Aaron's shirt? It's wonderful, isn't it? His shirt is polo. Hello, you speak English?
Shirt?
Hey,
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah,
Oh my God. I thought you
he's
said
asking.
his
Hobo's
shirt.
asking. Hobo's asking you about my
God,
shirt.
I feel like I'm being
I
ignored.
said it's a nice
Yes,
color.
shirt.
It looks
Oh,
like he
yes.
was run over. But
Yes, thank you. I thought you remember those little Polly Pocket toys? He looks like one of those. He looks just tremendous. Well, thank you very much for your time and God. Okay, bye.
Oh, bye, Woody Allen.
Thank you,
He's
Hobo.
definitely
That's Hobo.
Chili
That's Hobo
recipe.
Chili. Yeah.
I love him. He sounds just like Woody Allen in his Child Bride. I
Yes.
love him.
Volo
Call
Ludo.
the Keanu cast sometime. I love his energy.
Volo Ludo with $5 says, not to get personal here, but which is the best location of the Taco Mahal? I don't know what the Taco Mahal is. Scooby Jooby Jew with $25 says, finish it off, losers. All right, guys, $20 away, and we got 3 minutes to do it. Keanu, can we do $20 for another win for the toe, for Christ's sake?
Come on, $20 for another win for the toe.
$20 for another win for the toe. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do that. We've got another call coming in. This is a good way to end the show. You guys throw in 20 or just throw in 5 at a time. You guys will all do it.
Yeah, do it 5 at a time. Throw in 20, throw in 50.
Hello. Oh, they called back and then they hung up.
They hung up.
I thought Hobo had another point for you, but I think it
he
might have
was
been a
sweet.
false alarm.
I just bought a beer. Oh my gosh, these people. Listen, well, we did maybe if we act sad though, like in the
You think
nick
so?
of time.
Guys, I was involved in a polycule that nearly ruined my life, and I was
And his awfulness ruined my life.
surrounded by cocaine and degradation, and apparently it was all my fault. There was this guy who fed my wife cocaine over and over and over again, and the fact that she got really sad and depressed was all my fault for telling her
Yes,
she
it
shouldn't.
was. And now I haven't heard from her.
How fucking
March.
How fucking crazy was the world I'm in, that I was in, that this guy actually thinks in his fucking head that while he was plying her with coke and booze, and then she got fucking depressed, that it was all my fault. I would love to be that delusional.
I said, I can't believe you're even messaging me this at all, let alone this much. I don't care what you say about Aaron. It's a big nothing burger. Where is my friend? And why can't she answer me? Well, I've been encouraging her to. I don't want you to encourage her to do anything, you fuck.
No.
Leave it alone.
I just imagine, well, you understand in her brain that you attacking him, this is like she has the boyfriend who's a felon.
Got it.
And when you attack him, she goes, oh, well, she doesn't like me. She doesn't. It's like you're the mom telling her not to date the retard from high school. And now she's mad. And
told someone after that clip came out, well, I am disappointed that Keanu forbids April from bringing a +1 to the wedding.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from her. You
Right.
psycho. I honestly don't know if she's under his fucking house or something. I mean, how am I to know? I want to hear her voice. That's all I'm saying. I know she's not under his house, but it's too crazy to me. And she probably hates me right now. Yep. I wouldn't blame her, but she doesn't know, obviously.
She thinks that all of us have been terrible about her. And I definitely think that, like, Nick included, nobody has wished that she would get better and improve her life more than we have. And that's coming from a guy who really is not a big fan of hers right now.
Yeah.
But I still don't want
her over and over and over again.
I still don't want this life for her.
No.
And I really don't care for her very much at all.
Yeah. And what life is that? Nothing?
A coke felon, an alleged coke felon's side piece.
Lure, love bomb, isolate, exclude, extricate.
There you go. Dr. Silverwolf with $10 says, I'm about an hour behind, but I enjoyed the show. Wish this never happened, so it was a normal everyday show, but what can you do? Also, hi, Kiki. There you go. And also, over on PayPal, another $10 coming in from, fuck you, they're going to think that this isn't real now. They go ghost donor. Ghost donor with $10. Guys, that means it's been another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe.
Oh, wait. Nope. And then another 20 from Chris Olin. So we did go over. All right. So thank you, Chris.
Guys.
Appreciate it.
We did it.
Oh, we're getting the hell out of here. We did a 4.5-hour show on your text messages.
That's how much of a narcissist, crazy, culty person he is. It took that long to get through them. So I hope it was everything everybody was wishing for.
Diesel Cat with $9.99 says, I have terrible news. Or no, he says, I have terrible bruise. Oh, okay. Well, that's different.
Oh, okay. I love that. You have to call off the wedding. You seem to have lost the ring again.
Keanu, I know we're way over time right now, but I also wanted to tell you this today. I didn't realize our analysis would go so long. I'm very sad Geno's not going to be here tomorrow. It's making me want to take the day off.
Take the day off. We're going to South Carolina. Want to come meet us? Take a Learjet.
If I didn't have the kids all day, I'd fucking love to go to South Carolina.
Well, you'll be there in October. So
are the beaches good in October still there or no?
No. I mean, it'll be chilly. It'll be really beautiful, but not beach weather.
Oh,
no,
well, fudge.
Yeah. We'll be there in August. Too,
yes, you will be here in August. And I am talking about doing, because I asked you guys about your July plans. I'm just seeing how shit goes. I'm very busy with the kids in the summer, but like I do want to do like a quick like Thursday to Sunday weekend in New York.
The weekends that I told you, look at the dates I told you, because I'm coming back from Dominican Republic the first weekend, and then the second weekend, I think we have a road gig, but there's in between. Yeah. Come Thursday to Sunday. Yeah.
That might be it.
We're here.
By the way, Alyssa Clip's already clipping our show for today. Did she contact you?
Yes, she did. She's lovely, and she does a really good job.
She's very nice. She texted me, or she DM'd me on Twitter and said, do you think Keanu would mind if I asked her if I could clip her show? I go, no, I'm sure she'd love it. Like, go ahead.
She's lovely. And I'm like, you do a good job. I don't care.
You know what the thing is? This is another person Nick manipulated, and he used it to manipulate Kayla too. So this Alyssa Clips was a Nick fan. And then she kind of started to see the bullshit and the cracks. And he lashed out at her. And I told her I wouldn't say like specifics of anything but like Nick was a big piece of shit to this person. So she started criticizing him and putting up clips that kind of showed his hypocrisy and when he was drunk and when he was all fucking. So he told Kayla, because Kayla didn't like that I watched this Alyssa Clips channel. I was like, I think these are interesting clips that she puts up. And I like the Keno Casino guys. I think they're funny. She said, oh, no, Andy Worski lied and said on his show that I tried to give him a hand job. And I asked Andy Worski about that. He goes, I never said that. I said that she was really flirtatious towards me in front of her husband when we were at a bar.
He was aggressively flirtatious, and I was drunk, and it was uncomfortable because Nick was sitting right there. Yeah.
So I'm guessing Nick hates Andy Worski for that. And he told Kayla that Nick said that because Kayla doesn't like to do a lot of internet stuff. So Kayla would hate him too. And then
manipulator.
Well, and then the Alyssa Clips thing. Right. I would tell her like Alyssa Clips put up a funny clip of our hot tub stream and how fucking gay it was. And she was like, that Alyssa Clips, did you know that she called me a whore? You shouldn't watch her. So I asked this Alyssa Clips about that when I talked to her once after this was all over. I go, you called Kayla a whore like that? Because I did the same thing to Worski. I was like, dude, Kayla says that you said this about her. And he goes, bro, no, absolutely. We addressed it on the air. And I did the same thing with this Alyssa Clips. And she goes, no, I never said that. She goes, one time I called Kayla our wife. I thought that was a funny thing because Nick said it once. I didn't know that it was a Kiwi Farms thing that insulted Kayla. I didn't mean to call her that. Like, I thought it was a funny Nick thing.
But also, it's nice of her, and she does great work, okay?
Yeah.
But it's nice of any clipper to even ask.
Right.
You know?
Right.
They, I guess, don't have to. We're obviously not going to go out of our way to be like, that's my property. No.
Right.
But it's nice of her to even ask and paint it in a, like, more coherent light than somebody having to go back and watch the whole thing. And she tags us all in the stuff. I mean, I have no problem with that at all.
I think she does a great job. But like finding out that you were on the wrong side of all this shit the whole time because Nick just basically lied to everybody about what, like anyone who detracts from Nick's narrative, they have to be terrible people. They can't just be people who think differently than them. They have to be terrible people. So, I mean, again,
love bomb, isolate. Everybody else is evil, I wrote down. Yes. Everyone else that deters from, I literally wrote that down. Everybody else that deters from your narrative is evil and ne'er-do-wells, and they're not good for you. Right. That's very culty of you, Nick Rekieta. Very culty.
Somebody on Kiwi Farms said that you coined the phrase Jim Knows Jones? Because the cult leader, Jim Jones? No, you didn't.
Me.
Oh, I
know nothing of it.
I thought somebody on Kiwi Farms, they were going, dude, Keanu's hilarious. She called him Jim Knows Jones. No, it wasn't you.
No, I don't think it was. I wish I could take credit for something like that, but no, it wasn't me. Mm-mm.
Well, we've gone
to my knowledge.
We've gone well over time here. Thank you very much.
Well over. And another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe. We got there. Real quick, I do have another date tonight. I didn't know if you had any advice for this. I thought we would, since it's Gossip Girl Day, I thought you would get a chance to comment on my recent activities. But
take it slow.
All right.
Don't invite her to move in. Have a couple drinks. Have a casual drink or two. Don't get out over your skis. If you make love, be nice, but don't invite her to move in. Don't offer her the second seat on your, podcast.
This one will never be seen by any shows. Never, ever, 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 ever.
I know how you are. Don't even do that. Have a casual drink. And then what'll be a baller move?
What?
If you kiss her goodnight and say, I'll see you soon. I know. Take it fucking slow, dog. Come on. You just got out of a cult.
She might have stayed over.
She's there now?
No, not now. Okay. I mean, the last time we had.
That's fine.
Okay.
Cool. Don't do it again.
It was just nice to wake up next to a woman and not go in my bathroom and see a half-consumed bottle of brandy. That was just a really nice change of pace.
Brandy. Yeah.
I know. You know why? Can I tell you something creepy? She bought a flavored brandy because that was a kind of brandy that Nick liked. Right?
God, repulsive.
Right? Did I ever tell you the stories about, and I need to go, but did I ever tell you the stories where she would say, why don't you just admit to me you love Kayla? And I'm like, well, I do. Like, I do.
You're right. That is a mini Nick. That's manipulation.
She would do that. She goes, because, because we were having a really bad fight about drugs. She goes, and, if you and I ever broke up, I'm not leaving Nick. And Nick said that if he ever leaves Kayla, he's not going to leave me. And I'm like, April, that's kind of, this was towards the end. And I'm like, that's really fucked up that we're even talking about that. And I go, I did say, I was like,
you won't even say, and if you can't even separate yourself from the situation to say, like, you know what, probably am doing a little bit too much blow.
Yeah.
You can't. Right. Yeah. No, whenever that gets brought up, it's deflect.
But how about the fact that you and Nick are both talking about, like, if we ever break up with our spouses. Like that's
right. And you guys sat me down like a child in the bathroom. And
yeah. When you and Kayla look at each other or talk to each other, nobody else can even get in the little bubble that you guys form.
That's manipulation, Toe. I'm telling you, it is. It's just there to make you feel like, oh, well, we'll be like, oh, the way she looks at you or whatever. And meanwhile, she's like fucking asleep or what have you. It's just, and it's not necessarily April 1, he said, because he's the culty cult leader. So.
All right.
He made her feel special,
I'm going to have a wonderful time this evening. Then I'm going.
You can let her stay over, but then, don't cook her breakfast in the morning.
Thanks, Mom.
Okay.
Thanks, Mom. I appreciate it.
You're
that's
welcome,
really nice.
son.
Keanu, I will talk to you on Thursday on the show. I'm sure I'll talk to you and Geno both before then. I am fucking.
Take tomorrow off.
I'm
Why
fucking
not?
heartbroken that I don't have Geno tomorrow. It really does. I'm going to do Rumble Friday by myself. Fuck. All right.
You can, yeah.
I will see you later. And to the rest of you, thank you so much. Another win for the toe. And we will talk to you.
Another win for the toe. Bye.
Think of the children. All right.
The children.
Go fucking have a day or whatever it is you do. Talk to everybody later. Bye.